which is not supported by any of this research. And it's also especially relevant in today's social moment because there's so many people who are, fairly vociferously arguing that Ashkenazi Jews are not actually Jewish. Some other population is Jewish, which is kind of bizarre. I mean, historically speaking, Jews have been accused of being communists. They've been accused of being capitalists. We're at a moment now where Jews are accused of being not actually Jews. That's something new. At any rate, I'm fascinated by this study, and I'm really hoping that if you want to learn more of this, please join me on our Kosher Riverboat cruise to the Netherlands, where we'll be really focusing on the history of Ashkenazi Jewry in particular. Thank you very much for watching this video, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you again. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am really excited about the upcoming cruising season because together with the amazing group of people at Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I'm planning to visit the Rhone River Valley, which is in the south of France, and it's an absolutely fascinating place for the development of Jewish history. It's the region of Provence, which is just a tremendous melting pot of ideas connecting, as it were, the Iberian Peninsula with central France and connecting through Italy across the Mediterranean. Lots of ideas are flowing into Provence. A lot of translators like the Ibn Tibbons are living there, and ideas are just percolating. It's just so amazing. I'd like to take this opportunity now to speak about another traveler to Provence a long time ago, the great Benjamin of Tudela, who traveled to Provence and parts farther east of it, somewhere between the years 1159 and 1167. And he returned around 1173. So he's traveling for a good 14 odd years, a century before Marco Polo. And he recorded his travels in the so-called Masaot of Benjamin Tudela. And it's basically a very early travelogue written in Rabbinic Hebrew. Unfortunately, the editions that have survived are probably not accurate. There's a lot of errors that seems to have crept in because it was copied so many times over and over again. And, as a so-called optimized, where people shortened it and removed parts they didn't really care for. At any rate, we have a version of it, and it has a tremendous amount of information. And it was translated in all kinds of European languages because this is a pretty rare thing for a person to travel this distance. It could really only be done well by an army, which essentially what the Crusaders were doing, something like this in that century, but by an individual if he was Jewish, because he could connect with Jewish communities all along his route. And in fact, that's exactly what Binyamin did. And he doesn't tell us exactly why he's traveling, but frequent references to things like coral, he's very interested in coral, suggest that maybe it was part of the gem trade, the precious gems trade. But all the way along his travels, he dutifully notes the nature of the Jewish communities, roughly how big they are, how far apart they are, famous Jews living there, strange customs that they have there. It's absolutely fascinating to read. So he specifically, early on in his trip, of course, he goes through Provence. As you can see from this map here, this is pretty reliably his route, although he describes many places as far away as India and China that he likely did not visit himself, but he heard about while he was traveling. He records those depictions as well in our text. But he starts out in Tudela, which is in northern Spain, and then he makes his way to the Mediterranean coast, and he hugs the coast, and that's when he goes to Provence. As you can see, the regions of Provence here have famous cities like Narbonne, Béziers, Montpellier, Lunel, and Arles. These are all places associated with the great burgeoning Jewish spiritual activity that happened in the century that Benjamin Tudela was actually there. He mentions some of the famous people who were alive that he met, like the great Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud, the Ravad, who wrote fantastic critiques of the Maimonides, and references to all kinds of people that, if you study Tosafot, you'll be quite familiar with them, the Talmud and so on. Really, really interesting. The historical value of this particular document, dating from the 12th century, is really incredibly precious. He gives us lots of information about trade, about ethnography. He provides many firsts. For example, the very first account of the Druze people in a non-Arabic source, the first European reference to China by that name. He gives us sometimes the only source that we had for a long time about, for example, the false messiah, David Alroy, a fascinating interlude. Every now and then, Benjamin of Tudela will spend way more time talking about something he's very interested in and then go back to his more mundane depiction of travel and cities and things like that. He also provides for us fascinating glimpses into disparate Jewish communities like the Black Jews of the Malabar coast of India and so on. He probably did not reach the Ashkenazic heartland, but he does describe the great cities there. So obviously the people he was in contact with at the time knew quite a bit about the development of Ashkenaz, which was then reaching into its heyday. Okay, I hope that you will be able to travel with us on our cruise in the Rhone River Valley. But if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. And thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm doing a lot of research lately in preparation for a trip to the Netherlands and Belgium with kosher riverboat cruises. I'm really looking forward to visiting this part of the world. And today I'd like to speak about something quite fascinating and rather unique that occurred in Amsterdam in February of 1941. It was a massive general strike organized by non-Jews, the regular people of Amsterdam, to protest the Nazi treatment of Jews. This was really something that was unparalleled anywhere else in Nazi-occupied Europe. About 300,000 workers participated in this general strike by going off the job, and it's symbolized in particular by the dock workers. This was a movement that ultimately failed. In fact, it was brutally suppressed by the Nazis, and the end result of the strike was not sufficient to hold back the Nazi atrocities that were perpetrated against the Jewish people in Amsterdam in specific and the people of the Netherlands in general. But nevertheless, it stands alone as a really bright spot in the history of the Holocaust in Western Europe. So let's try to understand what exactly happened. So Amsterdam, as I'm sure you're aware, is traditionally known as a very liberal city, known for its civic freedoms and its general policy of tolerance. This came to a shocking end when the Nazis invaded in May of 1940, and immediately they began to remove the Jews from various civil service professions, which they had integrated into very well over the course of the 19th and early 20th centuries. Jews protested against this. There were some street battles between the Dutch version of the Brown Shirts, known as the WA, and various Jewish self-defense groups. And some of those protests and battles actually got rather violent. On the 11th of February, one of these WA members was hurt and later died. The Nazis reacted with their typical harshness and collective punishment by sealing off an entire Jewish neighborhood. There were other battles going on at this time, including one rather important one that occurred in an ice cream parlor that involved dousing the police with this kind of ammonia spray. And then there was a major pogrom on the 22nd and 23rd of February when Nazis seized 425 Jewish men and deported them. Almost all of them were killed in Mauthausen. The following day, after this crescendo of violence, workers gathered for a spontaneous open-air meeting, and with important leadership from the Communist Party of the Netherlands, who were the sworn enemies, of course, of the Nazis, they proclaimed a general strike. Here is a handwritten proclamation of the strike. You can see they actually wrote the word strike 3 times with 3 exclamation marks each to really emphasize the importance of this. And it was extremely successful. The participation was incredible. 300,000 people in a wide variety of fields. This is believed to be the largest single public demonstration by non-Jews, organized by non-Jews, participation by non-Jews in solidarity with Jews. And there's really nothing like this in Europe. The only thing that can compare to it is, of course, the tremendous amount of effort that went into fighting the Nazis. But this was something specifically directed by civilians at the Nazis in protest of the treatment of Jews. The Nazis ended it almost immediately with very harsh measures. And in fact, when you look at the end result, it was actually quite horrific for Amsterdam Jewry. By the end of the Holocaust, 80% of the Jews who were living in Amsterdam before 1939 were killed. That's an incredibly high rate of murder, higher than almost anywhere else in Western Europe and even Eastern Europe. About 1/3 of those Jews who were living in hiding were betrayed or discovered and then later killed. That includes, of course, the famous Frank family, whose daughter Anne wrote an incredibly important memoir of Amsterdam at that time before she herself was killed. The February strike, however, represents a really unique moment in Amsterdam's history when the whole population stood up and protested against what the Nazis were doing. Every February 25th, the people of Amsterdam come together to commemorate this great strike and what it meant. And they gather around this remarkable statue that was erected a few years after the war to remember the moment. It's called the Dock Worker by the Dutch sculptor Marie Andreasen. And it's actually really worth looking at because you can see it's a sculpture of not a heroic looking individual. He looks like a man in his middle age, somewhat perhaps overweight, still muscular. He is a dock worker, but he's not like in the Soviet and certainly not like in the Nazi heroic model of like big bulging pectorals and things like that with a strong chin and stuff. He's just a regular worker guy. And he's kind of looking up from his labor. His stance is not even especially aggressive. He's just kind of like in a relaxed mode, but his hands are slowly clenching as if he's coming to realize the enormity of the atrocity that is going on around them, and that dawning of insight into what the Nazi occupation meant for the people of Amsterdam, and especially the Jews of Amsterdam, begins to enrage him. And I think that kind of collective spirit is so beautifully captured in this remarkable piece of art. I'm looking forward to visiting this statue in particular when we visit Amsterdam. I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise. And if not, I look forward to sharing with you the things I discover as I'm doing my research in advance, and of course, some video from on site. Thank you very much for watching. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can all hear me and see the screen okay. If one of you could please quickly go into the Q&A and just say, yes, I see everything fine, that would be very helpful. Otherwise, I'm going to get started with the presentation. Oh, excellent. Thank you so much, Ms. Torres. I am going to get straight into the presentation. Thank you very much for joining me. My name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really excited about being part of Future Riverboat Cruises, where a couple times a year I get to go to various places along the rivers in Europe and explore Jewish history. We usually take about 100 people with us on these fantastic boats, and we basically just get to experience Jewish history in real life. Like, wow, we actually visit the streets where it happened, which is absolutely fantastic. So today, in preparation for a cruise that is scheduled for, let's see, when's the schedule? It's scheduled for August this year. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about the saga of Dutch Jewry. Then we'll have a little bit of opportunity at the end to talk for some Q&A, both about Dutch Jewry and about the cruise if you are interested. Okay, so why don't I get started right away with the material. I figure I'll speak about the history for about half an hour or so, and then we'll go to the Q&A. Okay, so here we are. The origins of the community. First of all, let's locate it. Where exactly is Holland and Belgium, the Netherlands area. As you can see in this Google map here, it's on the northwestern coast of the European continent, not too far from England. And here's a picture of Holland in particular, or the Netherlands in particular, excuse me, which is made up of actually several provinces. North and South Holland are two of the most significant. And I think a more important way to think of this area, though, is not so much this political map here that shows the various administrative provinces, but really this map here, which of course shows you the tentative route that we're planning to take in our cruise in August, alongside this map here, which shows you how much of this region is actually under sea level. The blue parts, the sky blue parts, are below sea level, and of course you can see Amsterdam is like right in the middle of a lagoon there. It's protected by some kind of barrier island, but if it were actually to be inundated with the waters of the Atlantic, it would be flooded. So how is it possible that you have a city there? This is quite a bit of this region, really right up to the region of Utrecht. You can see it's completely below sea level. How is it possible that this region is settled? So this is the origin of a very clever and well-known Dutch saying, "God schiep die aarde uit de Hollanders schiepen Holland," which translates as, and forgive my pronunciation, God created the world, but the Dutch created Holland. And this is absolutely true in a very, very real way. What this is referring to is the massive amount of water engineering that went on in Holland in particular. The creation of these things called polders, which are essentially, by managing the water and building up the peat and draining the peat, they were able to actually create serviceable land where the region could be actually farmed and you could actually build on. This really begins in the 14th century, and it continued with great success afterwards. Here, I'll show you a couple of pictures. Here is one of the many, many water engineering stations that dots the countryside in this region. You can see the Archimedes screws there that pull the water up from the right-hand side of the picture and dump it out on the left-hand side of the picture. And this creates this massive region of very, very flat areas for farming and for settlement. This is where you get the term the Low Countries, because of course it is below sea level, and yet nevertheless it is in fact reclaimed land. Now, there's some fascinating research on how this geography affected Dutch culture, politics, and society. And I was very, very interested in reading this. I recently read Russell Shorto's remarkable work on Amsterdam, in which he speaks about the impact that this region, or the nature of the land being underwater, had on the Dutch people as a whole. Specifically, we're talking about a part of the world where the nobility didn't own any of the land because the land was underwater. It was actually ocean. And so here you have a whole bunch of peasants who say, hey, listen, what if we were to go out into the ocean and have this audacious idea of making farmland out of the ocean? Then that would be ours, right? That wouldn't belong to nobility. We could just farm it ourselves. And the only way that this could be done is if we all cooperate with each other, because these are massive public works. No one person can drain this region. It has to be done in concert with many other people, and it has to be done both with a great deal of individualism, because you've got to do your part for your particular piece of farmland, but on the other hand, recognizing that you are part of a much larger whole, and everyone has to hang together, or else literally we will drown in the ocean. So out of this sort of system of thinking of landless peasants deciding to cooperate and build a society together, you have the unusual fashioning of the Dutch mindset, the Dutch culture that really can be seen in so many different aspects of their culture. One of the most interesting words that I came across was this word gedogen, or gedogen, I think it's pronounced, which means illegal, but officially tolerated. Because if you live in this kind of society where everyone has to get along, if you have a neighbor who does something that is not, something you approve of socially, religiously, politically, as long as he manages to keep up his part of the social pact and keep the polder drained and do what he needs to for the water management, you're prepared to just live and let him. Just let him do what he's going to do as long as he is observing the norms of society insofar as our economic reality is derived entirely from our cooperative nature, then that will be okay. And so the Dutch culture really evolved around this basic concept. We see it certainly in 20th century politics with issues related to a lot of the topics that are very controversial in North America, especially in the United States of America. They seem to be much more run-of-the-mill issues in the Netherlands. And what's especially important for us, I hope you appreciated this very brief geology, land management kind of discussion as an opener, it has a huge impact on Jews because Jews will be great citizens of this region as long as they fit into the overall social needs of a society that needs to hang together. And in fact, that's exactly what the Dutch offered the Jews. They were able to live in great peace and tranquility in this part of Europe for many hundreds of years and created a very unique Jewish society. So that's what we're going to look at now, is a little bit of how that society evolved. Let's start, first of all, with where the Jews came from. Like, how did they get to the Netherlands in the first place? So we have to step back further, quite a bit further actually, and try to see how did the Jews in Europe in the first place. So the very, very earliest Jews to reach the Netherlands were the so-called Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazim are basically Jews who trace their ancestry back to the region of Ashkenaz in basically northern Germany, the Rhineland. The term itself is somewhat artificial. When the Jews settled there, they sort of picked it out of the Bible and said, okay, let's call this Ashkenaz. There's no real connection biblically between the name as it's used in the book of Genesis and just one particular offhand reference. Later, there's a reference to the book of Jeremiah as well. We don't know where those locations are as described in the Bible, but they're highly unlikely to be located in northern Germany. That term was associated with the Ashkenazi Jews much, much later. Here's basically how they get there. And this chart, by the way, is derived somewhat from the literary record, where we have a 12th century account of how Jews got to Ashkenaz, written several hundred years after they had already well settled there, and that bears all of the challenges of legendary history that can be written as a way to try and explain a current reality rather than necessarily describing a historical process. But it's also been augmented fascinatingly with current DNA research, which says a lot in a scientific manner that actually bolsters this traditional account. Here's how basically Jews got to Ashkenaz, which would be just a little bit west of the Netherlands, and then we'll start talking about how they moved from there to the Netherlands. We start with Jews in ancient Israel, right up until the first two colossally devastating Roman Jewish rulers. The Jews of Judea rebelled in the first century, starting in the year 66. That was crushed by the Romans. It took them quite a while. It was a series of battles, but eventually it was crushed in the year 70 with pockets of resistance lasting for a few more years. This was the Great Roman Jewish War that resulted in the destruction of the temple. There was then a smaller regional war called the Kitos Rebellion in 117, and then a much bigger rebellion that eventually rivaled the first war in the year 132. All of these, of course, were crushed with some remarkable challenges by the Roman government. The Jews of the region were frequently punished, particularly in the First War and in the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, with forced deportation to the Italian peninsula, where they worked as slaves. According to Josephus, there were as many as 100,000 of these Jews who were taken from Judea in the first century, a number that many scholars believe is fairly And these are how the Jews basically got into Europe, primarily through Italy. Let's see how it looks. So if you look at this chart, you see you've got the arrow on the left, which means time, moving from earlier in time at the bottom, later in time at the top. You have Jews in ancient Israel, and then in the first and second centuries, about 100,000 of them are basically sent as slaves to Rome. By the way, there was already a Jewish community in Rome prior to the First Roman Jewish War. In fact, a good 200 years prior, but the massive influx happens in the first and second centuries. And then while they're living there, they're also integrating with larger society. They ultimately eventually get citizenship. There's actually a fairly large number of Jewish citizens in the Roman Empire. And you begin to see the penetration of Italians into the Jewish ethnicity. This is largely done, as far as we can tell, through conversion, because when we get to about the year 800, there is what's called the founder event. This is referring to the foundation of Ashkenazi society. Sometime around the year 800, based on both the literary sources and later bolstered by DNA evidence, a very small group of Jews, primarily from the northern region of Italy, make their way up to the Rhineland, the cities of Köln, Mainz, Speyer, Worms, and they settle there. Some DNA evidence even indicates that about half of all modern-day Ashkenazi Jews are descended from 4 specific women who come from northern Italy. That is, their mitochondrial DNA, the little bits of DNA that a person gets from one's mother, and only women pass it down, means that they have 4 specific mothers. I like to joke that the names were Sarah, Rachel, Rebecca, and Leah, but probably not. At any rate, these people were, conversion is allowed within Judaism, and so these women were incorporated in that small group. We know the names of some of these families. The Colonimus family, for example, made their way to the north at this time, and it's confirmed by 2 major discoveries that where the DNA evidence reveals that they were in fact descended from these people. In the English city of Norwich, about the year 1290, about a dozen people were thrown down a well, and when this was discovered in the 21st century when they were doing construction for this ancient closed-up well, and inside it was this horrific discovery of all these bodies jumbled up, all thrown in there at the same time, and they were able to analyze the DNA in the bones and discover that in fact they were very similar to modern-day Ashkenazi Jews, and that their DNA is going to match what was discovered in the city of Erfurt, Germany, a Jewish cemetery where, since we suspected in advance that the people buried there were Jewish because of historical data, the people working with the skeletons asked for appropriate rabbinic guidance that said that you could work with the DNA in teeth that had been separated from the bones, and by analyzing the DNA of those teeth, the reason is because Judaism has a very, very high threshold of permissibility to, disinter corpses or to rebury them and things like that. So they studied the separated teeth of these 33 bodies, and they found that just like the trove that was found in Norwich, these people were also closely related to them, and very closely related to modern Ashkenazi Jews. Meaning there is a kind of a genetic bottleneck where, as opposed to like having all kinds of people mixed together in the region, here's this small group of people associated with modern-day Ashkenazi Jews who basically only marry each other, which obviously has some genetic challenges. There are certain diseases that are associated with Ashkenazi Jews, including, for example, the BRCA gene that is plagued for breast cancer, and cystic fibrosis, and Tay-Sachs, and all kinds of things like that. But Ashkenazi Jews, before they get married, they typically use modern technology to screen themselves to make sure they are an acceptable marriage partner for the person that maybe they're intended. At any rate, we basically have like a really narrow bandwidth of potential marriage partners for the next 700 years until we get to modern Ashkenazi Jews who are genetically very related to that founder generation, that founder event probably from the year 800. One last detail before we look at our map that will help clarify this. There's a strange supposition that's been around since the 1970s that perhaps Ashkenazi Jews, who eventually would move more to the east, they would be, for various reasons, expelled from Western Europe by anti-Semitic pressures, and they would be invited into Eastern Europe. That would be Lithuania, Poland, Ukraine in particular. They would be invited into Eastern Europe for economic reasons. Their proximity to a bizarre Turkic tribe known as the Khazars, who, around which there's a legend that they converted to Judaism in the 8th century, that in fact this argument goes that modern Ashkenazi Jews are descended from those Khazarians rather from the Middle Eastern Jews mixed with the Italians. The DNA research does not support this particular thesis. What does it actually look like? Here is a map from one of those remarkable DNA studies. The purple lines are the most important for our purposes. You've got, after the 1st century, a massive movement of Jews, largely as a result of those Roman Jewish wars, into the Italian peninsula. They then continue on in the 9th century up into northern Europe. There are also Jews that are simultaneously making their way across the coast of North Africa. That's the green line. And they develop a very major center in Spain. And then those Jews from Spain will later mix with the Ashkenazi Jews. Ultimately, where you see the number 3, those large Ashkenazi populations would move very far east, where they would become much more dominant in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and its successor states. But that's basically the charting out the major DNA trackable population groups of Jews, which largely corresponds to what we know from the literary record. The Italian presence is extremely important. If you look at the DNA of the Ashkenazi Jews in Erfurt, that was the 1350 discovery, the Ashkenazi Jews there have about 15 to 45% of their DNA going back to the Middle Eastern populations, that is to the ancient Israelite Jewish population, and about 45 to 70%, very large number, a large amount of their DNA is actually from the Italian populations with whom they lived for several centuries before making their way up into Europe. That's basically how Jews got to Europe. How did they get to the Netherlands? So we have only a few isolated references of Jews in the Netherlands until about the 13th century. Then we begin to see them pick up a little bit. The largest settlement of Jews are clearly in the Rhineland, which is in northern Germany, just a little bit to the west from the Netherlands. Don't forget that the draining of the swamps, the bogs that made up later would make up Holland, was not really deeply underway until about the 13th century. So there's like not a lot for Jews to visit there anyways. But nevertheless, you begin to see isolated references of mainly traveling Jews who end up in this region in the 12th and early 13th century. They're described frequently as merchants or as moneylenders, but they're really, really scattered references to them. This continues increasingly over the 14th century, but really big things happen in the 15th century. Let's turn to that now. This map is also really important. This is, of course, the map that describes the emigration of Spanish and then later Portuguese Jews in the wake of the Great Expulsion of 1492 and the forced conversion in Portugal of 1497 and the associated exodus of Jews from that region as well. Let's just pause for a second about what is going on here with this. We have to understand the Spanish expulsion and its massive impact on European Jewish history. We really have to go back about 100 years before the expulsion to 1391. There was at that point a series of pogroms, kind of like riots directed at Jewish populations throughout the Iberian Peninsula. And one of the unusual consequences of those particular riots was a massive number of forced conversions. In other words, you had masses of angry peasants descending on Jewish communities and demanding that they convert or die or be horribly maltreated. And you have a very large number, perhaps tens of thousands of Jews who elect to undergo the ritual of baptism, often done right then and there with holy water on the spot. And Jews were kind of deeply confused about what this actually means. The church, which had long condemned this practice of forced conversion, nevertheless was kind of trapped within this ideological position that once a person is baptized, even if it was done under duress, they are nevertheless Christian. And so you had this unusual situation that happened in Spain, and it lasted for about a century, where you had these people who considered themselves Jewish and yet were legally Christian and were free from all of the anti-Semitic legislation and restrictions that had required them to live in certain regions, only occupy certain occupations, never be allowed to attend higher education. All of a sudden, it's as if they received Christian driver's licenses. And so you have this phenomenon, and there is a spectrum. There are some Jews who became true believers and completely committed themselves to Christianity. You've got others who are deeply resentful of the imposition of Christianity on them and would go to tremendous lengths to practice Judaism in secret if necessary. And then you had people in between, people who were willing to go along to get along, but still considered themselves very Jewish and married other crypto-Jews, or as they were called, conversos, or new Christians. So Jews actually, I'm talking about now these crypto-Jews, they actually succeeded under this social environment because they were no longer held back by these artificial restraints that society had placed on them as Jews. And they rose up in virtually every area of human endeavor, with the possible exception of subsistence farming, because they were literate, they were numerate, they were urbanized, and they had a very high level they placed on education. And so over the next 100 years, from those pogroms of 1391 until the eventual expulsion, you had this phenomenon where there was like a second class in Spanish society of people who traced their origins back to Jewish roots and may have been extremely active in their Jewish practice, but nevertheless had very high level positions in Spanish society and even in the church. So when we get closer to the end of the 15th century, the church decides, or actually the crown in Spain decides that they've got to do something about this, and they institute the Spanish Inquisition, which was not, technically speaking, directed at Jews who were not baptized. It was directed at those Jews and their descendants who had been baptized and yet were not behaving with all of the requirements of Christians. Or more significantly, they were not believed to be behaving in this manner. And so we had this whole purge set up where they would arrest these suspected people of Judaizing to one degree or another. They would torture them. Of course, the Spanish Inquisition was infamous for its use of torture. And under torture, these people would give up the names of all kinds of people they thought were also Judaizing. This was, it's information derived under duress is not very reliable, but the Spanish Inquisition would then go out and arrest those people and eventually assumed all of society and got way out of control. So by 1492, Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, who also traced his own family roots back to these converts, so there's a lot of weird psychological stuff going on there, argued that, why this is not working? Why we keep trying and trying, and there's still these Jews who are active in Spain? The reason is because there are still non-baptized, legally practicing Jews in our society. they're still maintaining schools, and they're still maintaining kosher meat shops, and they're still maintaining, rabbinical services. And so the crypto Jews are always being drawn back to these sources of communal, intellectual, spiritual refreshment. So Torquemada argued persuasively before Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand that all the Jews have to be kicked out of Spain, not the baptized Jews, because they're technically Christians, but all of the regular non-baptized Jews must be exited from the peninsula. And that is in fact what happened in 1492. They have this massive exodus. As you can see from the red lines, they're headed to North Africa, they're headed throughout the Mediterranean basin. Constantinople was a very important refuge for them, and many of them go back to Israel, where they would later be the kernel of the great Sfat Renaissance in the 15th century, in the 16th century. The most significant number, of course, made the simple journey to the west and crossed the border into Portugal. What happened there is especially significant because King Manuel I decided that it was not expedient to expel these Jews who had a lot of value economically to the society, but he arranged for a forced mass conversion of all of them in 1497. Again, the same kind of thing that started this all off back in 1391. And he made all kinds of promises like, we're just going to do this, but there's going to be no inquisition for a good 30 years. Don't worry about things, it'll be all right, thinking that eventually they would assimilate into Portuguese society. He was, of course, wrong. And when the Inquisition came in Portugal in the 16th century, it was even more brutal, if that can be imagined, than that happened in Spain. And so many Portuguese Jews in the 16th century began to seek ways to flee Portugal. Many of them went to Brazil, which was, of course, a Portuguese holding. Some of them even ended up in New Amsterdam, which, of course, would be Manhattan or New York City. And a lot of them went to the Netherlands. So you have this massive flux of these interesting people who call themselves a separate nation, the Portuguese Lazio, the Portuguese nation, who were basically Jews still thinking of themselves as Jews, still building synagogues, praying together, marrying within their own families, and yet they all trace their origins back to Portugal specifically, and they had status as Christians. They could travel to other countries. They could even travel to England, where the Jews had been evicted in the 13th century, and they became extremely important in the mercantile world with their connections in many of these other countries, Jewish connections, and they were extremely important for the advance of the economy. And so if you think back to what's going on in the Netherlands, they have this idea of gedogen, right? The illegal, but unofficially tolerated. So even though, depending on who was controlling the Netherlands at that point, and there was a lot of Spanish influence and so on, they basically said, well, listen, these Portuguese people, we know that they're probably doing something kind of fishy, kind of Jewish in their homes and things like that, but they're not bothering anyone else. They're not specifically involved with draining agricultural land, but they are contributing to society through their mercantile activities, keeping their head down, not bothering anyone. So why should we be persecuting them? This was also in line with a form of Protestantism that was very strong in this region, in contrast to Lutheranism, that was much more prevalent in parts of Germany. Calvinism was more of a tolerant version of Protestantism that held to kind of Luther's original position that Jesus was born a Jew and so on, and that there was no reason to persecute the Jews. So these Portuguese Jews were the first to make a really strong communal foothold in the Netherlands, establishing communities there, officially only in 1608, but most likely they had been there for decades prior. They just began to be more open about their Jewish identity in the early 17th century, and they succeeded. They were tolerated, they had permission to establish synagogues, they printed their own prayer books, things like that. And later on, they would be joined by an influx of Ashkenazim who were coming from Eastern Europe, particularly in the wake of the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49. Ironically, we live in an era that tends to be Ashkenaz-centric, meaning, just the way the population movements in the Jewish world work. Western Europe and North America is predominantly Ashkenazic. That tends to be a wealthier part of the world. And so, we have this stereotype of Ashkenazim kind of being the big brothers helping out the Sephardim and the Portuguese Jews who are the younger brothers. In reality, at this time, it's definitely the opposite. The Ashkenazim were the needy immigrant Jews, and the Portuguese were the well-established, wealthy Jews who demonstrated tremendous generosity and largesse in caring for these massive influx of Ashkenazi Jews. But that's one of the things that I think makes the Netherlands so fascinating in Jewish history, is it's one of these meeting places of multiple Jewish populations with very different attitudes and very different perspectives on life in the world, and it creates some of the most fascinating ideologies. And that's what we see especially happening. Perhaps the most famous Jewish inhabitants of this region are Spinoza, and as a distant second, really, not even second, but famous for me, Uriel da Costa. This is a remarkable painting that, if you've heard any of my lectures on Costa before, please forgive me, because I return to this figure quite often. He is someone that I think is extremely important for our understanding of Jewish modernity. Uriel da Costa was a Portuguese Jew who, like many, did not learn of his Jewish identity until he was a teenager. It was very dangerous, of course, for Portuguese Jewish parents to tell their kids that they were in fact Jewish, because that could put the whole Inquisition down on them. So his parents ultimately, divulged his identity to him. He had already earned a degree from the University of Coimbra in theology, and he was very, very excited about it. He said, "Oh, this is fantastic!" And they moved to Amsterdam. He actually spent some time elsewhere in Europe as well, but he was unable to fit in with a Dutch society, Dutch Jewish society, because largely he had this, this ideal of what Jews should be like that was based entirely on reading only the Christian version of the Hebrew Scriptures, the Old Testament. He read about Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, Moses, and David. He thought, wow, Jews are so fantastic. But when he got to Amsterdam, he saw they were regular people, that they were sometimes, not so careful with their language, and sometimes they didn't demonstrate at the highest level of integrity that he thought. He became quite a bit of a gadfly on the community, and he took it to extremes. He actually published books criticizing the Jews from within, but a really nasty kind of criticism. Ultimately, he was excommunicated by the Dutch Jewish community more than once. And after a third, and he kept on coming back, saying, "Please, I have to live on my I can't be separated." Ultimately, after a third ritually humiliating rapprochement, he decided that he should rather take his own life, and he died by suicide after reading a 12-page suicide note, very moving document called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, an example of a human life that says a lot, in my humble opinion, about what Jewish identity means in modern era. Now, sitting on his lap in this remarkable picture, you can see that Da Costa has this, he's all dressed in black, and he has this claw-like grip on the edge of the chair, and he's got this 1,000-yard stare. He looks very somber and even a little morbid. And sitting on his lap is this, carefree boy with long golden curls, and he's languidly holding on to some flowers while looking askance at the text of a book. That's supposed to represent Spinoza. And in fact, they do overlap about this many years in Amsterdam. Spinoza went through much of the same process as Acosta did, but unlike Acosta, he was able to somehow simply say, well, okay, that's fine. I'm not too worried about it. I'm going to go on my merry way. And here, the same artist in 1907, a few years later, painted this version of the Spinoza Excommunicated. He was a Jewish lens blinder who became very interested in other perspectives on the Bible, and he, in fact, essentially invented what would be called later biblical criticism. There's a lot more to say about Spinoza more than I would spend here, but in many ways, he is the architect of modern philosophy. He was also excoriated by the community, who felt that his ideas were not only antithetical to Judaism, but they were also antithetical to the protection of the community, because the Amsterdam Jewish community did not want to rely on this idea of illegally but officially tolerated. They wanted everyone to stay in line and have their ties on and look proper. And they regarded him with some hatred and fear. Whereas in this painting, you see his attitude of, well, I'm sorry about that, but I'm going to go on my merry way. Much more to say about Spinoza, but nevertheless, he is indicative of the intellectual ferment of the Jewish community there, for good or ill, depending on how you understand his thought. It was a place of tremendous activity, a tremendous exchange of ideas, huge center of printing. You may recognize this frontispiece from the Amsterdam Haggadah, which is a landmark in printing, copper engravings that were illustrated that Haggadah and used on hundreds of thousands of Jewish tables every Passover. It was illustrated by Abraham Bar Yaakov, a fascinating convert to Judaism who lived in Amsterdam. This picture, which depicts the artist himself as being none other than Prophet Jonah, being tossed over into the waves and swallowed up by that great sea creature, and then he is finally deposited on solid ground. Avraham Bar Yaakov, who signed his name at the bottom there, clearly saw himself as someone who was lost in the sea of intellectual ferment and found his home ultimately in Judaism. He became a very important master copper engraver, and his work has been seen at the tables of who knows how many untold families, even here in America, because one of the most famous Haggadahs that's widely used, primarily because it was available for free from your local grocery store. The Passover Haggadah, published by the Maxwell House Coffee Company, is essentially the Amsterdam Haggadah. It went through a couple of iterations, but for the longest time, it was the Amsterdam Haggadah itself. So when we get to the 20th century, in this very quick overview, Jews are finding themselves very much at home in Dutch society. And one of the most heroic moments came at the lowest point in history, and specifically during the Holocaust. One of the things that is really unprecedented in Europe during the period of the Nazi occupation is a widespread general strike that began in Amsterdam, specifically in protest of the treatment of Jews in that city by the Nazis. As you can see, here's the actual document that was circulated. You can even see staakt, which means strike, strike, strike. You get a sense of the anger that average workers in Amsterdam felt over the abuse of their traditional tolerance that had been extended to Jews. This strike was, as you might imagine, horribly and brutally truncated by the Nazis, who used collective punishment, which was their go-to tool for controlling dissent, and it was crushed within a matter of days. But nevertheless, it is the only one of its example in all of Nazi-occupied Europe. This is a wonderful statue that was erected to memorialize that general strike. It shows a dock worker, and as you can see from this remarkable piece, I'm sorry I forgot the name of the artist who constructed it. I have a separate video where we talk about it. The artist has chosen not to portray some kind of like neo-Soviet hero with bulging pectorals and a lantern jaw and things like that, which would have been really, a travesty in this kind of example, because the Nazis also liked that kind of heroic, artificial Superman type art. This is like, he looks like, he's in his late 30s, early 40s. He's overweight. He's just a regular working Joe. But he's looking up to the sky, and his hands are slowly clenching as he begins to feel the anger at how Jews are being treated, his fellow citizens in Amsterdam. And as his anger builds, he becomes resolved to engage in this general strike. It's a very, very touching and worthwhile statue. I can't wait to see it when we're there. Unfortunately, the larger story of the Jews in the Holocaust is not one of great heroism. in Amsterdam in particular, of course, that's where Anne Frank was deported and lost her life after recording her thoughts in a remarkable diary later published. And in fact, Amsterdam had a horrific demographic impact under the Holocaust, worse than most other countries. Uh, that's the sad reality of it. But after the Holocaust, with the influx, in particular, of refugees from Eastern Europe, the Jewish population was eventually reconstituted in these regions and began to succeed and thrive once again. So, God willing, I'm looking forward to seeing this in person in a few months. For those who are on the call, if you are able to join us, it would be great to have you. I'm going to conclude my presentation now, and I'm going to turn to the Q&A to see if there's anything I can answer. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Okay, so let's see what I've got in the Q&A. Stacy M., thanks me for letting me attend. You're most welcome. Mr. Lynch asks about Spinoza's parents and uses the term Marano. This term Marano is kind of fallen out of favor in the scholarly world because it literally means pig, and it was a term of opprobrium that was used to describe those people who were technically Christian but still practicing Judaism. The preferred terms are crypto-Jew or Rosso or even New Christian, which was the church term. So Spinoza, like Costa, descended from these Portuguese crypto-Jews. Ms. Torres asks, Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand were inclined to acquiesce to Granada because they wanted to confiscate property and money from the wealthy Jews who were forced, because the Jews were forced to leave them behind. And that way they could fund their war primarily against Muslims to the south. That is quite true. In fact, one of the big debates in Jewish historiography about this period was the expulsion of Jews primarily an economic, or was it a function of the economics of the region, or was it a function of ideology? Meaning Ferdinand and Isabella were true believers, and they really wanted to get rid of all Christians from the Iberian Peninsula. They could not only totally Judenized, but also Muslimized, right? They wanted to also drive out the Islamic influence. And it's a massive debate. My humble opinion, I think the truth is somewhere between those two extremes, but the crown definitely stood to benefit from the seized property of the expelled Jews. They got into a lot of trouble later because there were still debts owed, and that had to be dealt with. And Christians were, well entwined into many of these economic arrangements, and so it was not just a simple matter to simply steal money and kick them out. It was something that required quite a bit of disengagement over the next century. Ms. Stacy M. reads that one of the Jewish encyclopedias that the Spanish Jews were embarrassed by the poor immigrant Jews and actually pitched in to send them off to the British Empire. This is unfortunately a phenomenon that we will see from time to time in Jewish history. The Italian Jews were also they had a varying degree of enthusiasm for accepting some of these Spanish immigrants. In other cases, in New York, for example, the earlier immigrants who came first from Spain and Portugal, and then later from Germany, didn't have quite as good an opinion about the Jews who were coming from Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. So it is a phenomenon that repeats itself, unfortunately, many times in Jewish history. In Amsterdam specifically, the Portuguese did have a very strong consciousness of the need to support themselves and their own charities first, but the bulk of their charitable donations actually went to Ashkenazim, which is really quite fascinating. Mr. Bosboom writes, how is it possible that Dutch went from tolerance and striking against Nazi treatment of the Jews to the most devastating stories of the Holocaust? That is indeed a very important question. I think the key variable that has to be isolated is the degree of collaboration of local populations in the destruction of the Jewish population. And that's something that is not at all simple to answer, particularly in a short Q&A like that. You know, we should recall that the Nazis had a very different attitudes towards how they occupied states in the West, which they regarded as their racial equals, and how they treated states in the East, like Poland, for example, Ukraine, which they regarded as their racial underlings. And the degree to which the local population was willing to cooperate with the Nazis was highly correlated with the treatment they received from the Nazis, which was a very, very different kind of thing. So your question requires far more attention that we can devote here. So thank you. Will the recording be made available on YouTube channel? Yeah, I intend to put it on there. And Mr. Barron asked my opinion on Columbus being Jewish or converso. Please have a look at my channel. There's a huge lecture there where I discuss from great detail. Okay, that's it. Not too bad for timing. Thank you all very much for joining me. I think it would be great if we could learn together in person on this cruise. If that's not possible for you, then very happy to communicate my research as I go through it over the next few months on my YouTube channel. Thank you very much for attending this webinar, and I hope you all have a fantastic day. Baby, you give me life. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for our visit to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and I came across this one individual who is so fascinating that I have to share his life story with you. His name is Lopo Ramirez, and he also had an alias named David Curiel. And the reason for his alias is specifically because he was a crypto Jew from Portugal who went to Amsterdam, decided to start living as a Jew, and he became a very prominent individual on many different planes of his career. So let's go into his story. First of all, he was born in Lisbon, Portugal in 1594. That is, almost a century after the forced conversion of the Jews of Portugal, which resulted in several generations of crypto Jews, Jews who were forced to exhibit the external lifestyle of Christians, but internally they had various degrees of relationship to their Jewish identity. As we've discussed in many other classes, this gave them unusual advantages in society because as Christians, they were no longer bound by anti-Semitic restrictions, not allowing them to attend higher education or travel, open businesses, all kinds of things. But nevertheless, to varying degrees, these families maintained some internal Jewish identity, married amongst themselves, and so on. He was a great example of the resilience and the courage and the ingenuity of Portuguese Jewry that developed over several generations of this bizarre kind of dual lifestyle. When he ends up moving to Amsterdam and later Antwerp, he was a founder of the communities there, and very fascinating. Okay, so the name Curiel, which is his Jewish name, probably came from one individual named Curiel del Duero, who came from Castile in Spain. And he had already emigrated with the 1492 expulsion of the Jews, and then was caught up in the forced conversion of the Portuguese Jews a few years later. He settled in Coimbra, which is a fascinating place. We've also visited in the past with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. It has a tremendous university there, very deeply associated with a lot of crypto Jews as well. Perhaps the most important person in the family background is a woman named Abigail, who was also a crypto Jew, and she was also in a relationship with another crypto Jew who had already attained the status of Portuguese nobility. His name was Jerónimo de Saldanha. So that meant that all of her children had both crypto Jewish background and Portuguese noble background. By the turn of the 16th century, however, the family was in a bit of a crisis because there were letters that were exchanged between the Portuguese members of the family and some of the Italian members of the family, and those letters were discovered, and this essentially outed the Portuguese members as being crypto Jews. So the Portuguese branch of the family had to start to flee Portugal, and many of them ended up in Amsterdam, which was a safe haven for Jews. So that's where we get to our individual, Lopo Ramirez. His father was Geronimo Nunez Ramirez. Nunez is a very common name associated with these crypto-Jewish families. He was a famous doctor in Lisbon who was very much involved in practicing and teaching Judaism secretly. We know this, by the way, because when some of the relatives of the family were arrested by the Inquisition, they kept trial transcripts of the tortures and the confessions and things like that. And so we actually have this sad, tragic record of what was actually going on. So when Ramirez died in 1609, he was a very prominent individual, and especially doctors held a lot of sway. So frequently they were immune from a certain degree of persecution. But once he died, his family was exposed. So Ramirez's wife and his children fled, first to France, and our protagonist, Lopo, was 15 years old at the time. They lived in France for a while, but his mother died 5 years later, and Lopo, with a younger sister, ended up moving to Amsterdam. In Amsterdam, he ended up rising as a very successful businessman, using connections with the local Portuguese Jewish community. He ended up becoming extremely successful in both the jewelry and the perfume trades, including raising these bizarre animals called the African civet cats that apparently excrete kind of a musk from their anal glands. I kind of went down a little bit of a rabbit hole looking at that particular aspect of the perfume industry. Anyhow, he got married to a woman named Maria de Pina, and you don't be confused by that name Maria, even though it's a traditionally Christian name. Her actual name was Rachel Nahar. She was a crypto Jew as well. So working in this trade, becoming extremely wealthy, he was also highly regarded for his personal integrity, and he was named at the age of 24 to be the Gabbai of the Beit Jacob synagogue in Amsterdam. Very, very important position, and he handled it very well. He was especially involved with a dispute that ended up in a breakaway minyan, which happens all the time, and he managed to kind of smooth out relations between the parent minion and the child minion, and make sure that the treasurers of both institutions were able to combine their funds to ensure that the poor of Amsterdam were to be properly treated by the charitable funds. He was later very influential, several decades later, in bringing together now 3 synagogues to form one single communal organization. So it was very much a sign of his business acumen, his personal integrity, and so on. There was a particularly dramatic moment in his life when he was 34 years old, and he was showing a stock of jewels to a customer from Germany when he turned his back to the customer, and the customer attempted to murder him, slitting his throat. Miraculously, he survived by wrestling himself out of the grip of this customer, and the attacker was then caught and was in fact tried and executed, and his corpse was sold to the University of Leiden for dissection. So you definitely do not want to mess with Lopo Ramirez because, anyways, he had the whole episode had a huge impact on me. He had the whole episode recorded first in Portuguese and then translated into Hebrew verse, into a long poem. He kept the scroll recording that particular story with him at all times whenever he traveled. And on Purim, the family would read this scroll every year alongside the Book of Esther. So it was kind of like his personal Purim story. Perhaps the reason why he was most famous, however, going well beyond what he did in the Jewish community, was that he ended up becoming very deeply involved in high-level diplomacy, involving Spain and Portugal, which had significant tensions at this time. He was very much involved in lots of international affairs, working with both the Spanish and the Portuguese governments. And especially when Portugal seceded from Spain in 1640, Lopo became a major promoter of his estranged homeland. And we see an unusual phenomenon here that actually shows up several times with these Portuguese Jews, that even when they are, estranged from their land, not able to return because of the Inquisition, they still bear a tremendous love for their home country. And in fact, in this case, Lopo was knighted by the King of Portugal. He was made a formal knight. Caballero Hidalgo da Casa Real, but he could still not return to the homeland where he was officially a knight. Another great example of this is Rodriguez de Castelo Branco, who took the Latin name Amatus Lusitanus, very famous Jewish doctor who was, originally a crypto Jew, and his pen name Amatus Lusitanus means in Latin lover of Portugal. So once again, even though he could not return, he still had great love for his homeland. Now, the services he rendered to both Spain and Portugal were not always appropriately appreciated, even though he was named as a knight. The King of Portugal was advised, like that would-be thief from Germany, do not mess with Lopo Ramirez. And he was told by ambassador, whatever you do, make sure you pay Lopo Ramirez on time for his services because he can be quite dangerous. Where we would see this, perhaps, this other side of him is in a controversy that occurred a little bit later in his life. And I don't want to go into too many details here, but you can look at the little information box on the YouTube that will give you the link to an article where it's discussed in great detail. Basically, there were 3 Jewish men who married 3 sisters. So 3 brothers-in-law to each other. Lopo Ramirez was one of them. One of the other brother-in-laws, a very wealthy man, died in 1641, and he left his massive fortune to his orphaned 4-month-old daughter. His wife had already passed away, and he named his 2 brothers-in-law, including Lopo, as the guardians of this unfortunate child. So here's Lopo and his other brother-in-law taking care of this 4-month-old daughter, who is hugely wealthy because her father left her a massive amount of money, but none of the estate was left to the aunts, the 3 sisters, or the 2 sisters. One of them, of course, had passed away, meaning Ramirez's wife and his sister-in-law. So at a certain point later on, the brothers-in-law sought to use a legal technicality to try and claim some of that money for themselves. This was viewed with tremendous disdain by the Amsterdam Jewish community, and the Mahamad, which is essentially the formal Kehillah organization, formal community, placed both of the brothers-in-law, including our Lopo Ramirez, in nidui, which is a form of ostracism that is one level short of cherem, which is a much more stringent ban, sometimes called excommunication. In general, the Amsterdam Jewish community used nidui and cherem quite frequently. You may be familiar with the case involving Baruch Spinoza, Uriel da Costa, and others. So this status of nidui lasted a very long time, and Lopo Ramirez himself, because he's a very proud man, he had tremendous achievements, very wealthy, he ended up organizing for himself the possibility of living openly as a Jew in Antwerp. This was something that was not done at all, but he had many connections with the ruling authorities. And even though the papal nuncio himself opposed allowing Lopo Ramirez to move to Antwerp and to set up there, he nevertheless was allowed to do so. He was not allowed to, however, even build a synagogue there, but he could have, guests, so on. And in fact, some travelers report that he even had all kinds of people come in for Sukkot, and they lived in tents openly during that holiday. Well, fascinating. Eventually, the whole case was resolved, and after 13 years, Lopo Ramirez came back to Amsterdam. He apologized. He paid a massive reconciliation payment to make amends by donating to charity, and ultimately, he regarded Amsterdam as his home. He was passed away in Rotterdam, but he was taken to Amsterdam for burial. Fascinating story. Lopo Ramirez, David Correa. Okay, I hope you enjoy this, and I hope you'll be able to come with us on this trip to the Netherlands, which promises to be absolutely fascinating. And if you're not, then God willing, we'll have some videos for you to enjoy as well. Thank you very much for watching. fellow students of Jewish history. So in the course of my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise to Amsterdam later this year, I came across this remarkable story, this fantastic biography of someone known as Rabbi Yitzhak Ger Grandu of Amsterdam. His story is just so mind-blowing. I got to tell you about it. Let me start, first of all, by talking about the period of time in which he lived. It's an era of the so-called Batavian Republic. This is a period of time when Amsterdam was invaded by the French, who brought with them the tremendous ideals that were encapsulated in the Revolution of 1789. Specifically important for Jewish history, but of course important for general world history, is the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen that the French had proclaimed as part of the revolutionary values. And when in 1795 the Dutch Republic became the Batavian Republic, they inherited some of these ideas. And there were many local Dutchmen who said, yeah, this is great, let's move with this, let's stay with these French invaders, and let us adopt some of those ideas. The Jews of this time were rather divided, as they were among most of Europe, actually. There were some Jews who were very much in favor of maintaining the status quo with the old regime. They were known as the Orangists. And there were those who were saying, no, let's adopt these new values. They're hugely important, emancipation, and so on. The division between Jews was so intense that actually there were fist fights and fighting in the street over this, with some Jewish Orangists attacking those who were revolutionaries, not just Jews but non-Jews. This was eventually quelled in August of 1795, when the authorities of the Batavian Republic put the Parnassim, those were the traditional leaders of the old-style Kehillah, or Jewish community, in charge, and actually placed guards at the edges of the Jewish quarter to make sure that people behaved. But it showed that Jews were not united on this at all. Just to give you a sense of the kind of fundamental, sort of conservatism of many elements of the Jewish community, here's a beautiful Torah scroll mantle dating from 1898, 100 years later, but it actually has written on it at the top, Keter Torah, the crown of Torah, in the year of the coronation of the Queen Wilhelmina. I've never seen a Torah mantle that actually specifically is dedicated to the coronation of a non-Jewish king or queen or president or anything like that. But here it is. Anyways, it shows you some of the very profound patriotism and conservatism that's often evident in the Jewish community. At any rate, on the other side, the progressive part of the community, those Jews who wanted to adopt the values of the French Revolution that came with the invasion, organized themselves in a group called Felix Libertate, which essentially means happy liberty. 1/3 of the membership of this group was not Jewish, and 2/3 were Jews. Their goal, the explicit goal of Felix Libertate, was equal rights for Jews, modeled on the French example. To recap, if you have looked at some of the other videos where I talked about the era of Napoleon and so on, the French Revolution happened in 1789, and when they proclaimed this rights of man and citizen, there was a question, hey, what about us Jews? And the French government at the time said, wait a second, we weren't necessarily thinking about that. So they took basically about a year. They said, okay, the Sephardim, they're close enough to regular French people, will emancipate them. And then a year later, by 1791, they said, okay, fine, all the Jews can be emancipated. What emancipation meant was obviously the right to vote, and also the right of residency, very important for Jews who were frequently accustomed to being expelled from the territories in which they lived, right to pursue various occupations, right of higher education, and so on and so forth. But let us return to what's happening in the Batavian Republic. In 1796, September, the Jews there were also emancipated. They got the vote, and they began to exercise that privilege. Ultimately, in 1798, a Jew was finally appointed to public office. Moses Salomon Asser became a member of the city judicial committee. Now, there's some great internal change going on at the same time. Felix Libertate wanted similar democratization, not only of the overall society, but also of this highly conservative Jewish community. They wanted to remove the quasi-democratic, more oligarchic structure of the leadership of the Jewish community, which was called Kehillah. The Kehillah, the community. The Kahila leadership was typically made up of obviously men, usually property holders. The right to elect those men was limited by property and wealth and so on. And although this is a structure that had stood the Jews in good stead for really almost 2,000 years at this point, many people said they should expand the franchise, expand the way in which leaders are chosen and so on. The traditional leadership really didn't want to make that change. And even though the Batavian Republic was espousing a lot of these very progressive values, they really didn't want to get involved in the internal machination of the Jewish community. And so they wanted to keep the old guard in place because they, after all, were responsible for keeping the peace. And they had done very well during previous years. So what happened was, in 1797, these progressive Jews, acting under the title Felix Libertate, separated, seceded from the single monolithic Jewish community of Amsterdam, and they established their own Kehillah, which they called Naya Kehillah, or New Kehillah, New Community, and they had their own shul called Adat Yeshua. We should understand that, today you have Jews and shul argue over, whether we serve this kind of herring or that kind of herring to Kiddush, and they break away and set up a separate thing, who shul happens. That's kind of like the American way of doing things. But the traditional European way, you had one community for Jews, no separations. You may have had several synagogues, but they were all sort of organized under a single, almost feudal, medieval kind of structure. And this represented a tremendous break. It would also be evidenced later on, about 50 years later, when Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch in Frankfurt am Main would famously secede in something that was known as the Austritt, the separation, the secession of the more Orthodox-leaning Jews from the more liberal-leaning Jews in that city. So this actually preceded it by a good half century. At any rate, you have this new Kehillah, and they had their own shul called Adas Yeshua. They appointed a respected community judge, a Dayan, to be their new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Itzhak Ger Barandur. His years were 1738 to 1807. We're going to return to him because he's the subject of our talk. But just to understand, the membership of this Naya Kehillah was pretty small. There were about 20,000 members of the old Kehillah. The new Kehillah only had about 700 people, and only 108 of them were actually paying members in 1799. There's a taxation to keep the membership going. So it was much smaller than the large community, but it was certainly worth its weight in machlokas, in controversy between Jews. I would love to go into this. I really intend to do a deep dive into this later before the cruise, but there was kind of like a year-long literary war between the old Kehillah and the new Kehillah, where they published competing Yiddish language pamphlets called discourses, where they attacked each other, the new community attacking the old community for their conservatism, and the old community attacking the new community for their uppityness and their separation and so on. And some of it reads like Purim Torah. It's actually pretty amazing. The old community, for example, published fake advertisements for events to be hosted by the new community, saying that they were going to be serving lobsters and oysters, and they were going to have Friday night smoking rooms, all of which were huge violations of Jewish law and completely false. They weren't doing anything like that, and the new Kehillah would attack them back and so on. I'm looking forward to reading some of those little later. But when we actually look at what were the things that the Naya Kehillah did that were so radical, they're pretty funny, actually, and hardly liberal compared to what would be happening later on in Germany. The big changes were this. First of all, they're going to make their shul announcements in Dutch, not in Hebrew or Yiddish or Portuguese. They're going to make it in the official language. Now that's, not so earth-shattering. The shul announcements are basically things like when is Mincha, the next prayer, and like who had a baby and who got married and who is sitting Shiva and who's sponsoring Kiddush and things like that. I mean, it's not like they're not ritual things. They are part of the overall ritual, but at the end of the services, you make these announcements. But switching to the Dutch language was a statement of civic membership that the Naya Kahila wanted to emphasize. And although the rest of the liturgy, the rest of the prayers were in Hebrew, this particular thing they wanted to make it Dutch. Oh yeah, Shanta. Secondly, amazingly again, the new Kahila insisted on singing Lecha Dodi together. Oh my gosh. Can you believe that? It's pretty funny because almost every synagogue I've ever prayed in on a Friday night always has this particular psalm, or it's not really a psalm, it's a hymn that was composed in 16th century Tzfat in Israel, beautiful Kabbalistic hymn, welcoming the Sabbath bride. That's, almost always sung in unison. Although I did pray for many years in a very Lithuanian style, very subdued kind of Friday night service, where we would alternate between singing parts and then singing parts to ourselves. But at any rate, the night Tehillah said, no, we're all going to sing it together, which has become basically a norm in almost all synagogues today. The third really radical thing that they proposed was there are all these long medieval compositions called piyutim, extra things, long, kind of like Homeric length epic poems that are composed, maybe not Homeric, but nevertheless long, that are inserted in the prayers that can make the services really drag out. Because you know what? These things are extra, they're added later, they're very beautiful, but let's just do the prayers that we're supposed to, okay? And this is also an extremely common thing in most synagogues today, to skip all those piyutim. In most prayer books today, they will, they'll include them, but put them at the back and say, here's some optional piyutim. These are relatively minor things, but nevertheless caused a huge uproar in Amsterdam. One of the most bold of the changes, however, was that the Naya Kahila said that they would adopt the Sephardic minhag of eating kitnius on Pesach. There are certain foods which are clearly not bread, like rice, for example, but Ashkenazim nevertheless have the custom of not eating. But the Naya Kahila said that since we are essentially starting fresh, we're starting new, we're going to adopt new customs. We're going to adopt the Sephardic custom and eat these foods, even though Ashkenazim did. That's a little bit more radical, but still, hardly earth-shattering compared to some of the things that we would see in Germany. This conflict was hot and heavy for about a decade until King Louis Napoleon entered and said, we're going to stop all of this, and he abolished those innovations. But he said that the leadership of the Naya Kahila has to be reintegrated, in some cases in leadership positions in the old Kahila, and in that context, they were able to ultimately affect a lot of policy. Okay, let's get back to our main topic, though, which is the story of this Rabbi Isaac Ger of Radford. So Ger, of course, means convert. And besides the fact that there is a general Talmudic prohibition against reminding a person that they are a convert or they are descended from converts, nevertheless, this is the way this rabbi was typically known for an amazing story that relates to his background. It comes from an amazing family of converts from Sweden. Here is actually an artistic representation of him. His years, once again, were 1738 to 1807. And this comes from a Mr. Ole Esruis of Amsterdam, who is apparently a descendant of Rabbi Granville, and who posted in Mr. Mississippi Fred McDowell's On the Main Line blog. He looks like a very cheerful individual. You can see kind of like the artificial wig that was not uncommon at the turn of the 19th century like this. And sort of next to him in this kind of diorama, or I guess it's like a rabbi-orama, is an allusion to his book, which was Zera Yitzchak. He wrote this book in 1789, and in the text there's a reference to the three pillars upon which the world stands. It's from the famous passage in Pirkei Avot in Mishnah. The word stands on the pillar of Torah study, the pillar of worship, spiritual investment, prayer, and so on, and on the pillar of acts of kindness. It's interesting that these three things were associated specifically with this rabbi. So what's his story? The family history is reported by Israel Granville, who is one of the later descendants of the Granville family. His years are 1769 to 1842. And at the end of his life, he published the family history as a kind of a memoir. The patriarch of the family was was when Jakob Grandin, who was actually born in Sweden in the 1600s. He was orphaned as a young boy and he was raised in a military family. It appears that his mother died when he was about 4 or 5 years old, and on her deathbed, she gave him a final command saying that he should study the 5 books of Moses, the Torah. And this has led some scholars to suggest that perhaps she was actually Jewish. She may have been captured in the Swedish invasion of Poland that occurred in the 1650s. So, not impossible that Jakob Grandin may have actually been of Jewish descent. But at any rate, she gave him this command when he was a young boy, and later on in life, she would visit him in his dreams and say to him,
Very cool, man. Very cool. I think, well, like I said, I don't think it's a good idea to get involved with that because the payoff just isn't there. If you get caught, you can go to jail. Again, yeah, I know it's cool, but you're taking a huge risk, dude. The police are looking to get
why aren't you studying the Torah? Why are you not investing yourself in the Pentateuch? So, I guess that's kind of spooky. So he went out and he got himself a copy of the Bible and he read the Torah section of it several times. And over the course of his adult life, he began to slowly adopt more and more Jewish practices. He rarely attended church and he began to observe Saturdays as his day of rest. He slowly adopted the practice of keeping kosher and so on. And finally, at the age of 69, he decided he wanted to actually formally convert to Judaism. He and his wife and their 8 children, including one named Matthias, who was born in 1737. So now the problem was in Sweden, and in fact in pretty much all of Europe, it was forbidden to convert to Judaism. We're talking about the early modern period, and there's a lot of restrictions on these things. And the only place where he could do it conceivably was in Amsterdam. So he moved to this famously liberal place to study Judaism, and ultimately they converted to Judaism. He and his wife Leah and their children. Jacob, took the name Abraham, and his son Matthias took the name Yitzchak or Isaac. So that makes him, like the biblical figure, Isaac, the son of Abraham. The son, Isaac, ended up becoming a tremendous scholar of Torah, becoming ordained as a rabbi and becoming a very high-level rabbi known as a dayan, a judge. And then he was ultimately chosen to be the leader of the Naya Kiryat. So his trajectory is from this unusual story of his father converting in his old age to Judaism and bringing Matthias with him, and then ultimately leading this entire Jewish community. What an amazing individual, really fascinating story. I ordered a whole bunch of books, looking forward to learning more about this, and I hope you'll be able to join me on this cruise. If not, I look forward to sharing some of our experiences in Amsterdam and Netherlands with you on video. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just a couple of days ago, I came across a description of this amazing map, and I saw a reproduction of it in a black and white photograph. I thought, wow, it looks so fascinating. And when I did a little more research and was able to look at it in color, actually on the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website, I was just blown away. I got to share this with you. It's so fascinating. This is a 14th century map by a Jewish cartographer named Abraham Kreskes. I'm going to spend a little bit of time talking about his biography, the relationship of Jews to navigation and map making in particular. Then we're going to look deep at the Atlas, and then a little bit about his other Jewish activity, which is just fascinating. First of all, let's get his name right. It is kind of confusing, actually. He's known in much of the scholarly literature as Abraham Kreskes, but actually Kreskes was his given name, and Abraham was his father's name. This was a typical way, apparently, that in the 14th century, many Jews of this region were referred to with these kind of double names based on a patronymic. He also had a separate Hebrew name, Elisha, and he used that in other contexts. He was born in Palma, Mallorca, which was a Spanish holding part of the Kingdom of Aragon, and his years are 1325 to 1387. So although Abraham Kreskes was definitely a world-class cartographer, it's not at all surprising to see Jews involved in this field in general. We see many, many Jews in the 14th, 15th, 16th century deeply involved in this. In fact, one might even say right up into the 21st century when you get to nuclear physics, astrophysics, and things like that. The reasons for this are pretty obvious. First of all, Jews tended to be urban, literate, and numerate. They tended to pursue occupations which involve the knowledge economy. So they're involved very heavily in studying the latest scientific information. They tend to be pretty much abreast of what was going on scientifically throughout Europe at the time. Secondly, they're long associated with international travel. We spoke in an earlier video about the Radhanite merchants of the 9th century who were literally all over Europe, the Middle East, and Asia in their time. Absolutely fascinating. And we have travelogues by people like Benjamin Tudela, Ptaki of Regensburg, and others who, record their travels from Jewish community to Jewish community throughout Europe and even further to the east. So with the combination of these mathematical skills, the wide base of connections largely pursued for international commerce, and their long association with astronomy, it's not surprising to see Jews involved heavily in these fields. Jews were heavily involved in the creation of maps, of star charts, particularly in Spain and Portugal, because these were, maritime powers who were deeply involved in exploration at this time, and they're involved in the creation of navigational instruments like this beautiful astrolabe, which is held in the British Museum. And you can see that it's written in Hebrew characters and things like that because Jews were the ones who were using these things. So here's a look at where he came from in the island of Mallorca. He came from a small place called Palma. And as I pulled up a map for this background, I really have to take a minute and thank our sponsor, Kosher Riverboat Cruises, who makes it possible to actually visit some of these amazing places. We're, God willing, going to the Netherlands in a few months. And then afterwards, we're going down to the Rhone, the south of France. We've been to Venice. We've traveled the Danube, we've been along the Seine, we're going to Bordeaux next year, and of course the amazing Douro River in Portugal, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you for listening to that product placement. So the map was probably commissioned by John I of Aragon, and it was intended most likely as a gift for his cousin, Charles VI of France. It has been held ever since in France, and it's now available online as well in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. I will put a little link in the information box so you can look at it yourself. And it has been studied for centuries by scholars. I'm going to look at the work of Ariel Fine. Dr. Fine did some absolutely fantastic work on this in a few different places, including a website called Smart History, which when I discovered it is just filled with her fantastic articles on Jewish art history. So I'm going to spend a lot more time looking at this website. But a lot of the research I'm going to present to you comes from Dr. Fine. So the atlas itself is made of 6 vellum leaves. They're about 65 by 50 centimeters in dimension, or about 25 by 20 inches. Over time, they have been separated. They were put onto like hard, stiff boards and then folded up so you can see they're kind of like separated like this. The map that I have behind me shows most of the map. This is actually the geographic part of the map, which we'll return to. The first 2 leaves have kind of like introductory materials, which are more like astronomical and especially connected to the zodiac and things like that. Just absolutely fascinating. These are actually reproductions that give you a sense of how gorgeous the colors must have been, especially when the original. Unfortunately, the original has been split in half, but when you go to the bibliothèque site, you'll see what it looks like actually today. Now, there's a couple of ways in which this Catalan atlas is so, miles ahead. I shouldn't use a geographic definition. It's just so worlds ahead. No, that's also geographic. It's so fantastically far ahead of other maps of its era, because there are basically 2 ways of representing the world in a graphic format. You have, for example, kind of like a theological, philosophical type representation of the world, like this map Psalter, which comes from the century prior. And it's kind of interesting. It shows the relationship of religious figures like Jesus at the top and angels to a kind of fanciful sort of imagined aspects of the world, where the Garden of Eden is, things like that, very interesting, but not especially practical when you're actually trying to navigate. And on the other hand, you have maps like this. They're called Portolan charts, which are especially laid out with, latitude and longitude, and it looks a lot more like what we would call a map today, but by comparison, and this is roughly contemporary with the Catalan Atlas, they're pretty dull. It's just like names of places and rough distances between them. What was so amazing about the Catalan Atlas is it really was something that it became like an encyclopedia. It was not just, a reliable representation, more or less, of the dimensions of the known world. It also had really important, relevant political, economic, zoological facts about the world. He was also the first, by the way, to incorporate a compass rose, which, of course, is very familiar to us now. Even those of us who only use GPS, which shows you which way is north. So that's what makes this book so amazingly different, is he went far beyond both these kind of philosophical, theological maps on the one hand, and on the other hand, the Portolan charts, which are much more, prosaic, and he provided something that's just a wealth of information. So let's have a look at a few pages of the map itself. So here is a representation. You can see on the upper right, it's actually zooming into, this would be taking a screenshot from the Bibliothèque Nationale de France website. So this is the way it looks over there, and it's zoomed in on that one section. And you can see that a couple of interesting things. First of all, it was not like our modern day maps meant to be read sitting in one position. You would literally either turn the map around, or I think they probably lay it out on a big table and they probably walk around the table to read it from different positions, because sometimes the material is presented, sideways, upside down, things like that. But it gives you, first of all, some interesting kind of like place names, of course, like the Portolan maps, but also gives you a sense of like who's living there. You see, for example, the symbol of the Star of David with some frequency, which seems to indicate the presence of Jewish populations. And as we shall see, there's lots of representation of geographic features like mountains and so on, sometimes political. Like you can see the island of Corsica towards the bottom center there, which of course was part of the holdings of Aragon, so it receives kind of like an extra special level of decoration and so on. Here you see, like, for example, some recent political and economic information. Holding the gold coin is King Mansa Musa of Mali, who made the Hajj to Mecca and brought along with him so much gold from Africa that it actually depressed the price of gold in Egypt for a decade. And so this map is giving the viewer information about, you know, what kind of metallurgical products are developed and who controls it, who does what with it, and how, you know, there's a little bit of history there, but also economics and so on. Tremendous, you know, wealth of information. Sometimes there are fanciful elements like that big red swath on the right there is actually the Red Sea, which the map maker is careful to point out is not actually red. I'm putting it here to be symbolic, but it's just the bottom of it actually is red. The water may be the regular watercolor, but the bottom is red. While we're in the Middle East, we really should have a quick look at the land of Israel, of course, which is represented here kind of interestingly. There's not quite sure the dimensions. It appears like he's represented the Jordan River flowing from the north, from Shalmon, down into the Yam Kinneret, the Sea of Galilee. But it looks like the proportions of the two sections of the Dead Sea are kind of separated quite far from each other. And of course, speaking of proportions, the big church that sits in Jerusalem, right in the center, of course, is catering to his Christian patron. Although there are, of course, many, many references throughout the map to Jewish locations, including Mount Sinai, things like that. Here you have, moving to the east, a fascinating representation of an elephant, which is actually not too far off, but it's evident that the cartographer clearly never actually saw an elephant in real life, because you look at the proportions of it, the size of it, but nevertheless, he tried really hard to rely on whatever accounts he could get of an elephant to represent it properly. Now, he also represents the known world all the way out to China. This is not too long after Marco Polo returned from his visit out east. So he's relying principally on travelogues, but not on navigational accounts to actually map out the Chinese coastline. And he puts a lot of weird things in there based on his limited information, like, for example, Gog and Magog, these principal powers that are associated with Armageddon, the last battle of the world. You can see the Antichrist is in these pictures. Towards the bottom left, you can see Satan there, lives in China, apparently. Who knew? And he is discussing things with Alexander, which apparently is the Greek Alexander the Great, also surprising. So it gets kind of weird the further east you go. The west, of course, is not represented at all, because this is about a century before the Americas would be discovered by Europeans. Just absolutely fantastic, packed with information, and had a huge impact on the whole history of the development of world economy, culture, and of course navigation, which led to the globalization associated with the 15th century. Now, I want to conclude by saying that one of the most fascinating things to my mind about this individual is that he is yet another representation of the fantastic aspect of the Spanish golden age of Jewish history. One of the really unusual aspects of this golden age, which is sometimes called La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, was that Jews, Christians, and Muslims, more or less for a couple hundred years, got along fairly well. There are some exaggerations to that. There's some significant punctuations of violence for sure, and it didn't last all that long. But this is an age when there was some absolutely amazing achievements by Jews when they were given the opportunity to participate more actively in general culture. And one of those aspects that I keep looking back on all the time is the notion that we see in several figures of individual Spanish Jews who were both world-class in their Jewish activity and in their secular activity. This is something that we rarely see in Jewish history. Like today, for example, you'll have Jews who are incredibly great in studying the Talmud or writing Jewish books or creating Jewish art or something like that. But they won't at the same time generally be like, President of the United States or, Nobel Prize winners at the same time in nuclear chemistry or something like that. It's very rare that you have both of these together. For example, in Spain, you have a Jewish poet and Talmudic scholar who published in both areas, named Samuel Ibn Nakrela, who was also the chief general of a Muslim army in Granada for 16 years. right? Like, it just doesn't happen. You may have great rabbis in Lakewood. They are also not, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington. It just doesn't happen. But in Spain, you did have that. And Abraham Cresques is one of these people, because not only was he making these amazing, new, innovative, and hugely influential maps, he was also illustrating Jewish Bibles. In particular, there's a Bible called the Farhi Bible, after a later owner of the manuscript, that shows tremendous application of his talents to the book. Like, for example, it's illustrated with 30 carpet pages. This is a uniquely Arabic style of book illumination, in which an entire page is covered with incredibly ornate decoration. Here, for example, you can see a Quran, which has typical kind of, lush carpet decoration. But here, this is the carpet page of the Farhi Bible, decorated with words from the text and these fascinating kind of geometrical patterns. He's also decorated his Bible with all kinds of illustrative materials that, would be incredibly useful for people to try to understand what's going on. Like, for example, on the left, you see a whole bunch of implements used in temple service as described in the Bible. And on the right, you see, the menorah and various other appurtenances of the temple itself. Absolutely fascinating, gorgeous material. Okay, I hope you enjoyed looking at the Catalan Atlas with me. I hope that you will be able to join us on one of our cruises, because we do some absolutely fantastic things as we actually visit the sites where Jewish history was made. And if not, I really look forward to sharing these videos with you. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow cruisers. I'm really delighted to have an opportunity to just say hello to you and to tell you how excited I am about the cruises we have planned for this year. In particular, I'm so excited about cruising in the Netherlands and cruising once again on the Rhone River in the south of France. These are places where there is so much rich Jewish history. On so many cruises, we have the opportunity to look at the depth of Jewish history in a particular place, but it's especially exciting when we're able to go to cities like Lyon, to Antwerp, where we'll see a thriving modern Jewish community building on a lot of those historical precedents. So I'm really looking forward to spending some time with you up on the sun deck and in the lounge, and of course at dinner, and as we explore these really exciting places to visit. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in just a few months. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I came across something recently in my research preparing for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands. This is an amazing story about a fight in synagogue that happened on Shabbos Tshuva, the Sabbath of Repentance in 1709. It's a tragic story, but it illustrates a lot of really fascinating things about what makes Amsterdam so unique as a community. So let me give you a little bit of the background. The event happened in the Grand Ashkenazi Synagogue, which in this image, which is dated 1808, which celebrates the entry of Napoleon into Amsterdam, you can see it is the grand building on the right. And, this kind of fanciful image, I don't know how accurate it would be, but it has like all the Jews really so happy to see Napoleon coming into town. And across the canal, you see the great Portuguese synagogue, these two massive edifices, the built in the late 17th century, really testify to the presence of Jews in Amsterdam, which they used to call the Mukko, the place, because it was the place to be, I guess. At any rate, the events that I'm describing today happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue. So let's understand also who are the Ashkenazis and who are the Portuguese and what are they doing there together. So here's a map of the region, and the first Jews to really make their way into Amsterdam. We should understand that Amsterdam as a city is actually fairly recent. It's a little bit like Venice in the sense that it was land that was reclaimed from the water, and the first Jews to make it there were the so-called High German Jews, or in Dutch, forgive me, my Dutch is not that great, Hochdeutsch Jews, the High German Jews. These are Ashkenazi Jews from the heartland, that is from the region of the Rhine River in northern Germany in particular, and they make their way over there already in the early 17th century. You've also got a lot of Portuguese crypto-Jews who actually started arriving even earlier. Now, why are they called crypto-Jews? Because these are Jews who are typically descended from those Jews who had been exiled from Spain and made their way into Portugal. And then in Portugal, where they thought they would be safe, at least for a while, they were all forcibly mass baptized in the year 1497. So that gave them kind of an unusual status, as we've discussed in many different classes, in that they had, a strong Jewish identity because, they were baptized against their will. But on the other hand, they were forced to live in secret, hence the word crypto, like the hidden Jews. Sometimes these were called Marranos. That is an inappropriate term. It really means swine or pigs, but it was the accepted term for much of the scholarship of the last few centuries. But they had Christian status, so they could move around with much greater freedom. They could pursue a higher education. They could do all kinds of things. And many of these crypto Jews from Portugal in particular made their way up to the Netherlands and to the city of Amsterdam, where they were able to slowly re-adopt their Jewish identities. And they openly identified as Portuguese Jews after some time being in the city. And then finally, you have a lot of Polish Jewish refugees from the Khmelnytsky uprising of 1648-49, and then later the Polish-Swedish Wars. These would be today called Ukrainian refugees because most of them came from the western part of Ukraine, and this was an uprising of Ukrainians against Poles, and Jews were economically allied primarily with the Poles, and so there's a huge influx of Jews in Western Europe coming from this region. They are also Ashkenazim, so we have two different flavors of Ashkenazim, the Hochdeutsch Jews, the High German Jews, now you have the Polish Jews, or Ukrainian if you prefer, and also the Portuguese crypto Jews who are Sephardic. So that's our basic map of the major communities. The story that I'm going to tell you comes from a remarkable long book chapter, about 74 pages, that was written by a scholar named David Moses Sluys. His article is absolutely fantastic. I read it very slowly because my Dutch is not that great at all, and I'm studying it now, so I'm actually enjoying it quite a bit. It's a lot like German if the Germans put Dr. Seuss in charge of spelling. And while his article is well known to scholars who specialize in the field, his scholarship has been largely overlooked by other scholars in the 20th century, I think partially because of the fact that he published during the war years in particular. This video is based on research from this article that was published in 1940. Now, who was the author? He was the secretary of the Dutch Main Synagogue and also the secretary of the Dutch Jewish Church Association, kind of like seems like an interfaith or a communal dialogue group of some kind or other. He was a long-standing civil servant of the Jewish community. He reached a lot of authority, primarily as second or third in command. And he put many, many decades of service into working in what we would call in America, for example, the Jewish Federation. He did have a doctorate. He wrote his thesis on the Book of the Maccabees, and he published quite a bit of article-length studies based largely on archival sources that are not easy to access for scholars abroad. He was also a Dutch patriot, a member of the Order of Orange, Nassau. In Happier Times at a Wedding, I believe that's his daughter on the right. This is an undated photo, but he is in the top half, third from the right, next to the bride. And here he is standing in the center of this photograph in the year 1938 with Jewish Dutch soldiers. The end of his life, however, was tragic. The community was so indebted to his many decades of service that they hosted a massive birthday party for him for his 70th birthday. But in February 1941, the Nazis, of course, who had invaded Holland, established a Judenrat in Amsterdam. The Judenrat means the Jewish Council, and the Nazi modus operandi was they would come into a community and they would take over the existing infrastructure of Jewish leadership. They would frequently have to murder the president of the Jewish community, but then the rest of the councils, who were primarily acting in administrative roles, like Dr. Sloy's, were forced to continue with the Judenrat. There are a lot of controversies about the whole institution of the Judenrat, because some of these Judenrat leaders in particular lorded over the Jews their extra powers that they received through their association with the Nazis. Others, however, I believe, like Sloy's, and we see others like out of Cherniakow and Warsaw, for example, who felt that the only way to protect their community was to maintain some kind of communication with the Nazis and to hope to slow their progressive persecution of the Jews. Of course, when they found themselves in this position, they had no idea how far the Nazi aim of destroying all the Jews would eventually go, but that was their thinking as they moved through it. And we see this from many of the diaries that are kept by the Judenrat leaders of how they hoped to stave off what turned out to be the inevitable fate. The fate of the Amsterdam Judenrat was similar to the fates of so many other Judenräte across Europe. The members of the Judenrat were protected from the brunt of Nazi persecution throughout the war, as long as they maintained that level of cooperation. And then on the last train to deport them, they included finally the Judenrat as well. And that's what happened on the 24th of September. They were sent to Westerbork, and Dr. Sloy's was eventually murdered at Sobibor in 1943. But let's go now to the actual story that he records based on his archival research from the Amsterdam Ashkenazi Synagogue. We should realize that at the end of the 17th century, this was a period of tremendous conflict in general in Amsterdam. We had a lot of conflict between several of the rabbis of the congregations and very powerful, what we would call today, presidents of their communities, the Parnassim. Quite often these got quite rancorous and involved a certain amount of litigation back and forth. There was also the huge tumult inspired by the Sabbatean movement, the false messiah Shabbatai Tzvi, who engendered a tremendous amount of enthusiasm and opposition in Amsterdam as you move into the second half of the 17th century. And in general, one of the things that Dr. Sloy's talks about is that in the end of the 1600s, there's more and more of a tolerance of open ridicule of leadership. There is a lot more lashon hara, evil speech, gossip, and heckling in the synagogues, and all kinds of things like this that really should not happen in a decorous environment. This reminds me of that word that's been used quite a bit about our own times. There is a level of stochastic violence in the air. I had to look up this word stochastic when I first heard it. It means kind of like something which is random, but is so prevalent that it's bound to happen. Like, for example, if a kid is running around with a pair of scissors, eventually someone's going to get hurt. God forbid, right? You don't want that to happen, but it's almost guaranteed to happen. Or as the other Amsterdam resident from about this time, Moshe Chaim Lusato put, a blind man walking beside a river is bound to fall in. It's not guaranteed, but the randomness of it and the likelihood of harm is such that it's going to happen. So this was also compounded by one last rule which destabilized the community significantly. That is a new government rule that all rabbis and cantors had to be proficient in the Dutch language, which you might think should be reasonable, but that's based on kind of a modern sentiment where Jews have largely adopted a kind of a posture of living in the countries in which they live. But this was not at all common in the late 1600s, and so it was a challenge. And most Jews from Eastern Europe, the Ashkenazic community, by the way, I should also mention that the Hochdeutsch and the Polish Jews had to merge by government fiat into one synagogue. So you had these two Ashkenazi communities together. They were really, not necessarily so happy with each other and so on. Specifically, what happened in the Ashkenazi synagogue in the 1700s is that they have a new chazan, a new cantor. His name was Yechiel Michal of Lublin. He was apparently a very tall man, apparently very good looking, very charismatic. And we assume as a chazan, he had a beautiful voice, a cantor. And then he introduced an interesting innovation. I had to poke around quite a bit to figure out what exactly he introduced. In the Dutch is he started using a zinger and a bass. So apparently what he would do, when he was actually leading the prayers, and this is totally not traditional in Orthodox synagogues, and this of course is Orthodox synagogue, and this is well before you had Reform synagogues, like a good 200 years before we had Reform. So this is really totally new. He would have a backup singer or cantor that apparently had a tenor voice or something like that, and then he had another backup called a bass, and so a baritone, I guess. And so in other words, when he was actually reciting the prayers, he would have kind of like, imagine kind of like a two guys standing behind him who would like make his singing more beautiful, which I suppose is great if we're talking about a theatrical performance, but it presents a lot of challenges in terms of Jewish law. Halacha, for example, if the prayers require the cantor to recite the name of God, that's fine, it's part of the prayer, but no one else is allowed to say the name of God except in prayer. And the zinger and the bass, are they actually praying or are they just kind of like supporting? So what ended up happening is in the last decade of the 17th century, there were two camps formed in the Ashkenazi synagogue. Those who liked the innovative thought and artistry of Yechiel Michal of Lublin, and those who couldn't stand it. And there was like a lot of catcalling and anger, and it was especially prevalent at one particular moment in the ceremony where people would be called up for the 7 readings of the Torah during the Sabbath service. And at the end of the reading, it's very common that they recite a blessing on the person who was called up for that reading, called a Mishaberach. And in that Mishaberach, the person who is blessed is invited to make a donation to the synagogue, or pledge a donation, because he can't make a donation on Shabbat, and also mention, his family and the rabbi and people he likes, and say that they should all have blessings confer upon him. And so what was apparently going on is that of these two camps, the pro-Zinger Bas and the anti-Zinger Bas, whenever a member of one of those camps got up and got an aliyah, in the Meshaberach, he would say, and a special thank you to Yechiel Michal and the zinger and the bass who sing so beautifully. And that would provoke the anger of the other camp, and vice versa. And it got way out of hand, so much so that in the year 1700, the rabbi at the time, Leib Harif, imposed a fine of 200 Reichsdaler. And anyone who started trouble during the Meshaberach would be ejected from the synagogue. So that seemed to work for a little while, but then after Rabbi Leib Harif passed away, they appointed in 1708 a new rabbi. His name was Rabbi Aryeh Leib ben David of Kalish, very, very well-regarded scholarly individual. But he didn't last, unfortunately, very long, because on one of the holiest days of the year, Shabbat Tshuva, the Sabbath of repentance, the Sabbath that is between the holiday of Rosh Hashanah and the holiday of Yom Kippur, which is, this is the high holy days. And during this Sabbath, the idea is, though Jews who are familiar with this, of course, will realize that Sabbath, you're supposed to really totally work on yourself to be a better person, so you can go into Yom Kippur and atone for your sins. The opposite happened in the year 5470, or September 7th, 1709. A fight, a fist fight, a violent fist fight broke out in the synagogue over the use of the bas and the zinger. It was so awful that the rabbi, Aryeh Leib, had a heart attack. And, right away, the community, they stepped up. They this innovation, they would not return. And they punished those who were rabble-rousers. But the rabbi nevertheless passed away on this on November 9th. The community went into that year significantly chastened. It's a very tragic story, but I think it tells us a lot about not only the nature of this fascinating community of Amsterdam in the early 18th century, But it also, I think, causes me to reflect on my own behavior at synagogue. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for watching.
If you're watching this video, Guinness culture, if you're interested in kosher rituals, this is the place to be.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the things that I'm so fascinated with as I continue doing my research in preparation for the cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises is this remarkable development of tolerance that is associated with the Dutch people, with the Netherlands, and with Amsterdam in particular. Now, viewed from an American perspective, quite often this tolerance is misunderstood as a kind of hedonism. But when you look at it in its more complex particulars, especially when we look at the economics and the demographics and the religious tolerance, we see that it's really more of an expression of a kind of pragmatism. In other words, think about the actual land that this place represents, right? It's found land, it's claimed land, it's taken back from the sea. As the Dutch like to say, God made the world, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. And in many ways, like Venice, which was created as an offshore habitation to protect the inhabitants from the raiders coming from Central Europe, the Netherlands represented a group of people getting together and bit by bit claiming the lowlands and building pilings deep down in the seabed to create ultimately great cities that will become massive mercantile centers of commercial activity. So in order to do this, they basically had to cooperate. They had to work together to create these polders, which are like the regions of reclaimed land. They had to maintain the dikes. They had to build windmills in order to pump the water out of the wetlands. And this required an extensive amount of social cooperation. And this created a kind of an attitude, a mindset, which in the name of the great travel writer Rick Steves, meant that the Dutch said, you know what, we're either going to learn to tolerate diversity or we're going to have to build a lot more prisons. That's the only way that they figured that they could actually achieve this massive project. It's interesting, especially from the perspective of Jewish history, because Jews economically, and as a result of their kind of tenuous situation through much of Europe, they look for these kind of frontiers in order to develop new economic niches. You see this as kind of like a trope in cultural history of the Jewish people. We see it here in Americas, where the Jews are among those who are, going out to the Wild West and settling in places like Las Vegas. And in New York itself is one of those frontier places where Jews go and say, okay, there's opportunity here. There is a certain freedom from the oppressive history of persecution, and they look for new ways to develop themselves. And that's something that we find in the Netherlands in particular. So what I'd like to look at today is the fact that, tolerance in the Netherlands did not come as an act of a single fiat of, someone saying, you know what, I've got a great idea, let's all do this, let's all tolerate difference, and all of a sudden it happened. Not at all. There was constantly a tension between those who wanted to think of the Netherlands as something more medieval and those who wanted to think of something more modern, that they looked to the pragmatics of tolerance, and ultimately that's what they decided upon. What I'd like to talk about today is take a snapshot of the 16th century, which is an especially important moment before the golden age of Jewish Netherlands really comes to flourish. But we could actually trace this pattern throughout Dutch Jewish history right up through the 20th century. The Holocaust is a great case in point of the struggles of these two views of how Jews should fit in Dutch society, but that's not our topic today. So unlike France, which has like a great, declaration of the rights of man and citizen, and like the United States of America with, and these are both 18th century examples, with the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, things like that. There isn't like some grand gesture. There's experimentation, there's moving back and forth, there's different ideas are tested out. And let's look at that period of the laboratory of ideas in the Netherlands when the discussion of what to do with the Jews really came about. It's important to note as well, before we get into the actual material, that the Jews of Amsterdam and the Netherlands also have a bumpy road when it comes to tolerance. The Jewish community also struggled with diversity, and they didn't automatically adopt the same level of tolerance for internal diversity as we see, of course, with figures like Uriel da Costa and shown here Benedict Spinoza. And I think we're going to have to focus on that a little bit, maybe in the next lecture. But for now, let's just set the scene for this 16th century debate that represents two poles of thought in Protestant Netherlands. Let us now turn to two thinkers and their works, and we'll understand a little bit about the two poles of thought of Protestants in the Netherlands and how they want to relate to the Jews. I'm following the argument by a senior scholar named Dr. Daniel Swarczynski, who wrote in one of the classic works, a composite history of the Jews in the Netherlands, that was recently reviewed. And
yes, Vincy, can you hear me? Excellent. I'm going to tag you in something, and just let me know if you can. Yeah, no. That's not I understand. Right. So, okay, I just posted it. So if you're wondering where you look on your front page, and it should be under the hearts. Yeah. No shit, it worked? Yeah. Oh, I'm going to tear this motherfucker up. Can you imagine how powerful that is? And we're not even following each other? Don't follow me. Don't follow me. Don't. I like it. I mean, not that I have a problem with you following me. I absolutely can't, but I like it that you're like a random account so you can see things better. Sometimes it'll let you in if it, like, when I send you a random ass message, I want it to hit you like a random ass person, not like someone who's following you. Get what I'm saying? If you're following me, sometimes it will allow my message. If you're not following me, it should reject it. But it excellent. Okay, so that's dirty. Okay, so get this, dude. I fucking created a robot on Instagram that literally just takes the top. This is so fucking smart. I mean, to me, I don't know why anybody isn't doing this, but as I look at this is fucking really smart. Okay, so what is it? I need to spread a YouTube link, right? But I can't do it really well. I mean, actually, I can. But like, how do I do it directly to these motherfuckers? Like directly, not just spamming randomly, but direct Instagram. So how do I get like a bunch of Instagram fucking using it? Well, that's actually really difficult to do. Believe it or not, they don't just provide huge fucking lists of everything. They just don't. The reason why is because they don't want people to automate it. They also don't want to give out that information. So what I do is I go to the Kick Just Chat front page and I scroll all the way to the bottom, as close to the bottom as I can. And I can press Control A and I copy it. go to ChatGPT and I say, ChatGPT, please just give me the usernames, none of the other garbage in there, just chatting or 18 plus or IRL or any of that. Here, how about that? Oh, just one now. Anyway, and ChatGPT, like fucking that, just gives me a list of fucking perfect usernames. Something that would have taken hours and hours of me to manually do. It has taken me hours. I mean, I've always used bots for this shit. I don't have the fucking time. I mean, maybe I did it at first, like just to see how tedious it is, but no, I've used bots talking to you on different things. And what I would use then is called an email scraper or a username scraper. But this is a little different. I guess it is a username scraper, but it's AI, so it's more advanced. So I take all that information and then put it into a document that's just you. And then I have 3 windows open. I can show this to you very easy to understand. One just has a username, one has Instagram, and one has a message. And what I do is I take like the username, go and create a new message, and it grabs that person's hit username, and 95% of the time, their Instagram is exactly the same. Like yours, if I were to take Caspian C and put it in the Instagram search, it finds you because you're the first person who's going to show up with such a similar name in in Instagram, and so it just grabs that person and then it sends them a message. And the message that it sends them is kick ban this interview with Rabbi Rothschild and Corey. Please share. And then it gets the link. And then it sends it. And it doesn't just send a text of it, it sends that picture. So you see like, oh, this is a YouTube video. This is a legitimate YouTube link. And I know that because I can see the picture and or you think it's a legitimate video. And I mean, because it is. I wouldn't send a phishing link. It's not how I do it. I don't know. If people will study my behavior as a quote unquote hacker in the future, I'm certain, or fairly certain. And if they do, they recognize like I don't want anything malicious. Pardon me? Yeah, there you go. I basically though, I'm now starting to spam these people on different platforms, and that's a whole different thing. Why? Dog. You know what? It's one thing to just be on somebody's ass on one platform, but then when you're on their ass on another platform, and it's a pretty big platform, Instagram still, all these people are on it. It's really easy to connect with them. And now I'm just going to create bots that are just tagging these motherfuckers' usernames, and the accounts that are tagging them are like, sock is female ejaculate. Like, who the fuck has a name like that? What the fuck is this? Like, who the fuck do you think you are? You can fucking annoy the shit out of me in my face. I get that. Takes a news, but now it's Instagram. Dude, fuck you. Get the fuck out of my life. That's exactly what I want. Then I'm living in their head rent free, and eventually they'll watch that fucking interview with Ari and Sandlot, and you think, okay, all right, maybe you're not so bad, but you come off as really bad. Just like Ari says in that interview, like if you don't know at first, you're like, this is just a bot, forget it. And then enough wearing it someone, and they're interviewing on you on their platform. And you've seen me do that on Kick basically from the start of my interaction with Kick, and these people are starting to warm up to me. So that's exciting. Dude, another rabbi like my message. That's tight. I mean, I'll give you, this is not a religious message, and I'm not sending it to the religious community. I'm sending it to the influencer community, but just because I have random rabbis in my follow me or I follow them, just randomly over the course. Literally, there have been times where I've just gone through and followed every rabbi on Twitter, and they'll follow me back. They'll do the same. They'll follow all the rabbis on Twitter, and they'll follow me for whatever reason, so that you get in there. But I wouldn't expect them to respond. But that's really nice. All right, now what are we doing? Yeah, it does. But then again, you never know when something is. So, uh, like a lot of times, if I get something in the hidden request or whatever, I generally ignore it. I should say that. These things fucking drive me crazy. It's almost as if if you send me a hidden message, and I know to look at my hidden messages, I kind of get fascinated. Why did they put it in the hidden message? Is it because of your account? Is it because of the message? Like, what is it about? Like, now I'm really fucking interested. And so I'll click on it and I'll be like, oh, well, and I know a lot of people don't look for their hidden messages, so I'm probably one of only like probably 10% of people who have any interest in these things. But it's very interesting. Oh, all right. Caspian Seek started following me from your reel. All right, there you go. Excellent. All right. So what I'm gonna do is set up another bot. I think that is just going to spam like individual people's names, just like yours. Caspian Seek IG. Just one. That's it. That's the fucking comment. That's it. And if you think that there's more, that's fine. Oh, here's what sucks. Instagram only allows you to upload 15 minutes of like video, but then if you do a live video, you can do a 4-hour video. Why? I don't fucking know. I don't get it. But what does that mean for this? I'm just gonna upload. I uploaded 15 minutes of the video. If you are so fucking dumb that you cannot figure out where to find the rest of this video, that's fine. I shouldn't say stuff like that. It's really hard to find your shit. So nothing like that. But I mean, if you're really interested at that point, you'll be able to find the rest of it. And if not, you can. It literally is in like the title of things, like what I Discord. Really, really make it watch it. So what I'm gonna do is just count out people's fucking apps. And the thing is, they all know who I am. You heard Ari say, everyone, all these motherfuckers know who I am. But now it's going to be something, this motherfucker's on another platform. Now he's fucking on another. Imagine it's you, Caspian, see, and one of these motherfuckers who comes in all the time and who is like, hey, I got graphic design or whatever, you know, join my Discord or whatever. Then they start following you on another platform. It would make me think, how many other fucking platforms are you going to follow? Yeah. Exactly. You know what's interesting is I haven't even talked about that yet. That's one of my big points, and in both these interviews, it raised the extinction of black hunting, which shows you how fucking deep my conversation depth is. I talk about the extinction with random people a few times a day, but just in those two interviews, I haven't hit on it, and usually it's because um, I'm just going on to something else. But both those interviews, I think afterward, okay, is there anything that I really wish that I would have said? Probably the extinction would have been the biggest one, but that's fine. I mean, it's that word exactly, exactly, and I'm fine with that. I like having more stuff up my sleeve, and I do mention. Oh, yeah, you mean the insurance? Oh yeah. With the Brazilian butler. Yeah.
Yes, Rabbi, you're like to say, oh, where I go, all right, run to bed, right, get laid down, get those under the next.
So that's pretty deep. I'm for it. It's expensive. Can't make it, but I'm for it.
Yes,
We'll have the money to do that. We'll certainly have the money to do that.
give a good speech out of the this Photoshop, like, look at that,
Yeah, if I would do it, I would do it for for colossal bioscientific. Like I want to do it for the people. I want people to know how to do it. You know what I mean? Like I'll put the extinction up there, and I'll lay out like a penthouse centerfold, but then in the corner, it should be for the company that's doing it or whatever company. There you go. So yes, you know, of all the things, of all of the different types of billboards that I've ever designed, I designed vertical spaces, horizontal spaces all over LA. I've designed both the art for them. I've done the deals for them. I know a lot about the billboard industry in LA. And the one thing I can never convince the owner of the business of was to put a QR code on a billboard. But I think that's such a good fucking idea. The reason why he didn't want to do it is he had a lot of billboards on the freeway, and like you're gonna have people driving on the freeway. Yeah, but I think it's a phenomenal idea, so I want to do it. Wax, how you living, pimp? Loving life. Did you see I did a shout out to you recently?
Yeah, what's up?
Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going viral. Did you see my interview with Ari yet? Ari? Did you see? I did. Dog, you got to see it. Here's why. It was banned from Kick. Here's why. I actually show because I tell Eddie in a video where the Kick app is preventing people from signing up, and we get it on video and send it to him. But he's cool. He sent me. He accepted my friend request on Discord. So hopefully we'll be able to fix. I know. How do you like that, man? Yeah, we're going viral. I'm telling you. Yeah. And then no, I've been spamming the shit out of people on Instagram and on TikTok. Yeah, dog. That's right. That's right, baby. I'm living in your mind rent free. That's what I'm here to do. That's they could just rename. They could rename. They could rename Kick Rabbi. That's my platform. Okay. More than three. There hasn't been anything. I always think. I always think something can be tough. I mean, we've had things happen. I always think things can be tough. The Queen's death was big. The birth of AI was big. The election was big. The coronation of a king has been big. But if you think the pandemic was the last big event, so I do have that on camera. But there wasn't one like big moment of the event that took place of the pandemic. It was more of a long term, drawn out pandemic. So I caught so I caught that. So I caught the end of that, and then we've had, I mean, the death of the Queen of England for many people in the world is one of the biggest events of the century. And then I think the birth of AI, yeah, sure, everyone that has happened since like 2021. So what's one that stands out in my mind? Betty White is the big one. Here's why Betty White was such a big one. Let me explain. When I first started this, I was doing it just to get my golf swing on camera, and I would say some funny things on camera that I thought maybe my future family might want to see what the dad was like when he was a younger person. And so I started recording these things. I started uploading them, and it would just take too long to record them and upload them. And I felt it would probably be faster if I would just read them live. And what I would end up doing every night after hitting golf balls, as Betty White approached her 100th birthday, she was 99. I said on her 100th birthday, I was going to fuck her live on the street. And this bitch ends up dying like 27 days before her 100th birthday. And so I have a countdown at the very, very earliest videos I have a countdown every single day that I'm going to fuck this 100-year-old bitch. And then she dies in her last month. It's unbelievable. So, so when it comes to like a celebrity death, that one was big. There's another one that's big that you wouldn't think. Like there have been other ones, but that you wouldn't think. Okay, so there's the drummer of the Rolling Stones. His name is Charlie Watts, and I really like the Rolling Stones. And I had the whole video to this guy, and then we go and see the Rolling Stones on the street. So I went to see the Rolling Stones at SoFi Stadium in 2021, and I recorded the whole thing. And so we got that on this. So I mean, we got like Rolling Stones concert. That's a cool thing. And what other deaths have we had? The Queen was a big one, just because it was like I don't know, 7 days or something like that it was covered. And I certainly remember where I was when I heard it. I heard it on the radio, and I then like proceeded to do it. This is why I'm doing this. That I want to be able to record historic moments. That was at the beginning of the pandemic. So I know where I was for COVID. Exactly. It was really like, yeah, weeks. Yeah. But just before. So Kobe, we don't have. The Queen, we do. And those have been the big deaths of the last 10 years or so. I do have the last election. So I haven't been streaming for 4 years. Almost. But I have on election day in 2020. I have myself on video. Yeah, that's January 6th, 2020. So, hold on, 2021. That's January 6th, 2021. So, that was before this. This starts this starts later than a year. So, fall of 2021 or summer 2021 is when this starts. But I do have some weird videos that I've taken that weren't live streamed. So I have one. If you remember the George Floyd protest, um, I have literally. Okay, well, hopefully it catches up. With the George Floyd protest, I have a video where I was on. I was in downtown LA, and I was just taking a video, and um, the protest started up at 8 p.m. on a given night, and that was something that really changed America. Uh, and then I had that election in 2020. On the day of the election, I took a video, and then from there, my full long-term streams were this summer of 2020. So here we are in 2024, or more than summer 2024. We're here in fall 2024, and I've been doing more than now, more than 3 years. And no, it could be for certainly posterity purposes. I'll be excited to be able to stream it and be alongside the other influencers. But when it comes to politics, I don't think so. Sure, I don't get political. I think both sides. I think both sides are trying to stay out of it. Word. Um, hey, I want to make sure that you have. I'm gonna send you right now in Discord. It could be. I'm gonna send you a Discord. Yes, sir. That's okay. But I still may be. Here's what I'm doing. I'm sending you in Discord the band video from Kick. And if you watch it, you'll see me call out Eddie and say that he needs to fix his platform in a really, really nice way. he wouldn't have accepted my friend request on Discord if I didn't do it in a nice way. And I told him he's going to be a trillionaire someday. We're going to make him the biggest streaming platform ever, but it needs improvement. I said, you got 200 people working at Pick right now. You need 400. People's food depends on this. Their families depend on this. Their lives depend on this, and the numbers must be accurate. The login must be smooth. What I show on this video, on with Ori, if you know who the streamer is, Ori, we show that the login for Kick is broken. That it only works about 50% of the time. People don't have that type of patience that they're going to try a whole bunch of times. If it doesn't work the first time, they're going to go to a different platform, or they're not going to want to sign up, or they're going to be confused. So hopefully, and we know it's going to get fixed, but they took down Ori's VOD. Kick took down Ori's VOD, but not before I could get a version of it and then upload it to YouTube. So I sent you the banned version from Kick, and it's in your inbox now. So please check it out. I do shout outs there too, so you'll be able to, and I referenced the first video as well. And you should just know I really appreciate having the opportunity to be on your podcast, your stream the other day. And you should know that I've been building on that. So that's how, we get to Sam Bond, and then Sam Bond, we get to Ori, and we're really starting to make moves now. You can hear Ori say in this video, dude, you're a celebrity. Aiden Ross knows who you are. Eddie knows who you are. Everybody on Kick knows who you are. And that's what we want, because I talk about world peace. I promote world peace. That's what I want. I don't want people to have war. Like Chicken Man, dude, I'm serious. Watch that video. You'll be like, wow, Rabbi really calls out the Kick team to improve the app, and he's talking to me as a streamer because he says that he wants to make me more money. And it's hard to do so when the platform is broken. And so take a look at it, because you won't perhaps always have an opportunity to see it, though I think this video is going to go viral. If you do get any spam from me on Instagram, just know I created a bot on Instagram now to promote the YouTube. So I'm just, yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. Yeah, dog. Oh, yeah. All over. It's all over. So you should know the IG is much better at spam prevention and stuff. So if you're ever going to find my stuff, I will have tagged you, and it'll be a hidden message. But that's fine. Still, people are checking the hidden messages. Excellent. Dude, then it works. Excellent. All right, man. Well, I'm going to keep on keeping on. Hey, Flex, let me just tell you this. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, you let me know, okay? Excellent. I fuck with you too, Flex. Excellent. Take care, man. Hey, don't be a stranger. We'll see you, baby. That's a Flax Life, everybody. Follow him at kick.com/a-Flax-Life. That's okay. You know who Flax Life is, right? Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, do you see, he's like, dude, I see you tag me on some video, and so I don't even know what fucking video is. You know what's so funny in that Sam Bond video? He's like, oh, you're the guy who goes around on Instagram and does shout outs to people. And that's absolutely true, but I didn't know he was referencing me, and just shows you how much shit I do. I knew I did something similar, but he said that this person does it every day. And I'm like, oh, I don't do it every day. I did it every day for a month, but I don't do it every day anymore. So I didn't want to take somebody else's niche, which would be the daily shout out. I didn't want to take that, but that was my niche. I just didn't know it was referencing. Dude, I sent him a message. My bot did. I thought.
Of the wars that sweep across the continent, but also migration, including, for our purposes, those Portuguese new Christians who represent a really unsettling new element in the Netherlands. There's tremendous amount of economic change. The Americas have been discovered by the Europeans, and a whole new world of economic development becomes possible. Amsterdam and the Netherlands is at the center of that. Is a great maritime economy of commerce, which definitely favors these new Jewish migrants and so on. And so the whole question of what to do with the Jews is so wrapped up with people trying to figure out how do we find ourselves between these two poles of medieval exclusionism and an almost postmodern freedom. I just find it so fascinating. I really hope that some of you watching will be able to join us on this cruise. We only have room for, I think, a few more at this point in time. But if not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the fruits of my research and maybe some videos from the Netherlands themselves. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so thrilled to present this little bit of historical data that I recently enjoyed learning about as I was preparing for the Kosher Riverboat cruises to the Netherlands and Belgium. This is one of the earliest pieces of evidence of Jews living in this region. It dates from the middle of the 13th century, and it has so many fascinating little bits of, wow. You know, I just don't know why more people aren't Jewish historians, because this is just so much fun. I'm so grateful that I have the opportunity to do this and share it with you. So, first of all, what do we know about the Jews in Belgium? Not a lot. You know, most of the earliest data that we have is primarily references that are topographic in nature, meaning, you know, there's a reference to a medieval town having a Jewish street, or even a Judenkastle, which is apparently a Jewish castle, probably a synagogue, something like that. The earliest documentation that we have dates basically from the early 14th century, and they're mainly real estate transactions that involve Jews, rentals and sales and things like that. They're almost always in Latin, although we do have one interesting document dated 1344 that has some Hebrew annotations as well that basically repeats the key data that's mentioned in Latin. Probably for one of the participants in the deal who, you know, wants to keep a record for himself in his own language. So as I was doing this research, I came across the work of a scholar named Emile Duverlot. His years are 1846 to 1929. I was really surprised I couldn't find a lot out about him, although he was the author of a four-part article that was published at great length. It's almost a small book called Notes et documents sur les Juifs de Belgique sous l'Ancien Régime. It's basically about the Jews in medieval Belgium and then coming up to his time. Fascinating material. And he published it in the very prestigious journal Revue des Études Juives, essentially the Review of Jewish Studies in the years 1883 to 1884. I couldn't find much about him. This is the main work that he's cited for, although he is listed in French sources as a conservateur honoraire des manuscrits de la Bibliothèque Royale de Belgique, that he is an honorary conservator. I don't know what that means exactly, but he's conserving manuscripts in the Royal Library of Belgium. Very cool. He found a lot of really interesting things, like, for example, this, which is not exactly what we're going to study, but it's still cool. This is a Hebrew seal that was attached to one document in the Seigneurial Archives of Luxembourg, which is right nearby, and it's dated 1378 or possibly 1379. And if you look at it, you see it's got this interesting, and this is obviously a drawing of the seal. I could not find an actual photo of the seal. This is taken from his 1883 article. In the center of the seal, it looks like a Jewish man, perhaps with payos, certainly with a beard, and wearing the traditional Jewish hat that was mandated for 1215. Interesting question about that. And then surrounding the seal, looking from, like, let's say 11 o'clock and then moving counterclockwise, you can see it's also written down there on the bottom in Hebrew, Yaakov, and then there is an abbreviation, Beit He Kuf, and then Yoel, and that strange word Golcha, which he translates as Jacob, and then the abbreviation Beit He Kuf he renders as son of the saint, or son of the Holy One. The Hebrew word would be Kadosh, and Yoel, which would be his father's name. Now, Yaakov ben Yoel, which would be a very typical way for Jews to sign their names. The man, the son of his father, is a typical way to sign a name. What is this title, Kadosh, or holy? It's not that common. But when you figure out the dates, and you say that this document is from 1378, 1379, it could be that his father, whose name was apparently Yoel Golcha. Golcha is a strange name. Maybe that's a place name. Maybe that's some kind of surname that might have been used by the family. But why would he be a Kadosh? Why would he be a martyr, someone who died al Kiddush Hashem? Because there was a lot of rampages against the Jews in the context of the Black Death, 1347 through about 1354. So it could be that Yaakov's father was martyred in an anti-Semitic attack in the context of the Black Death. Could be, we don't know. But these are the kinds of really cool things that Emil Uverlo found for us. And we're going to look at one right now that I think is just so amazing. So this is something that was discovered in a town called Tienen, also known as Tirlemont, in Belgium. You can see here on this map, it's just west of Brussels. And apparently when they were doing some construction in the orchard of the civil hospital in 1872, they came across a Jewish graveyard. It was apparently underneath a small chapel that was being renovated, only about 1.5 feet down, so the graves were really quite shallow. And here you can see a picture of the hospital building at the time. I don't know where the chapel would have been located, right in the orchard, I assume in the back somewhere. But what they discovered was a series of human graves, human remains, and this remarkable stone. Let's look at this in greater detail. This gravestone, which obviously is written in Hebrew, measures about 63 centimeters by 64 centimeters, which is about 2 feet by 2 feet. And it's written in very fine block Hebrew print, Assyrian print. Thankfully, you can read most of it, but Emil Overlew provided us with a transcription. Here's what it looks like. So it begins with this strange word, mifutachat, which means engraved. Okay, Even Echad, one stone. And this must be the stone that it's referring to, right? This stone is engraved. And here's an interesting thing. The word echad, or one, is misspelled because the word even, stone, is an irregular feminine, meaning in Hebrew it appears to be a masculine. It doesn't end, for example, in a hey, but it is always rendered as a feminine when it is declined. So it should really read even achat with a taf. So that's interesting. Why would there be a fairly obvious grammatical mistake here, unless it speaks perhaps to the level of learning of the community, high enough that they have someone who can carve gravestones in Hebrew, but not so perfect that if there's a mistake, people won't catch it or people will let it slide. I don't know. It's interesting. But let's go on with the text. It reads, Vehi mitzvah l'rosh marat Rivka bat Reb Moshe. And it, referring to the stone, which is now, of course, rendered in the feminine, stands at the head of Marat Rivka. Marat is an honorific title. We would translate this into English as something like Madam or Mrs., perhaps. But it's strange because typically, if you're going to use Marat, you would also indicate who she was married to, but that's omitted here. So we have to assume that perhaps she was single, perhaps even never married, because she's not mentioned her deceased husband is not mentioned either. And this is amplified by what's going to come a little later. At any rate, she is the daughter of Reb Moshe. Her father's name is Moshe. Sheniftera b'shem. And she died with a name. Now, if you look at the stone, and Overlow writes about this, it seems to be written Bishav with a veit at the end of the word, rather than a final mem. That's probably due to the deformity of the stone over time and difficulty of reading it, because this is right at the very end of the line. The letters are very similar, except for the left-hand slash. So this makes a lot more sense than Bishav. Bishav would mean something like she died in a state of return or repentance, which would just beg a whole pile of questions. It's probably the word b'shem, which would mean with a name, meaning she died with a good reputation. And that would definitely relate to her title, Marat, meaning, Mrs. or Madam, and honorific. Interesting that we don't know what she did to deserve this, but she obviously received a high degree of honor from the people who put this together. And then it says the year Shnat Chameshat Alpayim V'Shisha Asar V'Prat, which is the year in 5016 in the Hebrew counting from the beginning of creation, right, the Anno Mundi, but in the Christian calendar, it will be rendered as either the year 1255 or 1256. We don't know what month of the year she died in, so that's why it's one of the two, because the Hebrew year begins in the fall of the secular year. And then it has the phrase with these highlights on the above, which normally suggests that there's something special to be done with these letters, like to calculate their numerical value or something like that. But Overload does not help us out with what this might mean here. And it says, the Nocha B'Gan Eden, and her rest is in the Garden of Eden. The fascinating reference opens up so many questions. But what is really, I think, most important for us is that this is the earliest archaeological record of Jews living in Belgium, dating from the year 1255. It predates even the literary records by almost 100 years. I just love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands and Belgium. Let's take just a few minutes to talk about the remarkable Jewish history in Antwerp. This region, as you can see from the map here, is quite close to the Netherlands, and we've spoken quite a bit about Amsterdam, which is an amazing city. I've never been there before. I can't wait to see it. But Antwerp is the home of a bustling modern Jewish community. Very excited to see that as well. In many ways, the history kind of overlaps what's happening to the north. The region was under common rule for quite a bit of its time. We only have Jews appearing there from the 15th century onwards, so it's a relatively modern Jewish community, and it's just fascinating. First of all, like Amsterdam, one of the most important early populations in Antwerp were the Portuguese Jews. These are, you will recall, Jews who were the descendants of Jews forcibly converted in 1391 in Spain, and then some of the expellees from 1492 made it into Portugal, where they were again forcibly converted in the year 1497. And then after that, many of them living as Christians for already, a generation by this time, they begin to slowly trickle out of Portugal and find their ways to places where they can adopt, to varying degrees, their Jewish identity. Now, in Antwerp, the Emperor Charles V granted safe conduct to these Portuguese Jews in 1526, which was right on time because the Inquisition would arrive in Portugal as well in 1536. And according to Samuel Usque, who was one of the refugees of Portugal at this time, who wrote The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel, a really remarkable book, the Portuguese Inquisition was like even more horrible than the Spanish Inquisition. So Antwerp played a very, very important role in being a kind of a conduit for Jews fleeing Portugal, that is, Jews who had been forcibly converted, they're living as Christians, and they have to get out of there in order to readopt their Jewish identity. One of the most famous of them is the great Dona Gracia Mendes Nassi. Here she is, most likely, according to many art historians, as a subject of the great Il Bronzino. This painting is called La Donna in Rosso con Bambino, which is just a luminous portrait of this very heroic woman who actually at one point declared a worldwide boycott on the shipping lanes in the Papal States, which is just a mind-boggling story, but not for us now. At any rate, the Nassi family used Antwerp as one of their passages to get out of Portugal and to get to even more free places to the east. Ultimately, the Portuguese pressure increased on Antwerp, and they eventually had to crack down on a lot of the Jews who were using this as a way station. The Jews who lived there permanently were expelled. There was a certain number of them who remained illegally, and others only began to return after 1648. Now, under Austrian rule, which begins from 1713 and on, conditions begin to slowly improve for the Jews, and then remarkably, it falls to the French in the Revolutionary era in 1794, which results in complete emancipation for the Jews of the region, which is extremely important. And finally, in 1830, Belgium becomes an independent country when there are about 150 Jews living in Antwerp at the time. And this is just the beginning of the real population growth of Jews living in Antwerp in the turn of the 20th century. What's happening? Why Antwerp? Well, I think the most important thing we should think about is that there are a lot of Jews who are making their way west at this time. As you can see from this map here, which tracks the displacement of Jews from the Pale of Settlement. That's the region in the former Russian Empire where Jews were allowed to live. A huge wave of migration, not only of Jews, but also of various Southern Europeans and Eastern Europeans, begins around this time, 1881 to 1917. The country will collapse and there will be a civil war. And you can see there's 1.75 million Jews make their way to the United States of America. 45,000 make their way to the land of Israel. Smaller numbers go to South America, Australia, and elsewhere. And Antwerp is one of the last sites on the European continent before they make their way across the Atlantic. This coincided with a huge rise in the diamond industry, which was an industry that was something that Jews were very well prepared for culturally. There was a lot of finance involved, a lot of detailed work with gem cutting, and there was a long history of Jews involved in this. And so many of those migrants, about 250,000 Jews made their way to Western Europe. Many of them said, hey, why should we cross the big pond? Let's stay right here in Antwerp. So if you look at this chart here, you can see how the population grew remarkably from about 8,000 in 1900 to about 55,000 in 1939, when about 1 in 5 residents of Antwerp was Jewish. That's the peak of the population, of course, immediately prior to the Holocaust. The tragedies of the Holocaust, of course, also reached Belgium, although in some ways there were some highly distinctive features for the Jews of Antwerp. First of all, we should realize that many of these Jews were not actually Belgian citizens at the time, and so they felt unusually insecure with the German invasion. Many of them realized that they were extremely exposed to the threat of Nazism, more so than citizens in many of the other countries and surrounding regions. So a large-scale flight of the Jews of Antwerp began, and they went primarily to France. And this combined, however, with a German economic interest in keeping the diamond industry functioning. Since the diamond industry was really dependent on Jews, they actually slow-walked a lot of the discriminatory measures that were instituted with much more zeal in other parts of Eastern and Western Europe. So ultimately, however, the weight of the slavery that the Nazis had to their anti-Semitic ideology simply could not be overcome. And so the Jewish badge was instituted, and there was violence and discrimination, and ultimately deportations to Auschwitz began in the summer of 1942. By the end of the war, the some 50,000 Jews that were living in Antwerp had reduced to less than 1,000 who were able to emerge from their hiding places where they had successfully avoided the deportations. The number of actual Jews from Antwerp who were killed in the Holocaust is a little difficult to calculate because many of them fled to other countries immediately prior to the war, but it definitely represents a horrible devastation of the community that so few remain in. However, the industry was still quite strong, and it was very, very important to the economic health of the community as a whole. And there were a lot of refugees from the war who decided to choose Antwerp as their home as well. Ultimately, the community rebounded. By the turn of the 20th century, there were about 15,000 Jews living in Antwerp. Again, only about a quarter of the pre-war population, but nevertheless a significant amount of Jews who were highly concentrated in certain economic areas and in certain geographic parts of the city. It actually has one of the highest rates of Jewish education in Europe. About 9 out of 10 Jewish children in Antwerp attend Jewish school, which is a remarkably high figure. Contemporary population estimates say there are about 20 to 25,000 in Antwerp. Very vibrant community, and about 5,000 Jewish children in Jewish schools there. Really remarkable. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Antwerp. It would be great if you could join us on this cruise, and if you're not able to, I'm sorry, but I'll hope to share some of this with you on YouTube. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I was doing my research for the upcoming cruise to the Netherlands with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, I came across this individual who was just so inspirational. I just wanted to take a few minutes and speak about his activity during World War II. I'm speaking, of course, about Walter Susskind, who was a German Jew who was living in Amsterdam, and he saved about 600 Jewish children during the Holocaust. And he's especially fascinating because, one of the things that the Nazis did that when they came into territories and occupied them is they immediately relied on an organization called the Judenrat, or Jewish Council, which was typically made up of people who had, prior to the occupation, been serving some kind of communal capacity, and they were impressed upon by the Nazis to become essentially their accomplices, to put in place whatever demands the Nazis had, whether it was confiscations of money, of valuables, furs, radios, whatever, all the way up to deportation of the population. Typically what happened when the Nazis set up these Judenräte is that they would come in and they would make demands, and the leadership would refuse. They would typically be shot on the spot, and then the Nazis would say, who's second in charge? Who's third in charge? Sometimes they would have to go through several levels until they found people who were willing to cooperate with the Nazis because they were forced to. So there's a big open moral question with regards to the functioning of the Judenräte, because after all, the members of the Judenrat were accomplices to the Nazis in their horrific activities. But that's not universal. We definitely have some Judenrat leaders, like, for example, Adib Czerniaku in Warsaw, who left a detailed memoir, a diary, before he took his own life when he realized he could not hold back the Nazis from what they intended for the Jewish population. So some of those Judenrat leaders were actually doing everything in their power to try and save Jews. One of those examples is Walter Susskind of Amsterdam. Susskind was a fairly nondescript individual. He was born in 1906 in Germany, and he eventually became the manager of a margarine factory. In 1938, sensing the distinct anti-Semitism that Nazis had inspired, he and his wife, and later their young daughter, Yvonne, fled Germany, and they were hoping to make it to the United States. They ended up in Amsterdam when the war broke out, and his employment at that time was that he was a manager of the Hollandse Schouwburg, the theater of the Netherlands in Amsterdam, which served as a collection point for Jews in the Nazi deportation plans to Westerbork, which was a transit camp. Susskind relied on his human management skills to make very good relations with the Nazis in Amsterdam, while secretly plotting against them to foil their plans to murder the Jews of the region. He worked together with an economist named Felix Haverstadt in the theater, such that when families were brought to the theater for deportation, he would make sure that the records of the children simply disappeared. And then they would be taken to a nearby nursery that was run by a Jewish woman named Henrietta Enriquez Pimentel, who would then smuggle them out to a nearby teachers' college. The teachers' college was run by a man named Johann van Proest. And from there, they would be taken away in whatever means they could. The small children were taken away in backpacks, in shopping bags, even in laundry baskets, and they were then shipped out to nearby suburbs of Amsterdam. In total, about 600 Jewish children were saved through this remarkable network that involved a lot of accomplices, Jewish and non-Jewish, to make sure they cooperated to save these children. They worked together with the Utrecht's Kindercommittee, the Children's Committee of Utrecht, and even the Dutch resistance to make all of this happen. Unfortunately, Susskind himself and his family would not survive the war. Like many members of the Judenrat, even though they were very valuable to the Nazis, ultimately they were just simply last on the list to be deported. So in 1944, Susskind and his wife and his daughter were deported to Westerbork. He tried to get them out of there with letters of recommendation that he had from his previous overseers, but he had no luck whatsoever. They were later deported to Theresienstadt and then finally to the notorious Auschwitz. He was separated from his wife and daughter on October 25th, 1944, and although he survived, they were killed immediately. Susskind himself would eventually die in one of the death marches of February 1945 as the Nazis desperately to pull from the advance of the Red Army. After the war, of course, his heroism was remembered. A film was made about him, and a bridge was constructed nearby in Amsterdam over one of the many canals as a memorial to the way in which he was literally a bridge from death to life for 600 Jewish children. Absolute inspiration. Thank you very much for watching. fellow students of Jewish history, I am so thrilled that next week, God willing, we will board our ship and we will begin our cruise of the Netherlands and Belgium. And I want to share with you about one individual I recently learned about as I was doing work on the lectures on the economy of the Golden Age, which is basically the 17th century. Joseph Penso de la Vega, Jose de la Vega, his years are 1650 to 1692, and he is one of those amazing group of Jews who had made their way from the Iberian Peninsula to Sudan, his family in particular. He did amazing, phenomenal things there, specifically in his literary work and in his analysis of the stock market. So before I get back to him, let's just have a quick look at the status of the economy in Amsterdam in the 17th century. A lot of that activity has to do with the opening up of new markets as a result of the connection of Europe with the Americas and also with the Far East as well. Have a look at this map of the, let me try and say this, Verwantschapslanden, the kindred countries. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had, fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. Very important was the market in what would later become Brazil, right? Hugely significant, and also in the northern part of South America and also the Caribbean. Huge significance for the settlement of Jews in North America in general. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. And of course, for our purposes, very important is South Africa, which will be very significantly connected to the diamond trade, which runs its way through Belgium and Amsterdam as well. So all of this new economic activity is happening, and it is concentrating itself especially in the stock exchange. The first European International Exchange was established in Antwerp, not too far away from Amsterdam, in 1536. It had a lot of participation of Portuguese Jews, and in fact, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange really got going in 1674, about 13% of all of the activity there was involving Portuguese Jews, which is very significant given the fact that their population in the city was in the single digits. They were really quite overrepresented here because it was a new economic niche that could be well exploited by their numeracy and their literacy. Here's an image of the stock exchange from 1670 that gives you a sense of what this must have been like in the 17th century. Now that brings us to Jose de la Vega. His father was a victim of the Inquisition. His name was Isaac Penso Felix, and he was arrested by the Inquisition. He was born in a place called Espejo, Spain. And while he was held, he made a vow that if he were ever to be released, he would find his way back to openly practicing Judaism, right? He was one of the many Jews and descendants of Jews who had been forcibly converted in 1391 in a series of pogroms. The Inquisition, of course, was created to specifically prohibit those Jews from practicing their faith and maintaining their fictional existence as Christians. He was fortunately released, and he made his way first to Antwerp with his family and later on to Middelburg. And there he openly accepted his Jewish identity and began practicing Judaism without fear. He was also known to have been an extremely charitable individual and given out about 80,000 guildens, which implied that he must have been a very wealthy person as well. Now, his son, Jose, was born in the year 1650, and he proved to be quite a literary individual, did a lot of writing, not only of letters that were later published, but also of several books. The one that's most significant for our purposes is a book called Confusión de Confusiones. I wonder if that would be Confusión de Confusiones. I don't know Spanish well enough, but obviously the English title would be Confusion of Confusions. And it was published in 1688 as the first book describing how the stock exchange works. It has actually retained a lot of its value. It was translated into English, and it's still used today. It's a fascinating work. It has 4 dialogues involving a so-called fastidious philosopher, a prudent merchant, and an erudite stockholder. And he gets into all kinds of things. He explains what stocks are, he explains options, speculative maneuvers, and all kinds of fascinating things. And very important for historians because it tells us a lot about how this major European exchange in the 17th century operated. He's also a very funny writer, and there's all kinds of like anecdotes and very pungent descriptions of life in Amsterdam and so on. It's really, really quite interesting. He includes, for example, 4 basic rules of speculation, which have retained their value to the present day. A lot of people really say that, man, this is what it's all about. And here they are. I'll give them to you first. The first rule in speculation is never advise anyone to buy or sell shares. That doesn't sound so much like an economic idea as more of like how to maintain, friendships with your brother-in-law, things like that. But don't give anyone advice. He goes on to say that basically, it's all up in the air. Things go up and down, and you don't want to give people bad advice and then get blamed for it. Second rule: accept both your profits and regrets. Meaning, don't simmer in the awful kind of feeling of, oh, I should have bought that when it was cheap and things like that. I should have sold it before it crashed. There's no point to it. It's just going to make you feel awful. It really sounds more like a self-help book than a formal financial analysis. But nevertheless, the third rule, and it relates, I think, to the first 2 rules: profit in the share market is goblin treasure. Now, I wasn't sure exactly what goblin treasure is, but he goes on to explain. At one moment, it is carbuncles. The next is coal. One moment, diamonds. The next, pebbles. And the profits that you earn, they can blow up tremendously, and they can also, be removed almost immediately. The so-called bubbles, right? Very, very important rule. The fourth rule: he who wishes to become rich from this game must have both money and patience. Really fascinating. He is so important for the study of international financial markets that the Federation of European Securities Exchanges actually holds an annual prize, the De La Vega Prize, for research on European stock exchange. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this short video. I realize that if you haven't booked on a cruise, you're not going to be joining us. The boat was full for quite some time already, but maybe on a future cruise, and I certainly look forward to sharing more videos of my research and my experience there with you, because we all love Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching. These are all countries in which Dutch colonialism was active and had a lot of connection with the local economies and a lot of import-export going on. And Jews, in particular the Portuguese Jews who had fled the Inquisition and were looking for new economic niches, they began to find ways to be very active in these markets in all kinds of ways. And in particular, we see here New York, which of course was originally New Amsterdam, at least once the Europeans came to the region. It's fascinating, I think, that the local governor, Peter Stuyvesant, shown here, wearing a kippah. That's weird, I know, but I think it's just coincidental. He really didn't want to let the Jews in, but nevertheless, the officials in Amsterdam said to him, listen, they're really useful for our economics, and it's out of keeping with Dutch tradition not to allow them in. So he was forced to allow this tiny group of Jews in 1654 into North America. Good morning, folks. We're Dr. Amsterdam now, day 1 of our cruise to Netherlands and Belgium. We're going to explore a lot of fantastic places. I learned something about the history of Jews in this area. Sometimes when I'm cruising the Kosher River cruises, I think about, how did the land itself affect the culture of the people, and specifically their relationship with their Jewish minority? Since the year 1250, there has been a tremendous amount of collective effort by the inhabitants of the region to actually make it dry, to build these windmills and water drills to be able to extend the water elsewhere and keep the sea at bay. They were also prepared to overlook more minor differences that affected people's private lives, like, for example, religion. But it basically allowed an opening for minorities like the Jews to be able to flourish in a society like that. Thanks very much for watching. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. This morning we're cruising along a beautiful canal somewhere in southern Netherlands or probably northern Belgium on our way to the glorious city of Antwerp, which has a huge and vibrant Jewish population. And I really can't wait to see it as a point of embarkation for many European Jews, like my own ancestors, making their way over to the United States of America. What we saw yesterday in Amsterdam, especially the Portuguese synagogues, incredible building with so many details, and I was especially fascinated by the pelican symbol that was used, very unusual symbol used by the Jews of Amsterdam, specifically the leaders of the Portuguese Jewish community, to describe themselves. I'm going to talk about that in a smaller video. Anyway, I hope you have an excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this amazing Kosher River Blues with you. Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. So, yesterday was just such an amazing experience going to visit the Portuguese synagogue in Amsterdam, which is such a phenomenal edifice built in the 17th century. It really is a testament to the magnitude, and as we shall see, the generosity of these Portuguese immigrants in Amsterdam, what they affected for the larger Jewish community and really for Jewish history. One of the things that I really found especially fascinating was the unusual symbol that the Portuguese Jewish community adopted for themselves, specifically for their leadership. It's an image of a pelican striking its own breast and then feeding its blood to its otherwise starving children. What exactly does it mean? I think that the most dramatic representation of it is here in the Mamad boardroom. This is where the leadership would gather to engage in discussions and especially to distribute charitable funds to the community. And we shall see that's especially important. And it's frequently paired with the phoenix, which is a completely separate set of ideas relating to the rebirth of the community from the ashes, which is, of course, especially appropriate because the Portuguese Jews have just escaped the horrific Inquisition. Here's the real big question regarding this unusual symbol. Is it a Christian symbol? So the answer is yes, but there are two very major caveats that we have to bring to bear when we look at this symbol. First of all, it is highly unlikely that the Portuguese Jews, especially with their detailed experience of Christianity, actual lived Christianity, because they were forced in earlier generations to actually pretend to be Christians as a result of their forced conversion several generations earlier, and with their experience of persecution under the Inquisition, they would never have consciously adopted a Christian symbol for its Christian associations. So they knew what they were doing, and nevertheless they chose this symbol. Secondly, the symbol actually predates Christianity, reaching back into Roman, Greek, and Egyptian mythology. And it's likely that this is what the Portuguese leadership intended when they adopted the symbol. They were going back to its original meaning and not thinking of adopting the accretions later by the church. Very much so like the phoenix, which also has roots in Greek and Egyptian mythology, and it would be absurd to say that they wanted to adopt, Greek and Egyptian myth for themselves. So let's look at first recorded instance we have of the pelican as an image. It comes from the 2nd century text, usually attributed to Clement of Alexandria, Egypt, a book called the Physiologos. And what Clement of Alexandria was trying to do was he was taking a whole series of myths about animals and then applying Christian meanings and what Christians can learn from these behaviors. This was later adapted in the Middle Ages to various bestiaries, and it became an especially popular book when we look at the pelican in the Middle Ages when the Eucharist was introduced and circulated. And so we have lots of representations in Christian art. But what is the idea? I mean, the pelican, rather than letting children starve, opens up its breast and feeds her own blood to her children's feet alive, which is kind of gross, but there you go. The comparisons to the founder of Christianity, of course, are very obvious, especially when you look at the actual ritual of communion. So, back to our question, why would the Portuguese Jews adopt this symbol? They're really looking back at the pre-Christian origins of it, like they did with the phoenix, and they're talking about how the Jewish value of providing charitable funds to those in need is something that is incumbent upon Jews and is something that they value very highly. And this is especially appropriate because Portuguese Jews came into phenomenal wealth in the 17th century during the Golden Age, especially with the expansion of global trade, which they pioneered in many ways. And when we think about the 17th century, we can't avoid the massive influx of Ukrainian Jewish refugees, much like today, unfortunately, when as a result of the pogroms of 1648-49, there was a huge pressure for Jews to leave that region and find safer places to live. And it was incumbent upon the Portuguese Jewish leadership, the Mamad, to disperse funds for their use. They did so with tremendous generosity, and that's why the image of the pelican was especially prominent. There are many other details, other theories about why there are 3 of those baby pelicans, but for now, let's just leave it at that. I think this is just so fascinating. Really grateful to be able to see these things in person with Kosher River Cruises, and I hope that someday you'll enjoy them with me as well, or at least on video. Thank you very much for watching.
I did the headline. I text this song.
I'll read the record.
Yeah. So I will just hold it up and read it. Ooh, that's good. Oh, look at what. Oh, yeah, been
Okay, I'm going to focus in on the actual. I said, get the head in. I get the head in. Good for head. Ja.
Heel lekker.
Heel lekker. Ja. Ik ben stuur en nachtgestelde kinderen. Actieve, we gaan zien het teuren.
Now we're having a uniquely Jewish moment here. We stopped on the street in front of the synagogue, which has a plaque on the wall outside that denotes the structure as a collection point for Jews in anticipation of their deportation later to the death camps.
There are not many pictures because of course it was not allowed to take pictures during transportations. But this is one picture that was taken from an apartment in front of the street, and this shows which brought to nothing.
We walked in here, and sure enough, we started playing. The 2 guys learning Daf Yomi, and we started playing Jewish geography with them here, and it was like in 5 languages. It was in Hebrew, Dutch, English, Russian. It was every language, trying to match up where every day came from. And we're having a live Jewish one. One of the beautiful things about Antwerp is that we have this kind of experience here. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've just returned from an amazing cruise in the Netherlands and Belgium with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say that although there were so many fantastic things, I made a couple of short videos about a few of them. The highlight, without question, was this amazing Shabbos we spent in Middelburg, where we visited this synagogue that is just so fantastic. Let me tell you about it. So if you walk down a street called Herenstraat, you'll see this tiny little opening that goes through an alley. At the top of it says Beit HaKnesset, right, synagogue, and then it has the year Tahallel, which is the Hebrew word you will praise, that works out to the year 1704. And that's interesting, charming. I want to see what's inside. But what I think is especially unusual is that little plaque on the left, which is only in Dutch, and it describes a story. And you can see that under the Star of David and kind of the Lion of Judah, it has 4 dates. Built in 1704, occupied, that is by the Nazis, in 1940, destroyed, in this case by a British mortar, in 1944. And those 3 lines you'll frequently see on monuments of this nature. But then there's another line that says reconstructed 1994. And to my amazement, not only was the synagogue of Middelburg reconstructed as a physical entity, it's actually been repopulated. That everyone thought Jews had basically disappeared from this middle-sized town, but they began coming back once the synagogue was created. I'm going to tell you the whole story, and more importantly, I'm going to let some of the principal figures involved tell the story in this video. So first of all, let's just see where exactly is Middelburg. Here's a map of Europe, and you can see the Netherlands where it's located, just about equal to London, but across the continental side of the channel, of course. And in our cruise, we started in Amsterdam, which is a major Jewish center, and then we went all the way down through canal zones to the city of Antwerp. Very big population center there, where I had some great experiences tasting herring and things like that. Then we rode the ship down to the medieval village of Ghent and nearby Bruges, also very important. And then we made our way up to this little place called Middelburg and nearby Veere. Veere would be very important because that's the home of Ad Vos, who is going to be a major player in the story. Then after the trip, we went to Rotterdam, where we actually saw, it was pretty bizarre, a reconstruction of Noah's Ark. And then shortly after it, we saw a rainbow, which was very spooky. At any rate, that was our whole trip. We went back to Amsterdam and flew out of Schiphol Airport a week later. So let's focus in on Middelburg now. Here's an old map of the city, and you can see there's like kind of a ring road around a really old core. And then towards the bottom by the letter H, there is something that says a Israelitische Kerk, a Jewish church. In other words, this map labels the synagogue. The entrance is on Herenstraat to the right, but to the left is the home of the original builder of the synagogue. He had what they call in Dutch achterhuis, a behind house. It's the same word that is used for the structure in which Anne Frank and her family hid during the Holocaust. And he wanted to dedicate that space to becoming a synagogue. So that's the actual structure we're going to see. We also have an illustration of the synagogue in an almanac that was published in 1780, which is very fascinating. It has a whole bunch of entries about what Jews believe and what they do in synagogue and things like that. And we have a pretty good idea of the plan of the synagogue. If you have a look at this modern drawing, you can see Herenstraat, the entrance is on the south at the bottom of this drawing. There's kind of like a narrow alleyway, and there's a garden to the right, sort of like an open space where the sukkah can be placed. The mikvah is placed just south of there, and then just north of there is that square building with that unique kind of roof that is the synagogue itself. We see that the roof was preserved as long as 1940 when this particular photograph was taken. It's prominent in the foreground here. And we even have some photographs from the beginning of the 20th century that shows the heavy traditional kind of furniture that was in place in the synagogue. This is the view towards you'll see those distinctive two windows featured in the reconstructed synagogue as well. Unfortunately, in the context of World War II, the entire town of Middelburg was emptied of Jews. They were deported to the death camps, and the synagogue was occupied by the Nazis. When the Allies reconquered the region in the context of the fighting, a British mortar landed on the synagogue and destroyed it completely. This is a view of the destroyed roof. And by the time the conflict was over, you can see that there's only a few shells of walls that stand around the open space that once was the synagogue. And over the course of time, this was neglected. And in fact, trees even grew in the consecrated ground. There's one that goes right where the contemporary bima stands today. And the elements had their way, and basically by the time you got to the late 20th century, there was nothing left except for a few exterior walls. And this is the way it would have stayed were it not for the intervention of Ad Vos. He's shown here with David Lawrence of Kosher Riverboat Cruises in his remarkable home in Veere, which is just a few kilometers away from Middelburg. Picture of some other guy with Dr. Voss as well. By the way, he's not Jewish, but he just felt that it was wrong for the community to ignore this centuries-old holy place to Jews, and so he engineered a tremendous effort, bringing together all kinds of social groups and all kinds of local community organizations to support the raising of funds to rebuild the synagogue. He published a book on that topic. Several articles of his are in this book. And amazingly, he succeeded. But that's not the whole story. That in itself, I think, is quite remarkable. But what is really amazing is what happened afterwards. Once the synagogue was constructed, Jews began to reappear in Middleburg. And now it is a fully functioning synagogue. So this is just an example of the amazing things that David Lawrence and Kosher Riverboat Cruises does. We invited Odd Voss and Luke Smith, a very important person in the community, to come and join us on the ship for Shabbat. They came Friday night, had a meal with us, and before Shabbat began, we heard their story. And so I have video of them telling the story of this remarkable synagogue. I'd like to share a little bit of it with you right now.
After the war in 1945, almost everybody thought that Jewish life had come to an end here in Middleburg. Only some Jews came back from the camps or from the hiding places, and the synagogue was damaged. But after 15 years, after the restoration, Jewish life recovered here in Middleburg. There were some objects restored after the war, but most of them got another destination. Sometimes as a church, even a mosque or a museum. And sometimes as a museum that tells us about Jewish life from before the war, depicting Jewish life as a vanished world. But the synagogue of Middleburg is not a museum, but a real synagogue where every Shabbat and every Yom Tov has divine services.
I mean, let's just recap here. You have this shell of a building, 300-year-old synagogue that is destroyed, and a local non-Jew says, you know what, it's not right, we've got to rebuild it. He rebuilds it, and that attracts 1 or 2 Jews.
And we got very important support from the churches of Middleburg, from the city council of Middleburg, from other authorities, and from hundreds of private sponsors.
They raise money to buy a Torah scroll that attracts more Jews, and ultimately you have a community of Jews praying in Middleburg that hasn't been seen for half a century. It's a remarkable renaissance.
He was the man who made it possible to rebuild the synagogue. And we are, until today, we are very thankful to him.
And then we were very fortunate to hear the personal story of Luke Smith, a man whose mother was Jewish and survived the Holocaust by going underground as a young girl, meaning posing as a Christian. By the time the war was over and her entire family was killed, you know, she was just a teenager. She just went on living as a Christian, and she raised her children afterwards as Christians. In fact, one of his brothers is actually a priest, and they occasionally have to call him to make a minyan. Luke's story was absolutely riveting.
There was a little boy, 4 years, and he said always when we walked to the butcher, look behind you, because tomorrow it can be happen again. So I was raised with fear to be a Jew, fear to be part of the family, a Jewish family. I didn't know anything of Judaism.
You have Shabbat happening there.
So we started to take the candles. And to take the candles, to start with, to make the candles burn, on Friday night, my Jewish candle was also burning. And I was always thinking, I'm the only Jewish man here in Middleburg. I never met Jewish people, I didn't know. And then finally I heard from the surgeon in the hospital working at Voss, and he was busy with the restoration of the synagogue in Middleburg. I didn't know what a synagogue was. So we met first time in a hotel where some Jewish people have Rosh Hashanah. I learned something about Rosh Hashanah, and I know the first night of Rosh Hashanah we came there, and one of the women had made round chal, and the man from her, he makes the blessing about the chal. And we walked back and he said, oh, We should be celebrating Rosh Hashanah. He said a blessing. So it was for me, it was a miracle. And then the synagogue started to rebuild. But the problem was, we had a very nice synagogue, a very nice building. But we didn't know what to do in it.
They don't have a full-time rabbi yet in Middleburg, but they bring in rabbis from neighboring communities.
Then I was learning in Amsterdam, and in Antwerp, and rabbis, and cousins. And the whole year I had cassette decks, and I learned Aleinu Shebreach. You can imagine that it was from here to Rotterdam and back. And I thought, when Hashem decides that we go to shul in Middleburg, I go to pray every day there. So the first 5 years, I go every morning to the synagogue to pray alone, because there was no one else to join me. And I couldn't read Hebrew very good. So I did Adon Olam. You know Adon Olam? I think 3 o'clock, 55 minutes, and then it was done. So I started. And then I go working. And this time is a Friday evening, one Friday evening, the women make coffee and apple and everything. People come and more people come. And so we get a little Jewish community. And now we have what Art says, we have celebrations every Friday and every Saturday. We have celebration of Yom Kippur, Rosh Hashanah. And I'm still learning. It is a very special thing because I was learning and people were also learning with me. Because the first time of Erev Shabbat, I had learned the Haggadah to sing. And I said to the people, we sit like this, I can sing a Haggadah singing, and I learned them how the Haggadah sing. And then they want more, and I learn more. And so we started only the Haggadah Friday night, after the whole service now in Shabbos and the festivals.
They have Brit Milah going on there, circumcision. They have young people, children in the community. Here's a pidyon event with a child who's somewhat older than 3 months, but nevertheless, it's beautiful to see this happening.
Since that time, we have on Shabbos morning 15 or 20 Jewish people at synagogue. They come from everywhere. Young people, newer people from Rotterdam who start here to work, or Rothschild work in Rotterdam, who wants to live in Middleburg, and still they come. We're growing. Sometimes Shabbos morning we have millions. We never saw it. So it's amazing. It's really amazing.
Bar mitzvahs, they celebrate the holiday cycle there with Sukkot, and they have weddings there. I mean, it's just so absolutely fantastic that this community has come alive again.
Today I was flying on my bicycle today. You didn't know this, but I never saw so many Jews in Middleburg walking. Today, I saw people looking. There was a guy with a kippah and a tzitzit, and there was one discussion, and it was my bicycle. It was so nice to see. It was a miracle for myself, for me. But I think also for here to see that there are still Jewish people, there are still Jewish life, and that we are still there. And
it was so amazing to visit this shul on Shabbat. Obviously, I couldn't take any live footage on Saturday while we were there, but what an amazing place. I'm so grateful to Kosher River Cruises for giving me the opportunity to see this community being resurrected under the direction of people like Luke Smith and Odd Voss. Wow. Can't wait for the next cruise. Thank you very much for watching.
And this man makes the shul rebuild. And we meet each other. Now I can stand here before you, so many Jewish people in Middleburg, and I can join you here to eat kosher in Middleburg on a ship. We walk to the Red Sea, that's right. We meet all of you in the synagogue and to see you all, and we have some questions we can talk to you. Thank you.
welcome everybody. I'm Michael Kegel. I'm the Dean of the Ashkenazim, which is a new graduate school here in Budapest. And with God's great graciousness, I've managed to put together a wonderful faculty, of which Professor Henry Amerson is one of the shining stars, I would say. And I say that without exaggeration. Maybe I want to introduce maybe Henry, for those who don't know him, with just a very small personal anecdote. Nothing embarrassing, of course. Henry and I go back quite a long way, back to high school. I think I met Henry when I was in grade 11, and he was in grade 13 back in Toronto, in our home and native land. Well, not native, but and over the years, our relationship went in all kinds of interesting directions. And one of the most interesting is our parallel interest in Yiddishkeit, in Judaism. And one thing that I will always be very grateful to Henry for is that during years when I was troubled in my relationship to Judaism, this was actually in university, Henry came up to me and he insisted that we have a regular chavrusa in Talmud. That we meet regularly. And we did meet regularly once a week at Sid Smith. What was that building in the U of T campus?
Yes, Sid Smith, I think.
Sid Smith. We used to meet once a week, and we studied Masechet Megillah, which deals with Purim, the holiday. And to me, that was a great lifeline in my Jewish identity. And I mention it here. I want to mention it here not just because of my gratitude towards Henry, one of the other things I'm grateful to him for, but to point out that Henry embodies, in my mind, something that is exemplary for what the Ashkenazim should be, to my mind, which is, on the one hand, a Jew who is profoundly committed to Torah and is passionate about it. It's not just an academic exercise, his interest in Torah and in Jewish matters. And on the other hand, an academic who is absolutely uncompromising in his academic standards, and will, unlike many great Jewish thinkers that I met, who let their passion get away with them to the point where they will compromise standards of academia. Henry is somebody who bestrides both worlds, both the world of Jewish learning. You may or may not know that Henry wrote, among several books that he wrote, he also wrote a book on the Talmud. And on the other hand, an academic who's responsible in the highest levels of responsibility in academia. And I really hope this is a model for the Ashkenazim that I really would like to build with Henry into the future. And by the way, I should mention to anyone who's listening out there, we have our Ashkenazim students who are participating here. And of course, we're going to have a private session with Henry afterwards, because this is part of our standard curriculum. If anybody at any point is interested in finding out more about the Ashkenazim, please do feel free. You're more than free. You're very welcome to write to me personally. I guess in the Q&A, I'll just write again my email. If you want to find out anything about the Ashkenazim other than what there is already on the website, ashkenazim.eu, that is, I'll be very happy to have a private Zoom with you and tell you all about it. So, Henry, without further ado.
Michael, that was thoroughly embarrassing. I thought you were going to do a more kind of like generic, but I'm glad you really skipped over the really embarrassing part. So I appreciate the kind words very much. Although it's somewhat hyperbolic, the uncompromising standards and things like that, it's way too much. But I do appreciate the kind words, and I will be sure to replay the video for my mother so that she will really get happiness from it. I'm also extremely grateful for what you're doing in Budapest with this amazing Ashkenazim. I mean, the faculty that you have brought together for this intellectual exercise is absolutely amazing. I mean, really top-notch scholars that I'm very proud to be on the same list as they. And I wish you tremendous success with this venture. And I think it's really fortuitous that we're able to offer these lectures online to a much larger audience and let people know the amazing things that are happening in Budapest under your auspices. So let us begin our discussion. We're going to have 12 lectures on the history of Ashkenazi Jews. part of the Ashkenazium, which is a name that actually I'm proud to have had some role in designing, because Dr. Kegel and I, when we were tossing back and forth this project, I think he came up with the term Ashkenazium, but I enthusiastically endorsed it. Maybe it was the other way around, but it sort of happened together at the same time. The only worry I have is it's a little bit like the word terraria, like where you imagine where you put ants inside a box and you watch them from the outside through a glass. But the idea is, I think, to look at the amazing civilization that developed in Germany primarily, and then later in Eastern Europe, and then actually onward onto the New World and in the land of Israel, of Ashkenazic culture. And there's so many different ways to look at this multifaceted institution, civilization as a whole. My small part is to give a broad survey of the historical events that relate to the development of this civilization, in order that many of the literary, philosophical, religious, and other aspects of the Ashkenazic civilization can be contextualized. This is a graduate level seminar, but only in the sense that it is multidisciplinary. So I'm going to be presenting these lectures at what I hope is a little bit higher level undergraduate level, so that people with intelligent lay people who do not necessarily have a strong background in Eastern European or in Central European Jewish history will still be able to benefit from these lectures. And I regard my lectures more as kind of like the foundation for much more advanced research. We may occasionally get into a little bit more complex, difficult issues, but I imagine that we're going to address those in the follow-up seminars. Here is an old picture of me from when I was much younger. A great photograph by Marco Dashev, and just wanted to give a little bit of a context to my own access and interest in Ashkenazic history. I did my dissertation at the University of Toronto on the history of the Jews of Ukraine at the beginning of the 20th century. It was in that context that Dr. Kegel and I both shared hallways in the university. I have a lot of fond memories of meeting him in Robart's library and discussing our mutual interests. He was, of course, studying philosophy and I was studying history, but we had a lot of overlaps there. I went on to become more of a generalist. I wrote a couple of books on the Talmud, on art history, and now I'm working on a survey of Jewish history in 3 volumes for Koren Publishers in Jerusalem. Very much looking forward to seeing that come to light. Also maintain my strong interest in traditional religious studies, and I'm the author of a podcast called Jewish History in Daf Yomi, which has a rather ambitious goal of creating 2,711 small videos on aspects of Jewish history that correspond to the daily Talmud page that's studied in the Daf Yomi program. That's available on the All Daf app. You can find it at alldaf.org. I work, of course, at Touro University. We're a fairly large multinational university with campuses in New York, of course, where we are based, and also in California, Nevada, Berlin, Jerusalem, Moscow, and about 19,000 students worldwide. I'm very proud to work in the heart of Brooklyn, as you can see in this map here, on a couple of campuses there. So the structure of this class is as follows. We're going to have these public lectures, which are going to be broadcast as they are now in a webinar format. And this is going to be more like basically me talking, but we have the Q&A function where you can type in your questions, and I will, from time to time, pause and have a look at what's going on in the Q&A, and I hope to answer at least some of those questions. Then, because the Ashkenazium has registered students in Budapest itself, we will take a break after 1 hour from these lectures, and then we will have a private Zoom for the much smaller group of Budapest students who will have a private discussion in a regular Zoom meeting. If you have any curiosity about participating in those as an auditor, perhaps please write to Dr. Kegel. The subject that we're going to be looking at over the course of these 12 lectures are 1,000 years of Ashkenaz, because more or less that is the period of time we're talking about. It's a very old civilization that stretches back over 10 centuries. I also created as a preparatory course for my Budapest students an online version of this with preparatory materials, primarily videos, some readings, also some quizzes, things like that. And this is also open to the public. You can find it at my website. Okay, so today's discussion is on the origins of Ashkenazi Jews, which are the subject of a certain amount of debate, like just about everything in this course. But let us start with a more basic question. What is Ashkenaz? What exactly do we mean when we say this word, Ashkenaz? So the word is actually biblical in origin. As you can see here, it occurs actually 3 times in the Bible. Here's a passage from the book of Genesis. The screenshot is from the wonderful Sefaria website. And it basically lists the lineages of humanity. And in this particular passage, we're talking about the children of Noah. That is Noah of the flood. He has 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And I should pronounce that, by the way, in the Ashkenazi pronunciation, Japheth. And then Japheth, who is typically associated with Western culture, especially Greece, has 3 more sons, so actually more than that. Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavan, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. And then Gomer has 3 sons, one of whom is named Ashkenaz. Okay? So let us just understand what we're talking about here. There is a biblical lineage, which is 10 generations prior to the advent of Abraham, who was considered the father of the Semites, including, of course, the Jews. And from that 10th generation, before we can even start speaking about Hebrews, we have an individual named Ashkenaz, who is the great-grandson of Noah. And you may be wondering, correctly, because you're all very intelligent people, what does this have to do with modern Jews? Well, not a lot, because really it goes like this. The name Ashkenaz is associated with a biblical name of a people, right? A lineage, the children of Ashkenaz, descended from Noah. Later, much later, this will be associated with a place, piece of geography, and then later that term will be associated with the Jews who lived in that piece of geography, that piece of real estate. Another way to look at it would be to say that both Dr. Kegel and I are Canadian Jews. He mentioned, by the way, it was not his native land. He was speaking literally because he's actually born in Eastern Europe, if I'm not mistaken. But it is, in fact, my home and native land. All the things that go along with the Canadian national anthem. And so you could call me a Canadian Jew. And I am a full-fledged Canadian. But you know, that doesn't mean to say that there's anything specifically connecting me with non-Jewish Canadians other than that common area of our home. And so that's the same thing as Ashkenaz. Ashkenazi Jews are simply Jews who lived in the area called Ashkenaz. We're talking about a fairly large chunk of the demographic weight of the Jewish people overall are associated with this land of Ashkenaz. They are distinct from other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish people, such as Sephardim and Edut HaMizrach, and variously there are Jews, of course, in Africa and in Asia and so on. They all have different terms to describe their cultural orientation, their place of origin, but Ashkenazi Jews constitute a very large proportion of the overall Jewish people. Now let's go a little further in our history. When we say that Ashkenaz is a place, it is, maybe we should say it's a state of mind, but in this case it is a piece of geography. Where exactly is Ashkenaz? So again, looking at the third occurrence of the text, actually this will be the second occurrence of the text in the Bible, in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 51. in one of his characteristic imprecations, which have been called after his name, Jeremiah's, describing the downfall of Jerusalem if the Jews do not repent and so on. He also describes the downfall of Babylonia, which would be the region that would ultimately destroy Jerusalem in Jeremiah's time in the 6th century before the Common Era. And as he's describing the many terrible things that will happen to Babylonia, you can see in verse 27 at the bottom, he says, "Raise a standard on earth, sound a horn among the nations, appoint nations against her," that is, against Babylonia, Ararat, Mini, and Ashkenaz. Right? So Ashkenaz is referred to by Jeremiah as one of those nations, one of those peoples that will assemble together with Ararat and Mini to attack Babylonia. So when we look at the map of the region here, and this was actually quite a preoccupation of 18th and 19th century cartographers and biblical scholars, trying to map out precisely where each of these biblical peoples ended up living with a certain amount of creative scholarship. We can see that here in where I've shaded the map is the region of Babylonia, called Shinar or Chaldea later. And the region from the north, which includes, for example, Ararat, a mountain region that's also associated with Noah, would have included this region here, basically in Turkey, which, according to the great 19th century biblical scholar Shmuel David Lutzato, also known as the Shadal, that would have been the home of the Ashkenaz descendants. Again, the descendants of the biblical Ashkenaz, who was the great-grandson of Noah. No specific Jewish connection here at all, but nevertheless, that would be the place where it was located. Often associated, as you can see in this particular map, with the Phrygians. Now, like everything Jewish, and especially things biblical, this was subject to significant debate and dispute. There are a lot of many opinions throughout Jewish thinkers as to whether or not this place association that Shadal had offered was correct. Another major opinion, also from the late 19th century, is that of Shmuel Kraus, who argues that no, they came from somewhat northern location, somewhat north of the Caspian Sea. Many scholars associate the region of the Ashkenaz descendants in the biblical mind as that of the Scythians, which is an ancient people in the region of what would be today, let's say, Central Asia, bordering on the Donbass region that is so much in the news today with the war in Ukraine. But Shmuel Cross offers another tantalizing suggestion, which would actually involve quite a bit of controversy, and that is that the Khazar people should be associated with the descendants of Ashkenaz. The Khazars are exceptionally important in Jewish history, and that's where we will turn next. But just to remember what we're speaking about here and keep these things separate, the biblical descendants of Ashkenaz have no real intrinsic connection with Jews other than describing a place where Jews would ultimately end up. That's a huge distinction that's important to remember, as we shall see towards the end of this lecture. Where actually is Ashkenaz in the Jewish mindset, as opposed to scholarly opinions as to where Ashkenaz showed up? In reality, the Jews who call themselves Ashkenaz all come from a region, or at least a culture, in the Rhineland, here in Germany, as you can see in this map. This is the region which Jews began to call Ashkenaz from about the 12th century on. Prior to that, Jews living there tended to refer to themselves in one way or another to the region of the Rhine itself. There is one interesting passage in which Rashi himself, we'll talk about Rashi a little bit more later in this course, uses the term Ashkenaz to refer to the region, but it was not the most popular designation for the Jews until about the 12th century, a good 100-odd years after Rashi passed away. These Jews came from an area, a civilization that flourished from about the 10th to the 13th century. And then, for reasons which we describe over the course of these lectures, they migrated to the east, to the great Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the regions which would be today Lithuania, parts of Belarus, parts of Poland, and especially the western part of Ukraine. And they had a population expansion, particularly in the 19th century, that resulted in a great homeland of Ashkenazi Jews. So Ashkenazim are often referred to as Eastern Europeans, not because of their origins in Germany, but because of the significant population increase that they enjoyed when you get closer to the contemporary period. Then from this region, so this migration is primarily from the 13th and 14th centuries onward, you have another migration of these large Ashkenazi Jews moving to Israel, a smaller number, a certain amount to Western Europe, and a large number to North America. Something like 1.75 million Jews moved from the area of the Russian Empire that was overwhelmingly Ashkenazi at the time to North America, to actually the United States of America specifically, in the years 1881 to 1928. And that's really where the great bulk of American Jewry traces its roots to this later Ashkenazic migration. So that's the whole meaning of the word Ashkenaz in a nutshell. It originates from a biblical designation of a people descended from Noah, which was with a certain amount of fanciful logic assigned to various locations, perhaps Turkey, perhaps Central Asia, and then later by the Jews to the Rhineland as a location. And the Jews who ended up in the Rhineland started calling themselves Ashkenazi, just like I would call myself Canadian, but there's no like kind of derivation of lineage from the biblical Ashkenaz to modern Jews. We've talked about, what is Ashkenaz? We've talked about where is Ashkenaz. Now we've got to get to how the Jews got to the Rhineland in the first place. And specifically, I want to start with the Khazar hypothesis, which is a rather highfalutin term for what the current United States president would call malarkey. But nevertheless, it is occupying a large amount of space in the mind of some thinkers and takes a lot of oxygen out of the room when we talk about the roots of Ashkenazi Jews. Who are the Khazars? Khazars are a fascinating Turkic people who apparently had a capital on the Caspian Sea. You can see here in this German language map at the city of Itil, right in the top right section of the sort of orange part of this map, the pinkish orange part of the map. And they actually had a civilization which lasted for several centuries and interacted with many of the other surrounding civilizations, including famously the early state called Kiev and the Rus, which formed kind of like the beginnings of the cultural patrimonies that were claimed by Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia alike. Also a significant historical part of the conflict today. The Khazars were a pagan tribe, like many of the groups of the region, but according to some interesting documents that have made their way down to us today, they apparently converted to Judaism in the year 740. The story of their conversion is rather amazing, and it is perhaps most well told in a book that has very little to do with history and a lot to do with philosophy and polemics. It's a famous work by Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, who was a scholar who lived in Spain several hundred years after the events described, and he wrote this famous classic work of Jewish philosophy called the Kuzari, which really means the Khazarian. In the Kuzari, he describes the legend of the conversion of the Khazar king, King Bulan, who was sort of faced with a difficult choice because at that time, Christianity was expanding throughout Europe, and Islam was expanding all the way across the coast of North Africa, and then moving upward into Europe as well, into Turkey, into the Balkans, and so on. And this King Bulan was troubled by this geopolitical situation, and also apparently motivated, at least as the legend has it, by sincere spiritual longing to find the one true religion. So according to the legend, he brought together a sort of a trilateral debate team, a representative of Christianity, a representative of Islam, and a representative of the Jews. And they had this three-way debate. And ultimately, according to the legend, King Bulan converted to Christianity. Now, before we discuss the actual realities of the legend, we should understand how it is portrayed in the Kuzari. Rabbi Yehuda Halevi lived at that time in Spain towards the end of its so-called Golden Era, which was a period of remarkable coexistence between Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Jews in particular enjoyed tremendous freedoms to express themselves politically. Many of them held high office. There was a rather remarkable Shmuel ibn Agrela, who was actually the general of a Muslim army for 16 years, an accomplished poet, and a Talmudist to boot. All of these three things brought together in one particular individual. In many ways, a lot like Maimonides, who was also a product of the late Golden Era, although he would ultimately be a victim of the reactionary period when Muslims would come from North Africa and insist that all of this fraternizing with Jews was unacceptable, and the Maimonides family would later flee and make their way over to Cairo, where he would continue on an illustrious career. At any rate, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi, seeing the sort of breakdown of this period, composed this philosophical work, which is set in that Khazarian debate between King Bulan and the three representatives of major world faiths. And he used it essentially as a foil to relitigate that case and to make a strong philosophical defense of Judaism, which of course resulted in King Bulan's affirmative decision to accept Judaism. And by extension, Rabbi Yehuda Halevi is intending to make this available to the broader reading public. A rather audacious work to write in the Middle Ages. It will be audacious to write it even today, I think, in which it's a clear polemic against Islam and Christianity in favor of Judaism. So there is a lot of philosophical reason why Rabbi Yehuda Halevi would use the story of the Kuzari as a type of conceit to clothe his larger polemic argument. But what about the actual history of the Khazars? So in reality, we know very little about the Khazars as it is. Perhaps the most important piece of the story is some correspondence that was conducted between the Spanish leader named Chasta ibn Shaput, a very important example of the early period of the Golden Age of Spain, who was a foreign minister, essentially, who conducted correspondence and diplomatic relations with many other nations of Europe on behalf of a Spanish kingdom. And he was especially curious and philanthropically inclined towards Jewish populations all over. So he wanted to find out, is it true? Is what they say happened back in the year 740 still true now? Is there actually a Jewish kingdom in this region of Khazaria? And so he sent out emissaries to go to the Far East, to Central Asia, and to communicate with them. Unfortunately, they were not able to get past Constantinople for various political reasons of the day. However, those emissaries of Chasdai ibn Shaprut did meet people who claimed to have been to Khazaria and who promised to communicate with him and to exchange letters. And so they brought back with them some letters from one King Joseph of Khazaria, which essentially goes through the legend as we have it today. And for some, particularly early modern historians, that was sufficient proof of the existence and reality of Khazaria as we have it today. Other historians, however, have cast a lot of doubt, particularly in the 20th century, saying, wait a second here. This is, not direct contact with King Joseph. This is contact through third parties, and who knows, maybe they made it all up, maybe they are forgeries and so on. And so there's a lot of questions about the actual validity of the story associated with the conversion of the Khazars. We do know, however, from multiple data points that there were Jews who called themselves Khazarian. They show up in a few places. Medieval Jewish travelers encounter them. They have various things to say about them. They're certainly not in large numbers. And there's a lot of questions about the degree to which they are well associated with the Jewish tradition, as we shall see. One of those examples that I find quite fascinating is this document, which was found in the amazing medieval archive known as the Cairo Geniza. Very quick window here just to explain what that Cairo Geniza was, because it's just so fantastic. In Jewish thought, following on the commandment to not take the name of God in vain, there is this concept that if you write down the name of God on a document, that document, by virtue of its association with the name, acquires a level of sanctity. This is called the Hebrew Shemot, which means literally names, because it has the name of God on the paper. So what that means in Jewish practice, until today, is that, for example, if you have a prayer book, or certainly a sacred Torah, or even certainly a Torah scroll, or even something a little bit more ephemeral, like a handout from school that may be given to children for homework, if it has a verse from the Torah, especially if it has a verse from the Torah with God's name in it, that document may not be simply discarded. It has to be treated very specially, and typically these documents are gathered together. Let's say a Torah scroll becomes invalidated from use, the letters are cracked and things like that, or prayer books become unbound, the spines break, things like that. You can't use it anymore. Can't simply throw them away, so they are collected in one place called a geniza, which means like a storehouse or even a treasure house. And then at some point, when that geniza is full, these documents are taken to a Jewish cemetery and they are formally buried. That's considered the appropriate way to deal with these documents called Shemot. It happened that the large Jewish community in Fustat, also known as Old Cairo, somewhat south of modern-day Cairo, had this custom of not only following the laws with regards to Shemot, but anything written in Hebrew characters was considered sacred, and therefore they put it in their geniza. Thankfully, for generations of historians since the 19th century, the geniza was discovered because it was sealed up for a good 700 years. And there's this phenomenal trove of amazing documents of all types, not only, of course, religious works, including remarkable things like the actual autographed copy of Maimonides' writings and things like that, but also casual things, because they believed that anything written in Hebrew had a level of sanctity. Hebrew characters even. So even if it was written like in Judeo-Arabic, which was essentially an Arabic language written with Hebrew characters, they would save those in the geniza. Everything from business contracts, marriage contracts, personal correspondence, shopping lists, children's doodles, all kinds of things. If it had Hebrew on it, it was put in the Geniza. And included is this document that you see on your screen before you here. This is what we would call in modern Hebrew a petek, a small note that was essentially a letter of introduction for a charity collector. And those of you who live in strong Jewish communities today will certainly be familiar with this document, because typically when emissaries from a faraway community come to a local community to collect charity, they bring some kind of document which describes their credentials, describes the association that they have with some charitable institution. It's often signed by local rabbis or signed by famous rabbis, let's say in Israel, and they come door to door with this petek. Nowadays it's usually laminated, and they should say, I'm from this particular cause, I represent an orphanage or a hospital or whatever, which you would like to donate, and they present the document. That's exactly what this is, but it purports to be from a Khazarian Jew from Kiev. This is so-called Kievan document, which dates from, if I remember correctly, about the 10th century. And among the many interesting features is that the signatures of the local dignitaries includes this document, which is written in apparently a Turkic style of runes that it indicates that there was one official who actually could not even write in Hebrew, had to use Turkic to express himself. So in other words, we have lots of interesting kind of like sideways evidence that something happened in Khazaria that resulted in some Jews living there. And Kiev, by the way, was well populated by Khazarian Jews. Lots of references to a Jewish gate and things like that in the literature. In fact, the great Ukrainian historian Omelia Pritsak opined that Kiev, as it's pronounced today in the Ukrainian pronunciation, Kiev was actually founded by Khazars, which is a kind of interesting thought. One last piece of evidence that supports the idea of the Khazar conversion, although it doesn't tell us a lot about the depth of that conversion, is a very important document in the history of Eastern Europe called the Povest Vremenia Tliat, or the Chronicle of Bygone Years, in which the great Prince Volodymyr, Vladimir, who was the first Christian prince of this medieval state known as Kievan Rus, based in Kiev, Volodymyr had exactly the same conundrum as King Bulan did in Khazaria, meaning Christianity is expanding, Islam is expanding. I'm so confused. Which religion should I accept? And so Volodymyr essentially repeats the whole Khazarian story with a little bit of a twist, because he has a representative of what would become Orthodox Christianity, especially after the schism of 1054, a representative of what would become Western Catholic Christianity, and so he has two Christian flavors represented, as well as a Jew and a Muslim. After having the debate, the Christian scholars who recorded the Chronicle of Bygone Years have very little to say that's good about Islam. That's sort of like dispensed with rather quickly. Judaism, however, Volodymyr considers very seriously. He says, wow, unlike the Muslims who are not allowed to drink alcohol, that was one of the reasons, by the way, that Islam was disqualified for Volodymyr. The Jews sound pretty good, and he came actually pretty close to converting to Judaism. Can you imagine what Eastern Europe would be like if Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine was predominantly Jewish? Hard to imagine. But when he found out that the Jews no longer had their own state in the land of Israel, he said, I'm going to pass, thank you. And he turned to the two Christian variations. He ultimately adopted what would be, of course, Orthodox Christianity, the Eastern Rite, and there was a mass baptism in the year 988, which begins the Christian period in Kievan Rus, onward in the Slavic regions. So the Chronicle of Bygone Years, which was written a couple hundred years afterwards, also confirms the presence of Khazarian Jews. Now, what's at the heart of this? Is this possible, and are they connected to the Ashkenazi Jews? So the first thing we have to say is that many modern scholars today doubt virtually all of the aspects of the story of the Khazarian conversion. Perhaps the most eloquent advocate of this position is Professor Shaul Stamfer, who refers to it in a seminal article as a splendid story, meaning what a great story. It's so fascinating, the trilateral debate, the whole thing's like that. But he argues that it is either entirely fabricated by later writers, or it is at least highly exaggerated. I myself tend to lean towards the exaggerated to highly exaggerated, but I don't quite agree with my colleague, senior scholar Dr. Stamfer, that it is entirely fabricated. I just think there's the preponderance of evidence of the connection between Jews and Khazarians is sufficiently strong to argue that something happened, but I agree that there are a lot of questions. Like, for example, how widespread was this conversion? Was this possibly just a royal conversion that was designed to sort of mollify would-be attackers from the south and from the west, who would claim that it had to be either a Muslim or a Christian kingdom, respectively? Both Islam and Christianity have theological spaces in which Jews are allowed to maintain their religion. For Jews in Islam, it would be the Pact of Umar. For Christians, Jews are permitted to exist as Jews under the doctrine of witness from St. Augustine. So there are definitely space for Jews to kind of have a neutral territory between Islam and Christianity. And so it's not impossible that at least at the very highest levels of Khazarian society, they may have had a pro forma conversion in order to maintain their geopolitical stance. Another argument revolves around, well, let's say they did convert to Judaism, and let's say it was only a thin conversion, but were they adhering to a rabbinic Judaism, or perhaps another variety like a Karaite Judaism? Who exactly were they? The various travelers' accounts that we have of people who encounter Khazarian Jews in one place or another tend to portray them as being fairly ignorant and of having very little awareness of many of the commandments that devolve upon them as the Jews. So, and of course, there's the huge question: where did they go? They seem to have disappeared from the history of Judaism afterwards. So, this essentially leads people like Dr. Stamfer to say that the burden of proof rests on those who want to indicate that Khazaria later expanded or at least maintained its position, because this is a civilization that lasted for 5 centuries, and then if they were Jewish, simply poof, they disappeared. They were ultimately conquered by Kievan Rus, and then we have a Mongol invasion that conquers the region, and they simply don't appear on the world stage again. Further, well, let's get to the actual Khazar hypothesis. So here's the hypothesis that was advanced primarily by individuals who wish to impugn the status of contemporary Jews, especially Ashkenazi Jews, and there are some political connections, especially with the land of Israel. The Khazar hypothesis argues that, oh no, they didn't disappear. They actually constitute the bulk of the later Ashkenazic population. This is a hypothesis which can be immediately discarded on any number of grounds, primarily because there is no historical trace of Khazarian activity in later Ashkenazic civilization. For example, linguistically, the Ashkenazim overwhelmingly, like even in 1900, 97% of them in the 1897 census listed Yiddish as their first language, and Yiddish is incredibly German in origin. It's overwhelmingly German in its vocabulary, in its syntax. It has maybe 20% of Hebraic, Aramaic words in it, a smattering of Romance words, Old French and things like that, but it has no strong connection to any Turkic language. It seems to be a completely divorced linguistic environment that is primarily associated with Germany. Billy Crystal, a comedian, likes to say that Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. It's kind of funny, but at any rate, so there's no linguistic representation. Secondly, we have a strong record of the migration of Jews from Rhineland to Eastern Europe. I mean, we can trace communities. We have a strong literary record of the customs that they accepted. We have all kinds of material that supports the Rhineland origin of Ashkenazi Jews in Eastern Europe. We have no evidence that supports the idea that the Khazarians somehow became Jewish in large numbers and constitute the bulk of Ashkenazi Jewry. And finally, what kind of should put the end of the story to this debate with modern DNA research advances, many scholars, including Professor Eran Haig shown here, have shown that there's no Turkic elements in Ashkenazic Jewry, that overwhelmingly Ashkenazic Jews are related to the Western European origins of the Jews. We're going to explore this a little further. Let me just mention, why is it then that this hypothesis, and that's actually kind of like a dignified word for, again, to use Joe Biden's phrase, malarkey, why would this have so much currency? Because it essentially undercuts some of the major claims of Ashkenazi Jews to their connection, on a genetic level at any rate, to their biblical origins. In other words, the way of saying that, oh, those Ashkenazi Jews, they're not real Jews. They are, as some like to say, Jewish, right? They're not actually Jews. They pretend to be Jews, but they're not. So basically a racist theory. It also has a lot of implications for modern Israeli politics, because it says that, hey, if you want to say that one of the main reasons why contemporary Jews have a claim on the land of Israel is because they are, after 2,000 years of exile, they are nevertheless the descendants of the people who lived in the Middle East at that time. If you want to say that, no, they're actually Central Asian peoples who later claimed to be Jewish, then they don't have a claim to the land of Israel based on genetics. So there's a political motivation for supporting this kind of ridiculous theory. So where exactly, what can we say about the actual Ashkenazi Jews of Eastern Europe? So as I mentioned, DNA research has helped us out tremendously in this regard. Dr. Doron Behar did some really excellent research in this region that gave us some rather surprising results. For example, that looking especially at Y chromosomes, about 40% of all Ashkenazi Jews actually trace their origins to 4 women. We don't know their names. I like to think of them as Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, but they are of European origin, most likely northern Italy, and overwhelmingly they are related to other non-Ashkenazi Jews, like Sephardi Jews, Edom Mizrach, and they are distinct from the peoples among whom they lived in Europe, especially in Eastern Europe. What Dr. Behar was able to reconstruct with the kind of scientific tools that DNA research provides is kind of an interesting migration route that helps us understand more precisely on the basis of DNA research, particularly looking at Levites on the Y chromosome, because Levite status is passed through the father, and so therefore we have a much better connection. We can see that the vast majority of Ashkenazi Jews have origins in the Middle East through Italy, which makes a lot of sense with the traditional model of understanding of how Jews, especially in the context of the Roman Jewish wars of the first century, many of them, Josephus says, in the tens of thousands, were deported to the Italian peninsula to serve as slaves. There was already a Jewish population before the revolts that was existing in Rome, for example. And then they made their way up through the peninsula. By the time we get to the earliest Ashkenazic settlements, which will be in the next lecture in this series, and from there, as we discussed, move to Eastern Europe. The DNA trail follows the same trail that I described at the beginning of this lecture. Another route, which is labeled here with the number 5, the green route, which was always thought as a possible route of migration of Ashkenazi Jews across the coast of North Africa, because we do have Jewish settlements that appear, of course, in Egypt, places like Alexandria, and then in Tunis, and all the way over to Morocco, Berber Jews, and so on, that perhaps they ended up constituting the bulk of Ashkenazi population. That appears not to be the case, but there is a certain amount of admixture, particularly when you get to the high Middle Ages, of Sephardic Jews with Ashkenazim, as we discussed previously. So that's basically the story of how Ashkenazi Jews got to be called Ashkenazi and how they got to the Rhineland and then later to Eastern Europe and ultimately to the New World. I want to thank Dr. Kegel for inviting me to present this lecture, a series of lectures in the Ashkenazium, and I want to thank all of you for viewing. I hope to see you in an hour when we reconvene for the second lecture. Thank you very much for participating. Okay, in the last lecture, we looked at the origins of the Jews of Ashkenaz. And today, in this lecture, what I'd like to do is continue that discussion by looking specifically at the social and economic foundations of that community. It is largely, of course, because of the attractions of the Rhineland with their unique social and economic foundations that we have a presence of Jews in Ashkenaz at all. And so understanding these two topics are very much related. Trying to understand why the Jews actually migrated to that region is extremely important. The civilization that they started there also attracted more Jews and created a nucleus of what would ultimately become Ashkenazi Jewry as a whole. So let's look first at the social structure. Here's the map, which now should be somewhat familiar. It's not quite as colorful as the Google map that I showed you in the last lecture, but this shows the development of Ashkenazi civilization. In the center region there, which has sort of the cross-hatching, you can see the Ashkenazi homeland, primarily on the Rhine River with the community of Mainz, Worms, and Speyer. Also Cologne, which is one of the oldest communities of the period. And then it spreads out, especially towards the east, ultimately becoming a very large civilization in Eastern Europe. And you can see on the left in the legend, you have the centuries in which this expansion occurred. And by the way, this is a great map from the Encyclopedia Judaica, which is a remarkable resource for the history of Ashkenazi Jewry and generally of everything in Jewish civilization. The arrows that overlay the map also give you an indication of the migration of these Ashkenazi Jews in the 19th and 20th centuries in particular. Not quite as colorful as the one I showed you, but still very informative. Here is a close-up of the Rhineland region in particular, following the Rhine River, but there are also several other very significant communities not too far away where you have the nucleus of what we're going to describe today. Some of the most important attractions of these specific communities were the early establishment of cemeteries. It sounds kind of awkward. Why would you want to move to a place because they have a cemetery? But we should understand that the internment of remains is extremely important in most faiths. The idea of an eternal resting place, a place where one may have hallowed ground to visit one's ancestors and so on. I can tell you that in my own case, I come from a very remote community in northern Canada, northern Ontario, where one of the reasons why a small community of Jews gathered there was because there was a very unfortunate canoeing accident. As Jews were making their way up north, possibly in some form of trade, and they drowned at a certain point where there were some rapids, and so a Jewish cemetery was hastily created near a town called Englehart, and that's where my grandparents, Alayhim Shalom, were buried, and a Jewish community was established at that time in that region. So the establishment of cemeteries in a lot of these places was extremely important for the creation of communities as a whole, and it tended to build on each other. Jews, of course, like many religious groups, prefer to be buried among other Jews and not in mixed cemeteries, certainly not in mass graves, which was not at all an uncommon thing for parts of the Middle Ages, particularly when we get to Black Death. And so the establishment of a cemetery was often associated with the early establishment of Jewish community. We should also note that one of the crucial elements that relates to the development of a unique civilization in Ashkenaz was center-periphery relationships. Where was the center of the Jewish world at this time? Well, if we look around the 8th, 9th century, the most profound expression of Jewish civilization was certainly in Baghdad, very far away from the Rhineland, which was quite distant and quite small communities. In Baghdad, they had already developed just to the south of them the huge Talmudic culture. They had a long series of Geonim, which were kind of like titular heads of the Jewish community, specifically associated with the rabbinic academies. And they were, communicating far and wide with the Jews spread out around the Mediterranean basin. You also have burgeoning communities in places close to Israel. You have a small population in Israel itself, of course, a continuous presence of Jews in the land of Israel. But you also have significant communities in Asia Minor, in the Italian peninsula, in Egypt, Alexandria, and then across the coast of North Africa until you even get to Spain, where we're just, by the time we get to about the year 800, you're just beginning to see the flourishing of Jewish communities there going into their golden age, which we discussed in the previous lecture. But Ashkenaz was clearly on the periphery. And one of the things about being on the periphery is you have to adapt to local circumstances, and you can often get away with a lot of things that you could not get away with in the center. So it's a little bit like what they say here in America: what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So a lot of innovations that occur in Ashkenaz, as one of the peripheral locations of Jewish settlement, proves to be very positive, beneficial types of innovations, which would stand the Jews in good stead over their long centuries of settlement there. But they were new things that might not necessarily have worked in the center. You could say the same thing, by the way, about the growth of Sephardic culture, which was very far away from Baghdad at this time, and could, explore new modes of expressions and literary activity and so on. So part of the reasons why we have innovations in the region of the Rhineland at this time is because it is on the periphery of the Jewish world. But let us also say, before we get too deeply into these lectures, that I'm going to be speaking broadly in this hour over the 9th through the 14th centuries, and there's a tremendous amount of change that happens during this time. This is a period that represents the High Middle Ages right up until the Black Death, where Europe is going through a lot of dramatic changes, some of them really quite fundamental in what we would call the longue durée, the long duration of history, things like climactic change, an increasing level of productivity of the soil, really basic kind of geological events, at the same time as massive changes in political events and cultural events and so on. So I'm going to be generalizing because it's inevitable to speak in large terms over a very dynamic group of centuries, but nevertheless, we will get some sense of how the Jewish community developed and changed over these 500 odd years. Okay, perhaps the most important thing that is at the heart of the development of Ashkenazic civilization is the development of a form of communal organization, which is typically known as the Kehillah. The word Kehillah is Hebrew, of course, and it derives from the root kahal, which means to congregate, to gather. It is actually related to words which would later develop into synagogue, church, église. They're all related to this idea of gathering together. And the Kehillah essentially represented an iteration of the communal organization of Jews in a structure that proved to be highly efficient at maintaining the integrity of this minority, meaning the group integrity, the endogamy in marriage, the adherence to group norms, and so on, and resisted just general dissipation of the community through assimilation, through conversion to Christianity, which was, of course, the overwhelming dominant faith of the period, and allowed the Jews to survive in what were somewhat hostile climes as well. The structure that I'm going to describe for you is not completely new in Ashkenaz, but there were certain refinements, innovations, and institutional developments that were specific to Ashkenaz that had a tremendously beneficial impact on Jews right up until really the 18th century, when the innovations of modern citizenship, primarily from the French Revolution onward, began to erode the foundations of what the Kehillah meant. Let us begin this discussion by reminding ourselves that in medieval society, the organization of human groups was primarily corporate in nature. And what that means is, unlike today, where, I might decide, for example, gee, I'd like to live in Budapest, and I might, immigrate to Budapest, and there, I'd have to get citizenship and so on, but otherwise, I would be like a Budapestian among Budapestians. I don't know if Budapestian is a word, maybe I just made it up, but you get the idea, right? I could basically go there, and if I wanted to, I could completely jettison. That was everything New Yorkian about me, everything Canadian about me. I could theoretically learn the Hungarian language, which is really rough because I don't have any familiarity with Finnish or any other language that's comparable to Hungarian. But let's say I could just go there and I could just decide to be another person altogether. And this is the kind of thing that we can do in modernity, primarily because our governments organize us primarily on the basis of our individual citizenship. Here in the United States, I have a social security number, which is my primary conduit of communication to the municipal and state and federal authorities. That's how they know if I pay my taxes or not. That's how theoretically they know my dental records and everything about me individually. They do not necessarily group me with my friends, my associates, my congregational group, and so on. This is totally different from medieval society, in which people were classified almost on a caste-like basis with their affinity groups. This was primarily economic in nature, meaning if you were a peasant, you were classed with other peasants, and you were typically classed as the peasants belonging to this particular nobleman, and the noblemen were classed as belonging to this particular king, and so on. And this is like a type of feudal structure that prevailed through much of European history. And so the Jews occupied an unusual kind of box, as we shall see later in this lecture, that they were organized collectively, and very rarely were demands put on Jews individually by outside groups, but were put on them collectively. And so therefore, it was in their own interest to organize themselves effectively, to have strong representation, to convey their needs to authorities, and to defend themselves from external threats and so on. So we're going to see how that plays out over the course of the next 45 minutes or so. One of the ways in which this corporate nature of medieval society was expressed was through things called charters. A charter is essentially a type of document, typically written, often forged later on in medieval periods, that describe the privileges of the Jewish community in a particular locale that was typically contracted between the local authorities of that particular location and the chief representatives of the Jews. And these charters were frequently invoked in later centuries to protect the rights of the Jews, saying that, hey, wait a second, you can't do that because according to the charter that was signed 300 years ago, these are our rights and privileges and so on. To a certain degree, they often became outmoded as social, economic, and religious developments shifted, and some of the privileges were no longer relevant, or perhaps they were so relevant that they had to be overruled by a new arrangement, and these things would happen over the dynamic course of the next 500 years. But basically, if you think about the Jewish communities being established in the Rhineland, they typically were organized Jews as groups, like imagine big tour buses of Jews coming into a location, meeting with a local ruler, and putting in writing the kind of agreements that would pertain to their settlement in this region, protections and responsibilities as well. Not at all equivalent to other castes in that society, sometimes much more beneficial to the Jews, advantageous to the Jews, sometimes disadvantageous to the Jews, but this was considered normal for the medieval period, primarily because it is a corporate society in which groups were dealt with as part of collective organizations rather than dealt with as individuals, as we would have in modern Western societies today. So this allowed the Jews essentially, because they had to organize themselves and they had to represent themselves within a charter to the local authorities, to establish this organization called the Kehillah. Let me show you here basically a breakdown of what a Kehillah would look like structurally. Let's start from the top down and understand how this worked. And again, as I mentioned earlier, it's not like the Kehillah structure was brand new. There were definitely antecedents that we found in diaspora communities. Jews had already been living outside of the land of Israel, outside of sovereign territory for almost 1,000 years. And they had found ways to more or less establish themselves. But the unique confluence of the corporate society of medieval Europe, the center-periphery issues, led them to develop and refine this Kehillah structure in medieval Ashkenaz. So you would have at the top the people who are typically called the Tuvei Ha'ir, or the Tovei Ha'ir, which means literally the good people of the city. This is a Talmudic term which was applied to the leadership of the Kehillah, and it refers to typically the wealthier established male denizens of a locale. There would typically be a small number of them, like 7. It would be an elected position, but the election was based on gender and on property as well. So it was typically within a small group of people. And the Tuvei would have the responsibility of making all the leadership decisions for the Kehillah as a whole. In many ways, by the way, if you're familiar with the structure of most modern synagogues, it's basically exactly the same structure, where this would be the board of directors or the executive board. This is the group of people who are technically elected, but everybody in shul knows you really should only vote for certain people. Why is wealth such an important criterion? Gender, of course, is a criterion that's taken for granted, that women would not, by and large, hold leadership roles at this level. We're going to look at gender much more throughout the course of these lectures. Gender will play a very big role, as we shall see in the Chevlot at the bottom of this chart. But at the top level, we're dealing primarily with men. Now, why is property so important? Because there was a kind of noblesse oblige. There was a kind of an understanding that along with receiving the honor of being named to the board of directors, you were also supposed to write a check. You were also supposed to economically support the financial activities and needs of as a whole and contribute to the support of the Jewish poor. So the Tuvei Ha'ir were, the good people of the city, not only because they were wealthier, but also because they would, in exchange, informal exchange, rarely stipulated in writing, but in exchange for participating in this term-limited board, they would also be generating funds for the larger community. So these are largely men of property class within the Jewish community. They would establish one of their members to be the Parnas, who is essentially the president. I wonder if the word president somehow is related to the word Parnas. I don't know. But Parnas literally means the provider. But that person would act as the chief executive officer of the Kehillah, who would essentially run the most important functions of the Kehillah. They would also hire the rabbinical leadership of the community, which often exercised its function not only in pastoral duties, but basically in a legal fashion by interpreting the conflicts within the community in terms of Talmudic law and rendering decisions and essentially supporting the adherence of Judaic responsibilities by the larger population. Now, this should again look very familiar to modern synagogue structure because the board of directors will appoint a shul president and will also hire the rabbi. Now, I use that term hire intentionally because, as you might assume, there's always going to be a certain dynamic tension between the president of the synagogue and the rabbi of the synagogue. They don't have identical concerns. They have overlapping concerns. And Jewish history is replete with examples of conflicts between the community and especially the wealthier class who want to do certain things, and the rabbi or the Beit Din oppose them, and they have to find a way of negotiating their way through these things. The rabbi has the advantage, theoretically, of popular support because people go to the rabbi for rabbinic guidance and for spiritual sustenance and so on. They don't necessarily go to the president of the community for that. So the rabbi has kind of like popular backing. But if the rabbi pushes too hard against the demands of the Parnas and the Tuvei Ha'ir, then the rabbi can get fired because his salary is essentially paid for by the taxes levied on the community. So it's not like it's not a theocracy where the rabbi is in charge. Theoretically, everything has to be run according to Jewish law, and the chief interpreter of that Jewish law is the rabbi and the Beit Din, meaning the court. But if the court rules too stringently for the community to bear, then that court will be overturned, and they'll find a new court that will interpret more leniently. So there's always this kind of dynamic tension. Similarly, if the Parnas and the Tuvei Ha'ir are just inconsiderate of the needs of larger populations, and they make too many demands on the populations, or they refuse to allow certain leniencies, then there'll be a kind of a popular uprising that will be directed sometimes through the rabbi and will require a change in the Tuvei Ha'ir themselves, because after all, they live within this community. It's not a separate community, and we're talking also about relatively small communities that might number in the hundreds, very large ones in the small thousands. So these are basically little shuls, essentially, throughout the Rhineland. Now, both the Parnas and the rabbi have a staff of so-called Gabbayim. The literal term Gabbai means collector. In modern synagogues, the Gabbai has only kind of like a shadow of their original role. The modern synagogues, Gabbais are sometimes called beadles, and they're essentially people who make sure that the synagogue functions properly, that when they hand out synagogue honors, that people receive them in appropriate timing and circulation and things like that. But in the medieval Kehillah, the Gabbayim were essentially like the internal police force. They were ones who would issue summons to the court. They were people who would essentially mete out the tax demands and make sure that those tax demands are met. they were actually very, very powerful people employed by both the Parnas and the Rabbi. So today's Gabbai, respect the Gabbai because he has a tremendous amount of authority, at least historically. Now, I mentioned taxes, which is crucial, of course. The Kehillah was self-sustaining. This entire structure, which had a remarkable number of functions, as we shall see shortly, had to be sustained through taxing the local Jewish population. This tax assessment was essentially done by the Tuvei, and they would require on a sliding scale that Jews who were more prosperous had to pay a larger amount of their income to the general welfare fund, and they would send out Gabayim to make sure that taxation was fulfilled. If a person refused to pay the taxation rate that was assigned to them by the Tuvei, then they faced a whole series of consequences. They could, of course, appeal through the rabbi and so on, and they would have appropriate channels to appeal their tax assessment, but really there was no way out other than conversion to Christianity. In other words, leaving the Kehillah. Unlike modern day society, where a Jew may choose the degree to which he or she wishes to affiliate with the larger Jewish community, this was not at all possible in the Kehillah. In the Kehillah, up until the 18th century, you were a part of it, and you were a Jew, and you were expected to pay the taxes that the Jewish community levied on you, or you left it entirely and essentially became a Christian. There was no real meaningful secular Jewish identity in the medieval period, unlike in the modern period. Now, it's true that today, for example, if you get on the mailing list of the United Jewish Appeal or the Federation mailing list, the only way to get off is basically go through the FBI Witness Protection Program. But this was especially true of the medieval period, especially as the local kehillot would kind of join together and form super municipalities in which the kehillot would communicate with one another. And so if you had a person who, let's say, refused to pay taxes and decided to leave town, or more commonly refused to give his estranged wife a writ of divorce, a get, and decided to leave town and go start a life in some other Jewish town, well, that other Jewish town would have communicated with the other municipality, say, hey, wait a second, you can't just start up a shoe store here. We know about what you did back in Köln, and you can't do it here in Speyer, and so they would be able to have some regional enforcement of Jewish law, which is really quite effective. And that's largely done through the Gabayim. So what I've kind of explained to you right now is the quite coercive nature of the Kehillah, which was very effective in maintaining group standards, to a large degree religious norms, and to preserve the integrity of the Jewish community in an overall non-Jewish environment that was sometimes quite hostile. But I should also mention that obviously the Kehillah gave a tremendous amount to the community as a whole. And this was done primarily through these organizations called the Chevrot. A Chevra, which I'll translate here as committee, is basically, just like in a synagogue, a committee of individuals who choose to get together in order to perform some beneficial service to the community as a whole. They would typically have a budget that was allotted to them from the tax receipts of the Kehillah, and so they would be allowed to perform these very valuable functions to preserve the wherewithal of the Jewish community to maintain their own poor and their own needs. To look at just a short list of the many kehillot that would be present, especially in a larger community, the most important of which is the Chevra Kadisha, that's in the top left of these boxes here. The Chevra Kadisha, or the Holy Association, was the burial society. And this was a very high status society that was typically comprised of individuals who were typically married, often a little bit older, middle age and onward, who would care for the washing and the dressing and the burial of the deceased. One of the reasons why it was so honored, it was such a status symbol to belong to the Chevra Kadisha, was not only because of the huge religious import associated with the last treatment of the deceased, but also because it was one of the weapons that the Chevra Kadisha, that the Kehillah as a whole could use to enforce conformity. This was, there's a whole list of punishments that the Kehillah could impose on someone who refused to comply to group standards, such as paying taxes or giving a get or things like that, or even appearing before the court when summoned. The last of which was typically refusal to bury them when they pass away. This was considered such a tremendous punishment upon Jews that typically, if the Chevra Kadisha were to say, we have chosen that you will be denied burial rights, Jews would typically comply. They would say, oh my gosh, here I'll pay my taxes, here I'll give my wife a get, whatever it is. So that was one of the most important chevras that was, basically in every Kehillah, because people would always die. That was one of the most reliable businesses, I guess, in the medieval period. But you would also have, for example, the chevra for Ozer Dalim, which would be poor relief of various types. The Talmud and the codes of Jewish law have long discussions of various different types of poor relief, from temporary poor relief to ongoing poor relief, and calculating exactly how much income was required to qualify with different levels of poor relief and so on. And this had to be distributed in an equitable manner. So the Chevra Ozer Dalim would typically deal with this. Chevra Shas was typically associated with promoting education. Typically, the Jews were overwhelmingly illiterate, particularly in comparison with the larger society, especially at the lower classes. And so literacy was promoted for children very heavily by the Kehillah, supported by the Chevra Shas. Parents would also typically pay for tutors, especially for more advanced education, but every child had some access to education and literacy, especially in the larger Kehillah. Support for poor brides, Hachnasat Kala, support for the ill through Bikur Cholim, support for Jews traveling from place to place, which would be extremely important for the development of international connections among Jews. Linat Tzedek, the food bank, which it continues to this very day. My wife and I are very proud to volunteer in the Chevra for our own food bank here, and we deliver food even in modern day New York. Chevra Tehillim, which largely is more of a religious association, purely designed to bring together people to recite psalms for the benefit of the community and so on. And I've just listed 8 odd common chevras, but there obviously could be as many as the community would support, based on the economic wherewithal of the community and based on the interest of the local population. And unlike the higher levels of the Kehillah, which were dominated by men, the Chevra were dominated by women. There were certain gender-specific communities, like, for example, the Chevra Kadisha, only men would be allowed to take care of male deceased members of the community, and only women for women deceased communities. But otherwise, many of these Chevras were staffed then and now by women who constituted the backbone of the silent apparatus that continued to provide for the needs of the community. This is essentially a well-designed support service network that, through coercive methods like the tax assessment, was nevertheless able to support a wide variety of the economic positions within the Jewish society, and to allow for the development of literacy, numeracy, and of course survival through much of the medieval period. Now, once these chevras were well established, one of the features that we see, particularly in Ashkenaz, is the development of takanot, or decrees. So let's understand exactly what those things were. Here, by the way, the beautiful image located in Aachen of the bust of Charlemagne, very important early king of this period. One of the things I find fascinating about this is that according to these scholars who study this particular gold statue, it contains apparently his skull cap, which sounds especially interesting to me. Is it possible that Charlemagne was Jewish? No, not at all. Sorry for that attempt at humor. It probably actually contains his literal skull cap, not the cloth one. Uh, Charlemagne is rumored to have been one of the first kings to extend the charters to Jewish communities who were establishing themselves in this region. It's more likely that many of the most important ones were actually issued by his son, Louis the Pious. This particular medieval representation shows Charlemagne on the left, essentially crowning his son Louis, quite a bit younger. And notice the person here on the left. Now that's a skull cap, right? I don't think I could carry off a purple one, although somehow I'm tempted. But black is sort of like the traditional color. And also by his grandson, who definitely issued a lot of the medieval charters. Charles the Bald is how he is named. And as you can see, he does not look especially bald. There's a lot of questions about why he was called Charles the Bald. It could be that it was euphemistic, that he was actually quite hairy. And so it was kind of like a, to use the Talmudic term, Lashon Sagina Hor, it was a euphemism. But there is a bald guy here at the bottom of this picture. Maybe he's actually Charles the Bald. I don't know. I've been lecturing now for an hour and a half. I'm tired, so maybe I'll say these things. But at any rate, that's where we get some of the early charters, definitely proceeding from Charlemagne's son and grandson. And these charters were incentives for Jewish settlement, meaning once a king said, okay, Jews can live here, and as we shall see, there was definite economic and other benefits for the king to protect Jewish settlement. Then you begin to see significant migrations of Jews, as we saw in the last lecture, primarily from northern Italy to the Rhineland. Most famous is the Colonimus family that moved up in the 9th century and were very important in establishing generations of leadership for these burgeoning communities. They're also associated with a group called the Hasidei Ashkenaz, which we'll explore in a later lecture. And so there's this kind of a chain migration that says, hey, things are really good for Jews in the Rhineland. We've got this great charter with these fantastic privileges, which will allow us to maintain our safety. And I heard they're developing a great Kahila structure there. So I'm definitely going to check out the Rhineland. Once they got there, one of the things that characterizes these early Ashkenazic civilizations is the establishment of local takanot. The term takanot, singular takana, essentially means a repair, but it is kind of like a rabbinic decree or ordinance that says, to deal with the local conditions here, political, social, economic, religious, we're going to make a rule. Anybody who wants to live here has to abide by this rule. One of the most important of those rules was the so-called Cherem HaYishuv, kind of a complex, sophisticated rule, which essentially would maintain settlement rights for Jews within the Kehillah. In other words, let's say you were a Jew living in, Rome, and you decided you wanted to make your way up to Speyer, and you were a shoemaker. It could be that the community of Speyer would say, hey, I'm sorry, we have a Cherem HaYishuv that only these families can be shoemakers in our town. We do have an opening, however, for anyone who can bring us Asian food. And so if you want to open up a restaurant, kosher Chinese, that would be great. But shoemaker, sorry, it's off the list. And so the Cherem HaYishuv, which has its positive and negatives, was one of these kind of takanot that was associated characteristically with Ashkenaz. Another one, very important, Gershon ben Yehuda, who's known as the Meor HaGola, the light of the exile, who was especially associated with the town of Mainz. He was associated with a very, very important takana, which obviously had long-lasting repercussions to this day. he banned polygamy. We should understand that the custom of Jewish men marrying more than one wife is something that has biblical roots. Abraham, of course, had Sarah and also Hagar. Jacob, of course, had 4 wives. Actually, 2 of them wives. 2 of them were so-called Pelagshim, but I'm not going to go into those details. And so Gershon ben Yehuda, however, and that, by the way, that was typical and entirely appropriate living within Islamic countries later on, from the 7th century onward, but it was not typical of Christian countries. And so one of the things that Gershon ben Yehuda did was he said, you know what, in Ashkenazic lands, we're going to make this rule, and it's going to last for 500 years. It was later renewed, that Jews in Ashkenaz, or Ashkenazi Jews, may not marry more than one wife. A lot of implications for this in terms of women's rights. Actually, there are many other takanot associated with the Meor HaGola that had to deal with women's rights and privileges, actually very advantageous, particularly within that time frame. But it also meant that the nature of the Jewish family in Christian lands was much more in congruence with Christian norms, and that proved to be extremely beneficial. But these are the kinds of takanot that would be established by these communities that had long-lasting power and reach within Ashkenazic lands. Some of them are much smaller, like, for example, we're coming up to the holiday of Passover as I speak these words, and I have a daughter who married a Sephardic guy, and although I myself am Ashkenazi, you can tell I am Lithuanian derivation. Lithuanian Jews known as Litvaks are known for their scintillating wit and precise intelligence and superior fashion sense. But she married a Sephardic guy, and all of a sudden, my daughter is no longer held by the bans placed on certain foods on Passover, like rice and green beans, which would never grace my table on Passover because of Ashkenazic takanot. But since she married a Sephardic guy, she's going to have a tremendous time this Passover. So there are long-lasting Ashkenazic innovations that really come from this medieval period. We should bear in mind, however, that there were disruptors. I don't want to give the impression that over this 500 years of Jewish civilization in Ashkenaz, it was entirely uniform. Rabbis were all in charge. Everybody was totally religious. It was actually quite a bit more complicated, as you can see from this illustration in the so-called Rothschild miscellanea from the 15th century, which depicts Jewish men and women engaging in mixed dancing, which would have been definitely against a lot of the Ashkenazic norms of the day. We have a lot of examples of nonconformist behavior in the medieval Kehillah, as the Kehillah struggled to establish itself and maintain its group integrity. Where this literature resides, and hopefully we'll have opportunity to discuss it over the course of these lectures, in the so-called responsa literature, known in Hebrew as She'elot U'Tshuvot, which means literally questions and answers, where we have hundreds and hundreds of years, going back long before medieval Ashkenaz, of questions that are directed to rabbis in authority, saying, hey, so-and-so did this, so-and-so did this to my property, so-and-so is engaged in this behavior, and it's harming my rights, and is that acceptable, and so on. And the rabbis would then respond, and the responses, the tshuvot, would constitute case law and precedent for later developments of Jewish thought. And so from these she'elot and tshuvot, we actually have a really interesting glimpse into specifically nonconformist behavior, because almost always, you don't ask a rabbi a question where everything is perfectly normal and fine. You ask a question when something is out of kilter. And so the she'elot and tshuvot literature is extremely useful for telling us kind of like the limits of the authority of the Kehillah and how people would sometimes push back against it, usually unsuccessfully, but sometimes, with lasting change. We'll also see sanctioned forms of protest that would include often gendered aspects. Like, for example, if a woman felt, it was typically women in this case, if a woman felt that she was not being treated fairly by the Kehillah leadership. And one of the last resort things that she could do is that in the middle of the Sabbath services, when the Torah is about to be brought out of the ark for public reading, a woman could barge into the men's section. Men and women were typically separated for prayer purposes. She could barge into the men's section. She could take a spot right in the center of the bima where the Torah would be read and refuse to allow the service to continue until she received assurances that her case would be addressed. And you can't do this very many times, but it was one of those last-ditch, so to speak, Hail Mary type. That's not really the right term to use in this context, but it was one of those last-ditch type of appeals that a person could make to protest against the decisions of the Kehillah. So the authority was not absolute. It was very strong, but it was not absolute at all. Now, let us move to the economic structure, the economic foundation, because ultimately things revolve around money, right? This is sort of like the unofficial Abramson rule of history, which is if you don't know why something happens, the answer probably is money. Not always, but probably. Here's a remarkable 16th century representation of a money changer and his wife. Definitely not a Jewish woman, though, and a Jewish couple, because you can see that she's reading some Christian literature here, definitely not sort of like approved by the local rabbi. So it's actually a Christian moneylender and his wife. By the way, you can also see the artist here, and we'll sort of like concede there's a mirror, and he's shown in the mirror painting itself. But nevertheless, a very beautiful representation, I think, of what must have been like to be a money changer working with various pledges and so on. One of the most important elements of the economic foundation of the Kehillah in medieval Ashkenaz was the institution of money lending. This is hugely important, particularly up until about the 13th, 14th century. We have this passage in Deuteronomy, which Jews and Christians interpret identically, particularly at this time, which essentially forbids Jews from charging interest to each other on a loan, but they are permitted to charge interest to a foreigner. Christians interpret this, that Christians may not loan money and charge interest to fellow Christians. It must be a free interest loan. But theoretically, a Christian could lend money to a Jew and demand interest payments, or more likely, a Jew could demand interest payments from a Christian loan. This was codified in Catholic law, first by Ambrose in the 4th century, and then under something called the Decretum Gratiane of the 12th century, that formalized essentially a monopoly on money lending for Jews. Now, it's not a true monopoly, because we do know that Christians also were sometimes nonconformist, and there were Christians who were charging interest on loans at the same time, but they are definitely doing so without the blessing of the church. And credit is an extremely important element in any developing economy, especially when it's agrarian in nature, and there's going to be a natural ebb and flow of income when you're waiting for the harvest to come in. And so when Jews would be establishing a community and they would perform a credit granting service, that was incredibly valuable to the entire region. And Jews were actually sought out for the benefit that they gave to the community by providing credit, not only for the general advancement of the economy as a whole, but especially to the kings, as we shall see in a second. Before we get to the kings, however, let's just try to understand, what do we mean by money lending? So it's often referred to with the somewhat derogatory term usury, and it's not an unfair term in many ways, because the interest rates in medieval Europe were, incredibly burdensome. We're talking about interest rates of 40, 50% in nature. It's a huge risk to borrow money on medieval interest rates. So why would Jews do it? So first of all, contrary to popular opinion, they were allowed in almost all parts of Europe and almost all times to own land. It wasn't like they were forced into money lending, but it had lots of benefits. There were also specific risks to landowning. I mean, if you owned land and then you were expelled from the country, what are you going to do with that land? It was typically, like we see in the Spanish Inquisition and onward, it was typically confiscated by the state, and then you were left with nothing. So landowning is a very difficult thing to manage. It also goes along with the joke, which is no longer technically true, but they used to say that why are there no great Jewish pianists? Now, of course, there are, but back then, why are there no great Jewish piano players? The reason is because it's very hard to run while carrying a piano. Right? That's why Jews prefer the clarinet, the snare drum, the flute, things like that, which are much easier to carry. So money lending had huge benefits. First of all, it was an urban occupation. You could set banker's hours, literally, because you were a banker. That allowed you time to live close to other Jews, so you can live within walking distance of a synagogue, walking distance of a mikveh, ritual bath, walking distance of an Asian restaurant. Right, it's almost lunchtime as I deliver this lecture, and that was, tremendously advantageous. It was not back-breaking labor like agriculture was, and so it was, well suited to what would become an urban Jewish lifestyle. But it had significant risks at the same time, because if the debt burden grew too heavy, then Jews would risk the possibility of popular uprising. We're going to see a really important example of that in a few lectures when we look at the 17th century with the Khmelnytsky Rebellion. Furthermore, if the debt burden was owed to the nobility, as we'll see, for example, in England, it's not impossible that the nobility could say, wait a second, we owe just way too much money to the Jews. Let's just expel them and cancel our debts thereby. Frequently, as in the case of France, the Jews would be expelled because the debt burden was too high. And then the local inhabitants said, wait a second, it's too hard living without credit, let's invite them back. And the Jews would be re-invited and then typically expelled again later. It was a terrible kind of situation with those risks. So it had the high potential for profit. And in fact, the way the church had set up their Decretum Gratianum, they had a near monopoly on it for several centuries, but it also carried significant risks as well. Now, what about the benefits to the king? This was extremely important because we're talking about a medieval economy where a lot of transactions simply happen in barter. We're talking about, exchange of goods rather than a cash-based economy driving much of this economic medieval structure. So the Jews who are dealing with precious metals, cash money, are actually very valuable source of taxation for the king. And so one of the things that develops out of Ashkenaz at this time is this notion of the Jews being servi kamerai regis, which means servants of the royal chamber. And in terms of that corporate structure of society that I spoke about earlier, the king would frequently declare that the Jews of his kingdom were his private possession, that they were under his private authority. And he would guarantee their activity as money lenders, and he would help them enforce the collection of their debts. So in other words, if you were a Christian who went to a Jewish moneylender, like in the image we're seeing right now, that debt was essentially guaranteed by the king. If you failed to repay your debt, you would not only have to answer to Shloimi, the local moneylender, you would have to answer to the king's authority that could be enforced with, actual corporal punishment if you did not repay that debt. And why was the king, so much in a rush to do so? Because he taxed the Jewish moneylenders directly and was able to derive the fruit of their labors as a major source of income. So there was a real benefit to the king to be able to have this economic engine in place. Maybe one kind of interesting sort of parallel example, when I lived in Florida, one of the The big issues was gambling. Should gambling be allowed in certain areas? And the state regulated it, and there were certain areas where you were allowed to have gambling casinos. And the reason is because even though gambling is a somewhat distasteful activity, we have to recognize that it's going to happen anyways. People are going to bet anyways among themselves and so on. But if the state regulates it, they can also tax it. And they can also derive a tremendous amount of income from that activity. It has to be like kept within certain boundaries because they don't want, the evils of gambling to spread throughout society as a whole, but they want to kind of like siphon it and direct it so they can also benefit from it economically. And the Jews, for many of the centuries that I'm talking about here, are very much involved in that economic system. Now, there are elements of continuity and discontinuity throughout. This image, by the way, is fascinating, just on a very quick tangent. This is the tripartite Machzor. This actually is from the page referring to the holiday of Shavuot. On the left, you see Moses receiving the Ten Commandments. There's Aaron, his brother, there next to him. And then you have, in a kind of a hierarchical fashion, you see a group of male Jews wearing the traditional Jewish hat called the Judenhut, associated with the Fourth Lateran Council. We'll get to that later. And then behind them, you see a group of Jewish women who are portrayed with animal heads. This zoomorphism is something that is fairly typical of the 13th century Ashkenazic regions, and we'll speak about them later. Notice, however, that they're not portrayed in a negative light. They're actually kind of like cute, but most theorists today looking at these images assume that they were portrayed as animals as a form of gesture to female modesty. At any rate, we should understand that during this period, we've looked at society, we've looked at economy, we should understand there's not only continuity, meaning that these social and economic structures persisted throughout centuries, there's also fundamental discontinuity, where a lot of these structures, social and economic, broke down under various pressures. Some of those pressures were competition with non-Jews, first in trade through the guilds, which largely excluded Jews, and Jews had to find, other industries. Jews are historically become early adopters of new technologies, particularly because they were often excluded from existing technologies, and also trade. That Jews would have faced certain competition from other groups within cities and villages and towns where the charters become extremely important. So depending on the relative strength of other economic interests in these societies, you will see the social or economic status of Jews go up or down. Then you also have a very important element, which we'll explore shortly, church versus state issues. The church, in particular in the 13th century, gained significant ascendance. And the church begins to say, wait a second, I realize you kings are making a lot of money from Jewish money lending, but we think it's an unfair workaround. And we've got to change things. So among the many things that will happen, ultimately the Italian Christians will break apart the monopoly of Jews on money lending, and they'll develop something called the Monte Pieta, which ultimately will remove the Jewish near monopoly, and Christians will become very involved in it. But in some cases, the behavior of Jews, freedoms of Jews, will be delimited by increasing church authority. So the degree to which the church has ascendancy over the state will have tremendous repercussions for the degree to which societies, Jewish societies in Ashkenaz, are continuous or discontinuous. And finally, we have popular uprisings and expulsions that will constitute demographic punctuations that will dramatically affect the Jewish populations of Ashkenaz. We'll have popular uprising that are expressed in, we'll have to define the term pogrom later, but basically attacks on Jewish populations. Sometimes they will be associated with some very nasty ideas regarding blood libel, for example. And then especially when we get to the Black Death in the 14th century, there will be widespread uprisings against Jews that create pressure on the Ashkenazi communities to emigrate. That pressure will be released largely through invitations to settle, often with similar charters in Eastern Europe. So what I've described for you over the last 60 minutes is basically your kind of typical Jewish kehillah, its structure, the backbone of its economy, which would probably be reliant on money lending, but there would be many other trades as well, such as smithing and even things like popular entertainment. Music is a very old tradition for Jews and so on, but the backbone of the economy would probably be related to money lending, and how those things would actually change quite a bit over the course of the centuries that we described. I want to thank you all very much for your endurance and for your attention. Have a good day. Let me start by pointing out that, I realize I'm speaking to a very diverse audience. Some of you are intimately connected with the theory and practice of Judaism, and you have a considerable amount of familiarity with the history and practice of Judaism in the medieval period. Others may be totally new to this, so I have to try and strike a balance between sophistication and introductory materials, and I'll do my best to try and satisfy everyone within this short presentation in which we're going to cover a major body of thought. So let's have a look first at the area of study. Intellectually, we have to ask ourselves, what exactly is Judaism? When we're talking about the religious life of the Jews of medieval Ashkenaz, what exactly are we referring to? So Judaism, of course, is an ancient faith, is one of the most ancient that are currently practiced today. It is the original monotheistic faith, which later gives birth to daughter religions, Christianity and Islam, originating in ancient Israel and, of course, developing through the ages and still practiced to this day. However, the understanding of Judaism that most non-Jews have is largely based through the filters that they receive from the Christian or Muslim interpretation of Judaism, which tends to focus very heavily on the biblical record. We should note, however, that for observant Jews, there are really two Torahs. There is the first 5 books of Moses, which is called the written Torah, and then there is this massive amount of information, which is called the oral Torah, Torah Sheba'al Peh, which informs many other aspects of Judaism and their central texts, like, for example, the Mishnah and the Talmud, which is shown here. The oral Torah is basically kind of simplified, sort of like a commentary on the Torah, but an amplification of the Torah, a clarification of the Torah, and it regulates the lives of observant Jews to the present day. So, for example, we have a commandment that I'm sure many of you are familiar with, honor the Sabbath day and keep it holy. So that's nice, great. How do you do it? Well, it doesn't actually say that much in the written Torah, how one does observe the Sabbath. However, in the oral Torah, there's a phenomenal amount of discussion, including an entire Talmudic tractate completely dedicated to that topic. And all of this is codified in something known as halakha. The word halakha is related to the Hebrew word to walk or to go. Maybe we should translate this as the path. And it's basically the interpretation, according to the ancient rabbis, of how Jews should live their lives according to Jewish law. Jewish thought, on the other hand, has quite a bit more flexibility than halakha. And even within halakha, there are significant flexibilities, which you'll see a little bit later today, some distinctions between Ashkenazim and other sub-ethnic groups within the Jewish world. But halakha basically dictates the day-to-day quotidian life of Jews throughout centuries. Let us recall that unlike, let's say, Christianity, which is very much based in creed, in terms of thought, in terms of acceptance of certain ideas and belief, Judaism is way more focused on behavior, on keeping things kosher, literally. And we should understand that halakha literally dictates how a Jew wakes up in the morning, how he or she ties his or her shoes, how they do business, how they eat, how they sleep, how they drink. For every single aspect of life is really dictated by halakha. It is all encompassing. There is no meaningful distinction between, let's say, ritual law, civil law, criminal law. It is all part of halakha. And we can go on at tremendous length, but we want to try and focus on more of history. In terms of text, without doubt, the most important document to understand halakha and to understand, by extension, observant Judaism. I should also mention, by the way, we're now talking about the medieval period where there really is, you don't have what we would later call denominations in Judaism. You don't have like Orthodox, Conservative, Reform, and so on. In the ancient period, there was basically Judaism or a limited number of heresies, like the Karaite movement, the Samaritan movement, which are kind of like cousins to Judaism, with significant friction between the main body of the certainly Ashkenazic Jews and split off. So we'll talk tomorrow, God willing, about some major splinter groups, the Sabbateans and the Frankists, that are very significant to Ashkenazic history. But basically, for the mainstream dominant Ashkenazi Jews, they are looking to the Talmud for guidance. The Talmud is, as I mentioned earlier, an expression of the oral law. It represents the discussion of literally thousands of rabbis over several centuries, debating points of interpretation of the Torah text, introducing lots of other materials like biographies, legends, stories, popular sayings, and engaging in really deep back and forth in trying to tease out how exactly Jews are supposed to live their lives. And that this Talmudic document, which requires tremendous training and erudition and patience to be able to decode its highly arcane and kind of cramped style in Aramaic and in Hebrew, is really that's the bread and butter of Jewish scholarship for most of the last two millennia. So with this very superficial kind of orientation, let's just see how that sort of is expressed in Ashkenaz. Clearly, one of the greatest Ashkenazi contributors to Jewish thought is none other than Rabbi Shlomo ben Yitzchak, known by the acronym of his name, Rashi, who was active primarily in the 11th century. And his contribution to the study of Torah is incredibly profound. Primarily, he wrote two great things, which are studied to this very day. And in fact, their study is virtually enshrined in later halakha. The first is a commentary on the Torah, and the second is a massive commentary on the entire Talmud, with certain tractates having been lost, where the actual Rashi that we have in it. But the vast majority of the Talmud commented by Rashi. Rashi's genius is in his ability to, boil down into very compact, clear, expressive Hebrew prose, which is not especially complex or difficult to understand, broad arguments to clarify the text of the Torah. It's said that Jews study the Torah with two fingers. One goes in the actual Hebrew text of the Torah itself, and the other one goes on the text of Rashi, which is almost always printed on the same page as the Torah itself. That's just how central he is. Because and besides just explicating the text, one of the other major contributions that he offers is he unites much of the oral Torah with the written Torah. So in other words, if we have a particular passage in the Torah about which there are pages and pages of rabbinic discussion, something called midrash, he can cull from that midrash and just apply in a sentence or two, sometimes even a phrase or even a word, something that's going on in the midrash. So when one studies the Torah with the commentary of Rashi, one really gets a holistic approach to the meaning of the Torah as understood by this kind of unified perspective of the written and the oral Torah. Rashi's perspective was heavily relied upon as well by medieval Christian commentators, not only because he explains many difficult words and phrases and puzzling passages in the Torah, but also because he boils down the perspective of the oral Torah and makes it available to a wider audience. In, of course, rabbinic Hebrew, but there were translators of that era who were rendering it into Latin and other languages. His commentary on the Talmud is equally profound. The Talmud, as I mentioned, unlike the Torah, which is fairly small in size, 5 books, you can put it on one big parchment scroll. The Talmud is massive. In the contemporary study of the Talmud, one of the most popular ways to study it is through studying a folio a day. That is like 2 sides of one page. That's called Daf Yomi. This is a program that was started in the 1920s and is a worldwide coordinated study. It has been called the world's largest book club because there are literally hundreds of thousands of Jews who study the same page of Talmud every day, and you can travel from place to place in the world and pick up the Talmud where you were studying the day before, and they'll be on the next page the day after, and so on. And so it's 2,711 folios long. That means double that in terms of pages because the folio is both sides. And it takes 7.5 years to complete the entire cycle of the Babylonian Talmud. There's another Talmud called the Jerusalem Talmud, which we won't deal with here today. And Rashi wrote a commentary on the entire thing. His commentary on the Talmud is rather different in style than his commentary on the Torah. He's not trying to bring in lots of other passages from Midrash and things like that to exploit the Talmud. But basically, because the Talmud is written in a really, really condensed and difficult language, requiring pretty phenomenal logical skills and attention to skip over many of the leaps that are assumed by the editors of the Talmud that the reader will be aware of, Rashi essentially guides the reader, taking him or her by the hand, typically him, as we shall see shortly, and saying, what it means to say is this. And here, what that last passage was should be read as a question, not as a statement. And Rashi is an essential guide to just figuring out the very, very basic meaning of the Talmud. So with his prodigious scholarship, which was universal in nature, Rashi was really able to open up these 2 key books to a much larger audience of students of Judaism and had a profound impact to this day. And as I mentioned, these hundreds of thousands of students of Talmud who study in the Daf Yomi program will regularly, every day, use Rashi to understand the text. And school children studying today will begin their study of Torah with the commentary of Rashi as an essential aspect of their study. An incredibly important contribution to later thought. I know that you've studied, the students who are watching with the Ashkenazim, you had some time with Professor Lowy, who of course has written some great things on Rashi, so I won't go into more detail. The next really significant group of scholars in Ashkenaz who made a big difference for the study of Judaism are the so-called Tosafot, the Baalei Tosafot. The word Tosafot means additions, and it refers to an entire school of Talmudic students, including Rashi's grandchildren, who were prominent among them. So now we're talking basically 12th century into 13th century. If you look at this page here that I brought up onto the screen, this is actually the first page of the Babylonian Talmud, and you can see the kind of layering of the text It just gives you some sense of how the study of the Talmud, as engaged in by medieval Ashkenazic Jews and by contemporary Jews as well, involves literally a conversation over the centuries. The pink area in the center is called the Mishnah. This is the core text of the Talmud and also a major text of the oral Torah. It's basically dealing with questions of Jewish law for the most part. And here, this particular page happens to be discussing when the Shema prayer should be recited in the evening and in the morning. And there's a discussion of how do you exactly time the beginning of this prayer. And then below it, in the yellow, you have the Talmud itself, which is a discussion of the Mishnah. Further questions, longer explications, contradictions and arguments, debates, and so on. The Talmud is much larger than the Mishnah. It will go on for several pages, and then you'll get to the next text, the Mishnah, and the process will repeat itself. Then, on the inside column, always printed towards the center of the book by the binding, you have the commentary of Rashi. That you can see that compared to the commentary of Tosfos, if you look for those bold headers, Rashi is much shorter, much more pithy, just very brief bits of information to help you walk through the text, providing things that you might have missed when you're trying to understand the basic meaning of it, as we've discussed. But on the left, you have the Tosafot. The Tosafot and Rashi are both written in a different font, but they're traditionally printed in a different font. It's called Rashi font primarily because printers used it at the time for Rashi and it was associated with him, although it's really just an italic form of the regular square font that's used in the Mishnah and the Talmud. Tosafot has an entirely different agenda to Rashi. Whereas Rashi is just trying to give you the basic meaning of the text, Tosafot has a much more analytical approach by thinking of what's said on the page here and then bringing up contradictions that may have occurred somewhere else in the Talmud. And Tosafot, as it were, assumes, even though we're on page 1 of the Talmud, that you have already studied the entire Talmud already. This is, of course, review. You're going back over it. And so therefore, when you're reading this again, you may have missed the fact that, 500, 600 pages later, it's going to say something that appears to contradict this page. And so unlike Rashi, who strives for simple clarity and a basic understanding, Tosafot explores the contradictions and explores the ambiguities and tries to offer resolutions to bring together the contradictory elements on the Talmud. It's an entirely different order of study. But again, highly Ashkenazic in nature. The Tosafot were based in Ashkenaz, and we're talking about really tens of scholars over several centuries. And by the way, on the outsides of the margins, you see many other commentators. Depending on the edition of the Talmud, you'll have different commentators featured right up until the 19th, sometime even the 20th century. The copy of the Talmud that I enjoy studying the most, the Steinsaltz Gemara, actually has a figure who passed away just a few years ago, Rabbi Steinsaltz. So it's an ongoing text. It has layers that continues right up until the present day. So Rashi, Tosfos, major Ashkenazic contributions to Jewish intellectual history in Ashkenaz. One last major movement that we should treat when we're looking at this medieval period is a group of thinkers in the Rhineland who acquired the name Hasidei Ashkenaz. Hasidei means literally the pious ones. The term is also used by several other movements in Jewish history, both modern day. I'm sure you have heard of Hasidim. These are followers of the Baal Shem Tov, who we'll have opportunity to speak about, I think, on Thursday. They're from the 18th century and onward. totally different and for the most part unrelated to the Hasidei Ashkenaz, other than their basic tenets in Judaism. It's also a term that's used long ago. There are biblical instances of the word Hasidim, and there are the followers of Yehuda HaMaccabi in the period of revolt against the Syrians. They were also called Hasidim and so on. So it's a term that's reused many times throughout Jewish history. We'll talk more about that when we get to the 18th century Hasidim to understand its meaning. But at any rate, it's a group of scholars that were active, especially after the Crusades, which is a topic that we're going to address in the following hour today. A period of tremendous persecution of the Jews of the Rhineland, enduring some horrific scenes where Jews were forced to choose between baptism or martyrdom, and many of whom actually chose martyrdom. A very, very frightening period that we will address in better detail later. But at any rate, these Hasidei Ashkenaz, unlike most other movements in Jewish history, they took a very ascetic approach to Judaism, with a tremendous amount of emphasis on fasting, on penitence, on the belief in demonic powers that had to be fought against through piety, many other elements that are to some degree present in Jewish thought for centuries prior, but never really focused to the degree that they were among the Hasidei Ashkenaz. They adopted a lot of fascinating and sometimes bizarre practices, such as self-mortification, rolling in snow naked in order to develop, one's penitence and to atone for one's sin. Things like after death, their coffins were dragged through the streets with the thinking that by suffering humiliation like this in this world, they will be spared humiliation in the next world. This is a movement that had a strong impact and influence, but most of the aesthetic tendencies were largely abandoned. There's kind of like a reverence for that type of piety, but for the most part, later Jewish movements did not adhere to it. One of the most important literary works of the Hasidei Ashkenaz is this book, the front page shown here, Sefer HaChasidim, the Book of the Pious, which is actually extremely important for illustrating the social life of Jews in Ashkenaz, because there's a remarkable amount of kind of like folk tales, of stories of travelers, of Jews, sometimes Jews behaving badly, of robbers, of non-Jews, of all kinds of things are involved in this pious work, which is intended to illuminate and elucidate Jewish thought for the masses of Ashkenaz at the time, and it's really quite fascinating. One of the most interesting passages, actually, in the Sefer Hasidim, as it's printed today, is a passage that deals with the will, the last will and testament, of one of the most important of this group of thinkers, Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid, who essentially wrote a rather longish ethical will called a tzavah. This tradition of the ethical will was, if I'm not wrong, I think would be pioneered by the Hasidei Ashkenaz. There's certainly biblical precedents and so on, but the idea is basically not only should one write a will in which one leaves one's possessions to one's survivors, you get the house and you get the car and you get my favorite painting of Zaidi or whatever, things like that. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid actually listed a whole bunch of behaviors that he wanted his followers to adopt. And it's a fascinating ethical document. And by the way, these ethical wills are written throughout the centuries thereafter. This is one of the significant ways in which the Hasidei Ashkenaz later affected the Jewish tradition. I myself and my wife, we rewrite our ethical wills every year, actually, before Yom Kippur. And I say plural because we write a different ethical will for each one of our children and our children-in-law as well, and our grandchildren. Kind of like, blessings that we want to confer on them, and things that we hope that they will adopt in their own lives, and so on. It's a very meaningful exercise, particularly for the penitential season. At any rate, one quick note about Rabbi Yehuda Chassid's will. It lists a lot of kind of bizarre instructions as well. For example, Rabbi Yehuda Chassid commanded his children after him to never marry a woman with the same name as their mother, right? So if Ruvain's mother's name is Sarah, he should not marry a woman who is also named Sarah. This is like rigorously adhered to today. It's also applied to women not marrying men who have the same name as their father. There are, ways in which this can be dealt with. If Reuven falls in love with Sarah, Sarah can always have a name added to her, so she becomes Sarah Leah or Sarah Hannah, things like that. But it's amazing how rigorously Jews attach themselves to this particular teaching of Rabbi Yehuda Chassid, which has, by the way, no other known source in Jewish thought, neither in the Bible, nor in the Massive Talmud, nor in the Mishnah, nowhere else. Rabbi Yehuda Chassid appears to have originated this practice. Centuries later, the great Kutzker Rebbe, who was a member of the Hasidim of the 19th century that we'll talk about tomorrow, God willing, he once quipped that if Rabbi Yehuda Chassid had known just how seriously people would take every aspect of his last will, he should have included the 10 Commandments in there as well. I don't know if you're laughing. It's hard to tell when I'm speaking to Zoom, but I hope you're enjoying that. Okay, one last detail about the study of Judaism in medieval Ashkenaz, and then I will pause for some questions before we go on to the next item. And that is this notion of Rishonim and Acharonim. So if you have a look at this map here, this is the great expulsion of Jews from Spain and later their migration to Portugal as well. As you can see, a significant number actually made their way up into Ashkenazic lands as well. And the Spanish expulsion is a major theme in Jewish history. It represents the uprooting of one of the most powerful and consequential communities of Jews in Europe, the Sephardim, named after Spain, and really radically changed the balance of intellectual power and influenced the Ashkenazim as well by their thought. But we'll get into that, God willing, in later classes. But I want to illustrate that here as kind of like a rough dividing line between two major periods of intellectual inquiry. We should preface this with this concept that is very basic to traditional Judaism, this notion of the so-called decline of the generations, the Yeridat Hadorot. There is this notion in Jewish theology that when the Jews received the Torah at Sinai, back in the ancient period as described in the Bible, that was kind of like their highest possible spiritual attainment. They were as close to God as one could imagine while still remaining in a human body as a mortal. And then as we move forward in time, away from that moment, there is a successive decline in spiritual sensitivity. And the Jewish thought kind of groups the bunches of generations within categories that relates to how far separated they are from Sinai. And I won't go through the earlier groupings, but two that are related to us today as we talk about Ashkenaz are the so-called Rishonim and the later Acharonim. The word Rishon means first. So you have these people called the first ones. It really means the first ones, the first thinkers after the last major group of thinkers called the Geonim, who were primarily centered in Baghdad, in Iraq, kind of like the post-Talmudic thinkers. The Rishonim include people like Rashi and the Balei Tosfot, who we spoke about earlier. The Sefer Chassidim were all among the Rishonim, and they represent several hundred years of thinkers who are very active, not only in Spain, not only in Ashkenaz, but also in Spain, North Africa, and elsewhere. The Rishonim are occupied with somewhat different priorities than earlier generations. So one of the things the Rishonim do, for example, is they try to systematize the commandments. In traditional Jewish thought, there are 613 commandments, a considerably larger amount than the 10 as listed in a couple of passages of the Bible, the 10 commandments. And so the Rishonim strive to codify, okay, let's count them. What exactly are the commandments? And they have disputes. Some people say this is a commandment. Other people say, no, it's not a commandment, just a rabbinic law and so on. But basically, they work with those commandments. Then later, they try to codify those commandments into, okay, how do we practice them? And organizing them into major works like Maimonides' Mishnah Torah. Maimonides, of course, was a Rishon, not an Ashkenazic figure, but that's basically what's going on for the period that we're discussing right now. Around the period of the Spanish expulsion, there is a seam-like figure or a transitional figure, Rabbi Yosef Karo, who flees Spain, ends up in Constantinople, and later in Safed, Israel, and he is the author of a major code called the Shulchan Aruch. And this would be in the 15th century, late 15th century, and early 16th century, when we have really that division between those thinkers who are called Rishonim and those thinkers who are called Acharonim, which means the later ones. Whereas Rishonim are kind of more or less evenly distributed between Sephardim and Ashkenazim, perhaps even more of them on balance are Sephardim. When you get to the Acharonim, it becomes a much more Ashkenazic enterprise. In other words, from the year 1500 on, Acharonim are much more associated with the traditional Ashkenazic lands in Germany and France, but heavily in later Poland, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, certain regions of Ukraine, Lithuania in particular, the great Vilna Gaon, for example. So there's a transition of intellectual thought between Rishonim and Acharonim at that time. It may not be common to go straight from the study of Jewish texts to gender as a category of discussing Judaism, but I think it's extremely important because one of the aspects of Judaism is somewhat foreign to us in the early 21st century is that Judaism is a highly gendered faith, meaning, I will tender for argument, that the experience of Judaism depends greatly on whether or not one is male or female. For example, I try to be an observant Jew myself, and, I, like my guy friends, we show up at synagogue twice a day for 3 cycles of prayer. There's hardly any women there, usually none whatsoever. My day is prescribed by all kinds of things that I've got to do that are associated with my role as a male Jew. My wife, on the other hand, has an entirely different set of practices, which tend to be they are daily, but not necessarily so circumscribed in time slots. They tend to be much more heavily monthly activities. They tend to be much more concentrated in the private sphere, in home, whereas most of my things go on in the public sphere outside. There are a tremendous amount of differences between how traditional Jews, certainly in the medieval period, would have appreciated their Judaism based on their gender. And let me give you first a theological discussion of why that would be. Not really theological, more of a halakhic discussion. If you have a look at this chart, you can divide the commandments. I mentioned earlier 613 of them. You can divide them into two types. Positive commandments, which means thou shalt, please do these things. And negative commandments, thou shalt not, do not do these things. Furthermore, you can also divide them, and here's a traditional Jewish symbol, with those that are defined by time and those that are not defined by time. Let me give you some examples. I'll put them in each quadrant. So a positive commandment, which is defined by time, would be that during the fall holiday of Sukkot, Jews are required to sit in a sort of a hut with a thatch roof, more or less. It's made of natural materials during the holiday. So there is a positive commandment: sit in the sukkah during the holiday of Sukkot. It is positive, something that one must go out and do, and it is defined by time. It's only relevant during that 8-day period called Sukkot. A positive commandment not defined by time would be, from the Ten Commandments, honor thy father and mother, right? One has to always do that. One must also get up and physically do things for one's parents. That's what's meant by the word honor, meaning provide for their welfare. And if your father asks you to get him a drink of water, then you have a mitzvah to actually get the drink of water. That's like the positive, but it's not defined by time. It could be anything. It could be in the middle of the night. Could be first thing in the morning, last thing at night, doesn't matter. It's always there. Okay, so positive commandments, defined by time, not defined by time. Similarly, negative commandments. A negative commandment would be do not eat bread on Passover, right? No leavened products may be consumed during the 8-day holiday of Passover. It's a thou shalt not, do not eat, but it's only during this period of time. Thankfully, you can have your bagels, your beer, and your whatever after Passover, but not on Passover. And finally, negative, not defined by time, would be, again, Ten Commandments, do not murder. That always applies, and it is a negative commandment. There's obviously a lot to say about each of these things, but this is a basic schematic version of how one may understand the commandments. Now, in terms of gender, the huge elephant in the room is that the Talmud says that women are exempt from the category of commandments which are positive, defined by time. Meaning, do this action at this time. Women may choose to do them if they so wish, but they are not required to do them at all. In most cases, this means that women generally do not do them, and certainly that would be associated with a lot of the other responsibilities that women have domestically, raising children, things like that. It's hard to specifically schedule leaving the home when you have, a nursing child or, things that you have to do at home. But nevertheless, that's the technical aspect of this. And it would mean that the lives of men and women are largely bifurcated because of this different standard of what is expected. Now, there are exceptions to that where certain commandments, like let's say, for example, lighting candles on Friday night, right, for the Sabbath, that is a mitzvah that actually women have priority over men on, and it's only on Friday night where there is that mitzvah. But with the exception of those things, drinking 4 cups of wine on Passover, for example, and several others, the general rule is positive, defined by time. Women are exempt, and this has tremendous implications for how they live their daily lives. There are also commandments which are specific to women, and one of the most significant of those is the immersion in a mikvah, which relates to the laws of what are called family purity. In Jewish thought, there's a lot more to say about this, obviously, but in brief, any kind of connection with death renders a person somewhat defiled. It's not a good translation, but the Hebrew term would be tameh. So, for example, after sleeping, which is kind of like a taste of death, that unconsciousness, one has to wash with water. Afterwards, water is a universal solvent for this defilement, this tuma, which is sometimes also translated as impurity. I don't like that word really either. One of the things that is definitely associated with death is menstruation, because menstruation represents the loss of a possible life. And before husband and wife can return to regular married life, the woman has to wait a certain amount of time, and then she immerses in a particular ritual bath called a mikvah. That's what was shown, by the way, in the background of this picture, a modern mikvah. I'm going to show you now a brief video that I actually made in connection with my synagogue. So I'm going to jump ahead to a particular part in the video where we will enter the mikvah of Carpentras, France. It's a remarkable 14th century mikvah, so you can get a feeling for what it must have been like. I'm actually going to show you a little bit more of the video because we get the opportunity to see the synagogue. I just want to let you know in advance that the synagogue there was renovated in the Baroque period in the 18th century, so the interior has that kind of feel to it. But when we go into the basement, you'll see an 18th century mikvah, and then you're going to go even lower and see this 14th century mikvah, which I think is actually to look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement. The synagogue is located in the Jewish carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature, when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
Look at this beautiful Baroque interior that's strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low profile facade from the outside. And it's the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe.
There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall.
Hand up there so we can see the scale.
Of course. Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room, and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. And, we were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us. And so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, they were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading. But they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back.
This is incredible. Okay, Solomon, say something for the camera.
The privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
This mikveh is from the 18th century, Okay, and
The mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvah, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space. The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikveh or even the 18th century mikveh. They'll use a modern mikveh. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal finds.
And dites quelque chose.
Welcome.
Dites, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Ah, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite.
Fantastique.
Ok, une chaleur à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Guinness.
Guinness ici.
Très beau voir.
Ok. Et c'est une guérison du document.
Il y avait des documents. J'ai pas.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Je n'ai pas vu ça ce matin.
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Alors ça,
qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Ça c'est des... Normalement, il y avait des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à tous les maisons.
Des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la guénisa de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, dans ces films, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres, les vieux, comment on appelle ça, Tefillin, Tzitzit,
Quelle sorte de livres?
des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589. 1590.
Oui.
Wow, 1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Carpentras synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes. So that's, I hope you enjoyed that little quick trip to France. So we got a chance to look at a medieval synagogue, in particular to look at the medieval mikveh underneath. Of course, they don't use the 14th century mikveh anymore. They don't use the 18th century mikveh either. By modern standards, they're kind of like yuck. But a huge advance from the 14th century to the 18th, and then of course the 20th century looks more like a spa than anything else. Let us conclude our discussion with a very brief discussion of religious cycles. And again, I'm going to horribly compress some amazing information into a brief period of time, but we can't understand the way in which Jews would have appreciated the world around them unless we are cognizant of their association with time. Of course, One of the most important cycles would be the life cycle, and as I intimated earlier, very different understanding of the life cycle depending on whether one is male or female. In generally, males tend to get a lot more hoo-has, as my grandmother would say, my grandmother, Allah Shalom. There's a lot more celebrations associated with the birth of a boy, the circumcision ceremony, the bar mitzvah, and so on. Then for women, of course, the massive celebration would have been the wedding. I should mention, by the way, bar mitzvah was definitely not a big thing. The 13th birthday for a boy, definitely not a big thing in medieval Ashkenaz. It was quite a bit later that it began to become the party that it is today. Sometimes people say it's more bar than mitzvah. But the bat mitzvah, although theologically the concept of bat mitzvah was certainly present, it goes back much further. The idea that a girl becomes an adult at the age of 12 is the celebration of that life cycle event was basically absent until the 20th century. The huge hoo-ha, as shown here, though, is the wedding, which is much more oriented towards the women's experience, I would argue. But nevertheless, the life cycle was basically associated with these kind of patterns of coming of age. For men, it was especially associated with greater levels of attaining literacy. Although Jewish women were also remarkably literate, as far as we can tell from Ashkenazic documents, they may not have been as literate in Hebrew, which would be the language of religion and prayer, but they certainly would have had literacy in Yiddish, which was the vernacular. It was far more likely for women to be able to read and write, at least in Yiddish, than in the broader non-Jewish society. And this, of course, the pattern that would hold true right up until modern periods. Then you have, of course, and the last element of life cycle, of course, is the ritual of death, which, as I mentioned in yesterday's lecture, was very highly controlled by the Chevra Kadisha. I shouldn't actually say that. It's not like death was actually controlled. Death is largely out of our hands. But the process of burial and mourning and so on was largely managed by this high-status committee called the Chevra Kadisha. The weekly cycle is something that Jews would have experienced most immediately, and that relates obviously to the holiday, this once every 7 days of the Sabbath. In some ways, the Sabbath today in the 21st century is even more remarkable because of its remove from our contemporary activities. But basically, on the Sabbath, according to the Talmud, there are 39 forbidden categories of activity, all of which are associated with either creative or manipulative activity, which would include, for example, it's forbidden to light a fire or extinguish a fire. It's forbidden to cook food. It's forbidden to carry objects beyond a certain distance and in the public thoroughfare without a device called an Erev, which is not as common in medieval Ashkenaz. And basically, it would represent a complete cessation of all other activities, all business activities, to be sure, and much more of a focus on the family and on the community. The reason why I mention it's so much more radical today is because, you know, we really operate in a 24/7 environment in which it becomes absolutely unheard of for people to, for example, turn off their phones for 1 day a week, which, you know, like a digital fast. Whereas for observant Jews, well, of course you turn off your phones. Of course you ignore communicating with the broader world. You communicate with the ones you love, your family, your community, and so on. It's a very different kind of approach to the week. For modern day Jews, you see it in terms of things like electric lights are not turned on and off. Food is not prepared on the Sabbath. That's prepared in advance, just like medieval period, and so on. The Sabbath would have been, of course, on Saturdays, which was great distinction to the Christian Sabbath on Sundays, which shared some features with the Jewish Sabbath, but that disconnect between these two different days of the week had implications, as we shall see as we get to the modern period in particular. And then, of course, there is the yearly cycle with a group of holidays that appear throughout the year. They have a lot of agricultural connections, particularly with the seasons in the land of Israel, but they were largely adapted to northern climes as well, including, for example, that holiday of sitting in the outdoor booths on the holiday of Sukkot, which usually falls around September or October. And that can be somewhat uncomfortable in northern Germany at that time, but nevertheless, those are the dates that are followed. So there's so much more to say about the daily, weekly, and yearly cycles of Judaism, not nearly as relevant to our more narrow study of history, however. So I'm just going to leave you with that as kind of like an overview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to thank you for your attention now, and I'm really grateful that you're studying with me. So thank you all very much for watching. Our task now is to look at a much more difficult topic in Jewish history. We're going to look at the Crusades and the development of medieval anti-Semitism in Ashkenaz. So I'd like to begin with a little bit more generic work in trying to define what exactly we mean when we use this term, anti-Semitism. As we shall see, we're actually using it somewhat anachronistically, but primarily because it relates to the topic at hand. It is a term that is unfortunately au courant. And then let's drill down into the Ashkenazi experience in the medieval period in particular. So the first thing that we should bear in mind is that anti-Semitism, although it has its own kind of twisted, bizarre logic, it does not have to make sense. In fact, one of the most amazing and uncanny aspects of what has been called the longest hatred is that it has demonstrated the remarkable capacity of reinventing itself to meet the specific demands of a particular age and culture. If we had a lot more time, we could delve into this deeper, but I would like to point to Jean-Paul Sartre's famous statement in a remarkable little brief post-war work he wrote called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. Si le juif n'existe pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that anti-Semites somehow need Judaism and need an enemy in order to focus their understanding of the world around them. That's why, again, if we have more time to discuss this, we can certainly explore in greater detail, but anti-Semitism is often seen as a reaction to the stressors of society, and that the Jews provide a convenient foil upon which individuals who feel disconnected from the world around them are able to somehow, explain their situation by looking at the Jews as to being to blame. We certainly, unfortunately, see that today in contemporary America. But it is not at all uncommon. For example, if you look at this remarkable publication that comes out of Tokyo in the year 2004, a Japanese translation of the Protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, one of the most notorious anti-Semitic works, a forgery of a rather bizarre discussion of a Jewish world conspiracy, that, even though there's a tiny population of Jews in Japan, primarily concentrated in a couple of cities, nevertheless, the Japanese saw fit that there's enough of a reading public that they should publish an edition of this notorious anti-Semitic work. So much more to say about this in general, but let's just focus on a couple of things. First of all, I'm going to use the term anti-Semitism. Now, this is, as I mentioned, somewhat anachronistic. The term anti-Semitism was actually coined by this man, Wilhelm Marr, in the late 19th century in an attempt to find a more polite or at least acceptable term alternative to words like Judenfeinde or Judenhass, which are much more vulgar in nature. So anti-Semitism, capitalizing on linguistic theory that was developing language families around this time and developing the notion of a Semitic family of languages, which includes Hebrew, but also includes Arabic and so on. But anti-Semites are rarely speaking about Arabs when they're engaged in anti-Semitic talk. And so saying one is anti-Semitic means one is against Semitism. Semitism is understood in the modern age as kind of this bizarre imaginary world of Jewish conspiracy to dominate the globe. And therefore, many scholars today, since there is no such thing as Semitism, there is no such world of Jewish conspiracy. I'm embarrassed I even have to actually say that. But because there is no really such thing as Semitism, therefore anti-Semitism should not be spelled with a hyphen, which implies that one is anti an actual thing which exists. Therefore, it's spelled generally with a lowercase s and no hyphen, anti-Semitism, meaning it's a word used as a phenomenon of hatred towards specifically Jews. Now, the term anti-Semitism, with its heavy reliance on the idea of a world Jewish conspiracy, is decidedly modern, and it would often be inappropriate to use that term retroactively to the medieval and certainly to the biblical period. But for the sake of simplicity, since that term has become in wide usage, I will use the term in this lecture as well. Let's try and understand then the basic development of anti-Semitism up to the period that we're specifically focusing on. Historically, when you look at the earliest texts that we have focused on the Jews, particularly written from the outside, from non-Jewish society, the Greco-Roman literature certainly stands out. And much of that early anti-Jewish antipathy is really a type of xenophobia, a fear of the stranger, that reflects a Kulturkampf, a culture struggle between the values and norms of basically Greek and Roman society and that of Judaism. And there's a whole bunch of things, like, for example, Jews were accused of being lazy, slothful, because they rested one day a week, which was considered grossly excessive in the Roman world. They were considered misanthropic and clannish because they reserved membership in the group only to men who were circumcised, for example. You couldn't be called a Jew unless you went through a conversion ritual, if you were male in particular, in the ancient world. And of course, there was conflict with the Jews. There was a few pretty significant revolts against Rome, 3 if you count the Titus rebellion as well, that resulted ultimately in destruction of the Jewish sovereignty in the land of Israel, and then later in a further persecution under Bar Kokhba. And it's noted, for example, in this famous arch, the Arch of Titus, that was erected in Rome to commemorate that victory of the Romans over the Jewish rebels in the first century, that they have this, depiction of the Jews being forced to carry off the temple spoils to the temple of Jupiter in Rome. Now, by the way, this is what it looks like. Stephen Fine has actually done some great analysis of the chemical composition. The Romans rather garishly painted their statues, and this is what it would look like in the first century. Now, all of this, although Jews don't necessarily feel good about it, I mean, seeing their goods being hauled off to be displayed in the temple for Jupiter, that definitely is not a nice thing for Jews to experience. But is it really anti-Semitism, or is it just regular cultural conflict that is, demonstrated in war victory propaganda? And it seems like this is a more normal conflict, that the Jews were treated well or badly just as much as the Romans treated any other people well or badly. We can debate the finer points, but basically it's a normal type of human hatred in the ancient period as far as we can. It changes significantly with the birth of Christianity, because there you have a special dynamic. Christianity, of course, is a daughter religion to Judaism. The earliest practitioners of Christianity were Jews, who refined their faith, specifically focusing it on the person of Jesus. And when you get into the 2nd century in particular, and there is more of a sharpening of the distinction between some of those early Jewish Christians who were still going to synagogue, still keeping kosher, still observing Passover and things like that, and a much larger group of non-ethnic Jews who adopted the Christian religion. You see a kind of a family feud, us versus us arguing, to an us versus them kind of environment, which is well traced out in the Gospels and in the Church Fathers and so on. You can see here in a couple of medieval representations, which are actually from the period of time we're talking about. These are both representations of the articulation of the difference between Christianity and Judaism, which would be especially useful for Catholic priests to explain to illiterate peasants how Christianity differed and diverged from Judaism, so it would be easier for people to understand what their relationship was to the frequently wealthy Jews living in urban environments and understand what their relationship was. On the left, you see they're typically portrayed in pairs like this. One represents the church, always on the left side, which would have been under the right hand of Jesus. Sometimes you see him in a cross in the middle, and he's got his right hand over the church, and the left hand, the weaker hand, over synagogue. So on the left of the Strasbourg Sisters, you see church with a crown and a solid staff holding a chalice, and she's clear-eyed and she's standing erect and so on. On to her left is the synagogue, clearly in an attitude of decline, almost falling away from the wall. She has her head down in sadness. Her crown is gone. She's blindfolded to the truth. Her staff is broken, kind of like a symbol of her loss of power. And even the 10 Commandments are slipping from her grasp as she holds them casually towards the ground like that. So the image is trying to say, as it were, that Christianity supersedes Judaism, that Judaism was rejected, was disfavored, and Christianity has taken her place, so to speak. On the right, you see a rather more violent example from a stained glass window in Berben, Germany, 15th century. On the left is the church riding on a tetramorph, a dignified-looking mythical creature with the upright staff and the chalice, and a hand descends from heaven and crowns her with a halo, so you get a clear sense of divine favor. And on the other side, our right, you see the synagogue, who is riding on a donkey, holding a ram's head, probably a reference to the sacrificial law, perhaps to the binding of Isaac and the carnal nature, as argued by the church fathers of Judaism. Her crown is knocked off her head. She's blindfolded. These motifs appear over and over again in literally hundreds of examples of ecclesia et synagoga images that we have. Her staff is broken, and just in case you missed the point, there is a sword descending from heaven and penetrating the top of her skull, indicating that she is no longer in favor. So this is a special kind of animus that is largely a result of a religious dispute between the younger faith that emerged from the older faith and a rejection of the older faith. It's qualitatively quite different from the earlier Roman Greek xenophobia. This is something that's specific to the relationship. It only really makes sense between Christians and Jews. You couldn't say that, I don't know, let's say Buddhists would have a similar kind of iconography with regards to Jews because they don't have the same relationship with Jews historically. And then the period that we are entering now, you see all of a sudden anti-Semitism just goes off the rails, and it goes into bizarre pathologies, which we will discuss over the next 45 minutes. Ideas that seem to come out of nowhere, like Jews need to drink the blood of Christian children. Like, where does that come from? Totally bizarre ideas that become very conversant in society in the 12th, 13th, 14th century and onward, and have a remarkable grip on the popular imagination, really up until the 21st century, believe it or not. So that's kind of like a devolution of anti-Judaic prejudice. We'll call it anti-Semitism, although that term is anachronistic. And let's trace it specifically back to the Crusades, where we see a lot of this really begin. The Crusades were initiated in the year 1095 by Pope Urban II. It had to do a lot with the issue of access of Christian pilgrims to the holy sites in Jerusalem. At this time, of course, Jerusalem is not under the control of the Jews. Jews have been formally removed from sovereignty in the first century, 900 years earlier, and it's now the Muslims who control it. And the charge was that they are not allowing sufficient access to Christian pilgrims. Urban connects with his Eastern Orthodox Christians, and they put together this remarkable ecumenical movement to march all the way to Jerusalem and to wrest control of it from the Muslims. Now, for our purposes, we are less concerned with what happens in Jerusalem. There are Jews living there, and actually they end up defending the city along with their Muslim neighbors from the Christian Crusaders. It becomes a terrible bloodbath, and Christians murder Jews and Muslims in the battle, but ultimately the Christians are able to get a foothold in Jerusalem and in Israel, and it goes back and forth for the next couple of centuries. There's actually several crusades, but what's especially relevant for us looking at Ashkenazi Jewry, which is not present in Jerusalem at this time, is the fact that many different peoples are attracted to the message and mission of the Crusades. Not only the more well-disciplined troops associated with the nobility, but also a bunch of rabble that seize on the idea of attacking the infidel, and they follow some strange, mendicant friars and ascetic individuals who, take upon themselves some kind of neo-prophetic role to urge them to follow them all the way to Jerusalem, where they will, seize the holy sites and restore them to Christian glory. And at a certain point, particularly in the Rhineland, this idea circulates that, why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem? They probably don't use the term schlep, but why should we take ourselves all the way to Jerusalem to defeat the infidel, meaning the unfaithful, in other words, the Muslims? Why should we go all the way there if we're going to fight infidels? We have infidels right here in the Rhineland. We should fight them here. And so from the horrible year 1096, and then repeated for several times through the next century, there are these awful massacres that occur in towns like Speyer, Worms, and Mainz in particular, the tri-town on the Rhine River, also in Köln and many other places, where there are these horrific massacres led by bands of local individuals, riffraff and people of very limited means, who are not necessarily ready to outfit themselves and go follow the troops all the way to Jerusalem. And they typically offer the local Jewish inhabitants the choice of baptism or death. And in the many chronicles that Jews recorded after these events, we have these horrific stories of Ashkenazic Jews choosing to martyr themselves, often slaughtering their families before they kill themselves, rather than submit to baptism. It is in many ways a culturally defining moment for Ashkenazi Jews, who see this as kind of like a choice with no alternatives. Not necessarily the same kind of approach that was adopted, for example, in Sephardic lands, when forcibly converted in the pogroms of 1391, a couple hundred years later, where Sephardim elect to find a way to accommodate their newfound baptized status, not for our discussion today, but for Ashkenazim, this creates kind of like a cultural marker in time where Jews were faced with this horrific, terrible choice, and many of them chose martyrdom. Of course, many of them also chose baptism, and later one of the issues which Rashi, among others, will deal with is what about these Jews who saved their lives by electing to be baptized, and then later, once the Crusades died down, they wanted to come back to the Jewish fold, and Rashi and others had to deal for the first time with the question, really, of, well, does it count? Can you come back to Judaism? What happens when you're baptized? They ultimately resolved it in the favor of, yes, they remain Jewish, and they are accepted back into the community, but there was, at any rate, a significant amount of debate at the time. So the Crusades really constitute one of these turning points in Ashkenazic cultural history. It forces Ashkenazim to sort of look at the outside world as being fundamentally toxic, dangerous. It forces them to look at their Christian neighbors as the other, as a society that is actually bent on their destruction. And to tell you the truth, based on what we're going to talk about in the next half hour or so, it's hard not to sympathize with that perspective, because the next couple of centuries are really going to be quite nasty for Jews. A large reason for this is that the church is ascendant in the 13th century in particular. Pope Innocent III, shown here, actually leading a massacre of the Cathars. That is a Christian group that was declared heretical by the church, had very little sympathy for the Jewish minority. And throughout the 13th century, there is a series of new and ever-increasing restrictions placed on Jews. Among the most prominent, at least in terms of art history, is the demand for Jews to wear a Jewish badge. As you can see here, this representation of a Jewish man and a woman, and they have the ruel. It is a round circle on their clothing. It actually varied from place to place, whether it was a round circle, which may have been a reference to the 30 silver pieces that Judas received for betraying Jesus, may have some kind of reference to the issue of usury that we discussed yesterday. But and sometimes it's the tablets of the law, sometimes it's red, sometimes it's yellow. It is not, however, a Star of David. That's an innovation that comes much later. The Nazis would use the Star of David very heavily. But in this Fourth Lateran Council of 1215, there are a series of canons that restrict Jewish usury, that require the badge, that forbid Jews from holding public office, which was not at all unheard of. Jews, particularly in the south of France, are holding public office and so on. And when Jews are baptized, they are prohibited from returning to Judaism, which obviously had very significant consequences, not from the Jewish side, but now from the Christian side regarding those victims of the Crusades in particular. So the kings who had previously seen the Jews as a source of profit and had taken the Jews in as servi camerae regis, we discussed yesterday, the servants of the royal chamber, they had less and less authority in the 13th century as the church begins to assert its power fairly successfully with a series of bans like this. Now, how we see this idea translating into popular thought is in a couple of areas which are, incredibly nasty and really quite pernicious for the future of Jewish history. The first is, of course, the charge of blood libel. It first emerges in the 12th century in the form of what is called ritual murder. This charge that Jews need to reenact the passion of Jesus by, God forbid, crucifying a Christian child. William of Norwich in 1144 is understood as a child who was associated with this ritual murder, which of course is a complete canard. That particular case has been thoroughly debunked. But let us understand this in a broader perspective. Unfortunately, then and now, we have some despicable adults who will prey on children. God forbid, it should not happen to any of us. And those children, once harmed, especially if they are murdered, are later discovered by the local population, and they are justifiably angered, and they want to find a culprit. it is remarkably easy to blame the Jews and say, aha, the Jews did this. And you ask, well, why would the Jews do this? And say, oh, the answer is because they have to reenact the crucifixion of Jesus. That's the argument, basically, of the charge of ritual murder. From England, it spreads to the continent, and here you can see it throughout the entirety of Ashkenazic lands. It actually penetrates Sephardic lands as well. The numbers represent the centuries in which a blood libel was specifically charged against Jews. I forgot to mention the charge of ritual murder, which essentially refers to the murder of the child like a crucifixion. That evolves into the blood libel, which is sort of like an enhancement of this story, that not only do the Jews need to kill this Christian child, they need to drink its blood, drink the child's blood, for reasons which are like as fantastic as you can imagine. It was widely asserted that Jews had a unique stench that could only be resolved through Christian blood, that Jews were infertile, and this was a way of restoring Jewish fertility, that Jewish men menstruated and they needed to replenish their iron by drinking Jewish blood. Absolutely ridiculous, insane kind of assertions, but each one built upon each other in a conspiracy-like mentality, and it proved to be a dramatically powerful thought that was able to communicate throughout Europe. In many cases, they actually had attacks on Jews when there was no body of a Christian child ever found. It was just simply, the rumor went out that a Christian child was murdered. No body was ever found. No one ever reported a child missing, and the Jews would nevertheless be attacked. It was absolutely a horrific period of time. And as you can see from the numbers here, it goes all the way up to the 20th century. If we move outside of Europe, you actually have blood libels in the 21st century, particularly in some Muslim regions. And again, I feel constrained to point out this is completely imaginary. This never happened, but nevertheless, the belief that it did happen was sufficient to cause these terrible riots, these show trials, and so on, right up until the modern era. And in fact, we have some really disgusting, perpetrations of this idea right up until the 21st century. This is something right from the beginning of the COVID era. It was like things couldn't get worse. This is a contemporary artist named Gasparo who actually, painted a scene based on the same blood libel of Trent, extremely evocative, incredibly anti-Semitic, and just perpetrating this element of hatred in contemporary society for no reason that I can possibly justify. So the blood libel just races through Europe from the 12th century onward and has a lasting hold on the popular imagination. Let us move to the next element, which is related to it, and that is the charge of host desecration. And let's just recall in Catholic practice, Orthodox practice as well, actually, there is a ritual known as communion, in which a member of the church will confess sins and will receive penance and absolution. And at the end of that, they are allowed to participate in this ritual of communion, which involves the consumption of a ritual item of food, typically a small wafer, like a little round cracker, could be a cube bread, like in some churches, and drink some wine. And this has significance, obviously, within Catholic practice. So the argument is that this actual consumption of the wafer and drinking of the wine represents through the doctrine known as transubstantiation, the actual body of Jesus. And so the thought goes, and by the way, during the 14th century in particular, where you had the Eucharist controversy, Eucharist is another word for this thing called the host, which refers to the cracker. The church really wanted to let people know about this idea of transubstantiation. There was a certain amount of pushback. I'm not really adept in Christian history, but I understand that many Christians were not enthusiastic about believing that the food actually was the body of Jesus. But nevertheless, it certainly reinforced the church's position if there was this notion that the Jews, since they were inveterate haters of Jesus, they also must hate the host. Since the host is the body of Jesus, not symbolically, but really, then Jews must want to torture the host like they want to torture Jesus through the charge of ritual murder and blood libel. So you have this series of stories that, like the blood libel, race through Europe that do not involve the abuse of children, but do involve the abuse of the host. And unfortunately, the end result is very similar. Jews are rounded up. There will be a trial, sometimes just a facade of a trial, and then there will be public burnings and massacres of that nature. Really horrific kinds of things. Here is a 15th century representation of the host desecration from Passau, Germany. And you can see the story is laid out kind of like almost in a comic book form, which makes it kind of interesting. On the left, there is a Christian individual who's gone into the church, and you can see that he's surreptitiously looking over his shoulder as he sweeps up the host and puts them into the bag he has at his side. In the second panel, he goes to the Jews. You can see they're labeled with the ruel there, and he offers the host in exchange for money. The Jews take this back to their synagogue in the third panel, and in the fourth panel, you can see that they are stabbing the host. You can see in the background, the artist is obviously unaware of Hebrew typography, and he's tried to represent the Ten Commandments on the two tablets in the background there. But basically, the Jews are stabbing the host with knives, and miraculously, it is bleeding. Right? The idea of emphasizing the miraculous qualifications of the host is a way of advancing the Eucharistic argument to begin with. Then what happens is people get suspicious. There's some sort of town official, some type of policeman comes to the door. The Jews gather up the host very quickly, and then in the second panel, they throw the host into the oven. Again, miraculously, the image of a cherubic child is viewed in the flames, and doves fly out of the furnace, who are then captured by waiting angels. Lots of miracles associated with the host. And then in the third panel, the officials break in and they arrest the Jews. They behead several of them in the final panel here. The rounded hat like that is also, with the kind of pointed top, is associated with Jews as part of the Fourth Vatican Council as well. They torture some of the Jews here in this panel. Others are set aflame. In the third panel, the Christian who originally was the accomplice who betrayed the host, this is a very common theme, is taken away. And then in the final panel, the synagogue is rededicated as a church. And with the exception of the burning of the Jews and their abuse and the confiscation of Jewish property, nothing else was true. Unfortunately, the violence against Jews was something which was characteristic of the era. Now, here you can see in this map the progress of the host desecration notion, which makes its way from France in particular, and then eastward throughout Central Europe and Poland, also makes its way south into Portugal and Spain. Very, very popular idea for those who would see conspiracy afoot. Now, it's also important to know, like, what was the actual church position on these things? It's quite fascinating, particularly with the blood libel. The higher levels of the church and the popes for most of these periods were very much against the notion of perpetrating this blood libel and ritual murder charge. They saw no point to it. Jews, when there was rumors of a blood libel afoot, frequently sent urgent messages to ecclesiastical authorities asking for assistance, and that assistance was forthcoming. The church frequently printed bulls, which are kind of like decrees, instructing the population that it's not true. Jews do not drink Christian blood. Please do not get all upset and arrest the Jews and, God forbid, kill them. This was in keeping with Catholic doctrine, something called the doctrine of witness, which forbade the indiscriminate murder of Jews. But it seems that the church was unable to control the laity in this cause. There was sufficient popular energy, sometimes driven by illiterate lower clergy who would be, at any rate, unable to read the Catholic bulls that were published by the popes. And they were instrumental in whipping up the frenzy and the local population charging the Jews with this act of violence. The church may have been somewhat more ambiguous with regards the host desecration charge, because that, of course, was more or less in line to some degree with Catholic thought, the notion that the host was the body of Jesus, and the host desecration charge reinforced that position. But it is interesting to note that with virtually few exceptions, the higher level of the church strove, largely unsuccessfully, to restrain this violent impulse, but nevertheless it was fomented from below by popular imagination. So both of these developments, the ritual murder / blood libel, and then after it, the host desecration charge, resulted in creating an atmosphere of fear that permeated much of Ashkenazic Jewry, particularly in Western Europe during the High Middle Ages going into the 14th century, and made Ashkenaz a much less comfortable environment for Jews as a whole. Let us conclude this kind of race through anti-Semitic theory by looking at one last element, which proved to be instrumental in forcing Jews to basically abandon much of Ashkenaz and move their way towards the eastern region, and that was the advent of the Black Death, the bubonic plague, which, as you can see from this map, makes its way from the northern coast of the Mediterranean up into Central Europe and results in phenomenal demographic devastation. Sometimes 30% of a region would succumb to the plague during these years and cause tremendous havoc, particularly when people were, completely unaware as to why this was happening. Now, it is a widespread myth that Jews were somehow less spared the ravages of the plague than non-Jews, but we simply have no data to support that or even to deny it. But it's hard to imagine that that is in fact the case. Some argue some rather fanciful theories, like, for example, the Jews are hesitant to own dogs for much of Ashkenazic history. There's a discussion in the Talmud of a prohibition of owning a vicious dog. Even a dog that barks a lot is potentially hazardous to other people, and therefore you will be subject to liable for damages if your dog harmed another person, even if they barked and frightened another person in an appropriate way. So historically, culturally, Jews tended to favor other animals as pets, in particular cats. So the theory, which is kind of fanciful, is that if Jews had cats, the cats chased away the rats and mice. The rats and mice were the vector of the fleas that carried the bacillus that was responsible for the plague. So therefore, Jews were less likely to get the plague. I mean, it's an interesting idea, but we have no data to support it. Another somewhat more convincing argument is that the Jews were somewhat cleaner. We have to realize that medieval Europe was definitely not a clean place. People rarely bathed, hardly changed their clothes at all. Jews, at the very least, would customarily bathe once a week for the Sabbath. So not exactly squeaky clean by modern standards. So it's not that much cleaner. And, washing before eating bread, that's a ritual requirement that Jews would have to engage in. Washing with cold water without soap, it's hard to imagine that they're really going to be less likely to catch the plague. On the contrary, there are good arguments to suggest that Jews would have been more likely to contract bubonic plague than their neighbors, primarily because of what's called the urban charge, if I remember that term correctly. By living in higher concentration in urban settings, which was more characteristic of Jewish patterns of settlement, rather than far apart from each other in open fields and farmsteads, Jews were more likely to be in congress with other people and to catch the contagion because they simply have many more people they come into contact with in a given day. So that urban debt or that urban charge would suggest that Jews probably suffered more from the plague than others. There are some interesting studies of local activities. We do have some memoirs from doctors, Jewish doctors who were active in the plague, but they do not give us any real indication one or the other. At any rate, sorry for that bit of a tangent. The plague, not surprisingly, advanced more anti-Semitic theories because one of the popular ideas was, well, it must be that Jews caused this plague somehow. Some of the more bizarre ideas were the notion that Jews were in league with the devil and they had received the help of lepers that somehow allowed them to conspire together to poison the waters of Europe. And you see in this image here, there is a representation of a Jew standing on the left, and he's wearing some kind of like a turban, which is like the artist's impression of perhaps some kind of Middle Eastern garb. There is the victim of a ritual murder on the cross there and wounded, probably also the blood libel, and using, as the legend goes, some of the discarded flesh of lepers, which is apparently in that leather bag he's about to drop into the well. The Jews were able to concoct some kind of secret recipe that would create the plague, and then he's dropping this into the well, and you can see sort of spinning up out of the well is a demon that urinates back into the waters and poisons them. So, the rest of the story you can probably finish for yourself. People get very upset. People blame the Jews, and then you have mass arrests of Jews and spontaneous burnings of Jews, as we have in several Ashkenazi locations in the wake of the Black Death. So taken together, this rather nasty period of growing anti-Semitism creates an environment in which Jews are not wanted, and Jews don't want to be there that much either. In many cases, their departure from Ashkenaz is accelerated by numerous expulsions. As you can see in this map, there's a whole range of them. This includes, of course, the great expulsion from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century. But the expulsions from places like France were primarily economic in nature, less associated with blood libels and host desecration, and but nevertheless very much connected with arguments over debt load and things like that. We see the same kind of thing happening in England. Sometimes the expulsions are a result of misanthropy, meaning that the Jews are charged with various human-hating activities. That's where the misanthropy means, like, or misanthropy, hating other people. And we see that expressed in the blood libel and the host desecration. Both of those things are entirely fabricated, have no basis in reality whatsoever, and nevertheless, have a powerful hold on the imagination. And then finally, you have expulsions which are related to panic over contagion related to the Black Death. But taken together, the economic and the anti-Semitic and various cultural popular movements conspire to make Ashkenaz a far less attractive location for Jews to settle. This is moving into, 300-400 years since they originally arrived in Ashkenaz, and that begins to push Jews more towards the east. As they move to regions like Poland, Lithuania, southern Ukraine, there they find not only are they free, at least from the time being, from these charges, but they're also welcomed, much like they were earlier, as serve camarae regis, as servants of the royal chamber. They're welcomed as administrators and middlemen in a latifundia-based economy that we'll discuss in a few lectures when we get to specifically the Eastern European economic situation and its impact on the local population. But for the time being, this has kind of been a lightning tour of elements of anti-Semitism in Western Europe, in the homeland of Ashkenaz. I thank you very much for sticking with me through this difficult lecture. Let us begin right away by going to our topic, which is, of course, the Khmelnytsky uprising and Ashkenazi Jewry. This is part 5 of the lecture series regarding Ashkenaz. Here, I hope you can all see my screen all right. I want to begin with a short historical trigger alert, because we're going to be speaking about some aspect of history which is, especially in the present moment, somewhat controversial and has actually been the source of a certain amount of grief for me personally, as I hope to explain. Let me begin by taking you into a little bit of a historiographic discussion, and then we'll focus in on the 17th century. So, introducing you to 3 very important historical thinkers. On the left, you have Leopold von Ranke, who is one of the most important 19th century historians, whose approach to history was really very straightforward. A lot of people can appreciate it. He says that historians should really concentrate on, in his famous phrase, "Was es eigentlich gewesen war?" What actually happened? I just try and drill down on getting just the facts, as they would say in common parlance. And that's, a little bit more complicated than many would think, as von Branca would explain as well. Then in the middle of your screen, you have Julius Wellhausen, who was known more for his discussion of ancient Israel and biblical studies in particular. And I think one of the most contributions that he brings to our discussion and to historical scholarship in general is the notion that historical works are more about the period in which they are written than the period which they purport to describe. It's a very important concept in that, we have to understand that historians are people too, and historians work with a certain set of assumptions, a Weltanschauung, a way of looking at the world, and when they look at their data, they are participant observers in the overall arc of history, and so they interpret that historical data within the light of their appreciation of the human condition as a whole. And as we shall see, this is extremely relevant for today's topic. And then on the right, you have the incredible encyclopedic Jewish historian, Salo Whitmire-Baron of Columbia University, actually a native of Ukraine originally, who spoke about the present moment in particular for 20th century Jewish historians, and he criticized what had been known as or what he termed as the lachrymose conception of Jewish history. Lachrymose meaning full of tears. Now, there's definitely a lot to cry about in Jewish history. Most of Baron's great work was written, for example, after the Holocaust, which we will discuss in a few lectures. And this was an incredible, colossal Jewish tragedy and world tragedy over which, there's a tremendous amount of space for lament. However, Dr. Baron really emphasized that we should not reduce Jewish history to a cycle of books and pogroms and books, meaning this kind of model that Jews are extremely intellectually active, producing all these fantastic literary works that generate tremendous contributions for global culture, and then they are unfairly attacked in these horrible acts of violence, and then nevertheless they come back and they create more works of lasting literary value and so on. This kind of cycle of intellectual activity, unfair persecution, intellectual activity, and so on. There is merit to that understanding of Jewish history, but it is horribly reductionist, and it evades most of the sophistication that we really need to bring to bear to understand the much more complex dynamic of social factors, economic factors, religious factors, political factors that shape Jewish history as a whole. Now, if we take these 3 things together, if we try to understand was es eigentlich gewesen war in the 17th century, what actually happened in the Khmelnytsky rebellion, specifically with regards to the Ashkenazic Jews that are our subject of study for the series. If we understand that whatever we say today, whatever we research today, is, like Wellhausen would argue, trapped within our current historical moment, then what would Salo Baron say, or what would we opine he would say, if we were to look at our present moment and how do we fit that within what had become the dominant mode of Jewish scholarship, especially in the immediate post-Holocaust period, as we, are still recovering as we're still recovering as orphans of that great tragedy. And in particular, if we're talking about 2022, our current moment, of course, the most dramatic elements that are affecting our lives right now is the horrific conflict in Ukraine, in which Ukraine was attacked unprovoked by Russia, and the people of Ukraine are suffering tremendously with bombardment of civilian areas. They're digging split trenches in Mariupol and places like that to be able to bury their dead. An estimated 10 million people displaced as a result of this war. And we see no immediate end in sight, with several million, by the way, of those displaced as refugees in neighboring countries. In many ways, this is a reflection of the 17th century conflict that we're going to study, although the players are going to be quite different. And in the middle of all of this, you have a heroic president, Volodymyr Zelensky, who right from the very beginning of the conflict elected to remain in the capital, despite the multiple assassination attempts that were launched against him and the tremendous dangers to himself and his family. He chose to remain and in many ways energized the entire world to take action to defend the civilians of Ukraine, and he continues to behave in this manner to the present day. Zelensky, of course, is Jewish, and this is, somewhat ironic when one tries to place his current role within the lachrymose conception of Jewish history, which tends to view our 17th century perspectives of Ukrainians and Jews within the model of books and pogroms, with emphasis really on the latter, pogroms, because the 17th century Khmelnytsky uprising is one in which there was phenomenal violence visited on the Jewish minority in Ukraine. It is a period in which Jews look back with tremendous sadness and anger as they reflect on the horrific descriptions of those pogroms and the terrible murders that occurred at that time at the hands of the Kozakher, the Cossacks, who we will describe shortly. But if we are to try to understand this in a more sophisticated manner, we'll see that it's considerably more complicated than the lachrymose model would offer. And that's really what I hope to drill in today. Looking at this picture, I also reflect, interestingly, I think, that, Zelensky, by the way, here is holding his formal emergency application to join the European Union, which is, of course, a major contested issue within the conflict itself. Vladimir Putin of Russia wants to keep Ukraine neutral outside of the Western orbit, and Zelensky and many other Ukrainians see themselves as fundamentally European rather than within a Slavic Russian orbit specifically, or post-Soviet orbit. And look at the individual standing to his right, Ruslan Stepanchuk, who looks to me like, my image of a Cossack that I think a lot of people Jews would, I think, resonate that. He stands a full head taller than the Jewish President Zelensky, and he's quite a bit larger. And, that's kind of like my gut reaction to the history of the Kozakher, as we shall see. Nevertheless, in this presumably deeply anti-Semitic country, looking at it from the lachrymose position, Zelensky could be elected with a 72% landslide in the recent elections, regardless of his Jewish origins. The same thing happened. He had a prime minister who was Jewish and so on. I mean, how does this fit together? That's going to be part of our discussion today. So here is the trigger warning, and then no more introductions. Let's go straight to the history. You know, in the context of this conflict, because I'm deeply, you know, involved on a scholarly level with the history of Jews of Ukraine. My first area of research was the Jews of Ukraine during the revolutionary period. I published a book on that topic, my dissertation, and written a few other things, and traveled there many times to do research. I felt great sympathy for the civilians of Ukraine, and so I published a few videos on my website. And those were, thank God, very well received. Lots of people enjoyed learning about the history of the Jews of Ukraine, which was my small contribution to the overall effort to restore normalcy to that region of the world. But I was surprised by two types of hate that I received that were really quite intense. One was the remarkable number of Russian bots. I use that term in two senses. Bots in the sense of they're probably just automatic, you know, negative comments because they say something somewhat positive about Ukraine. And bots also in the term of being purchased, because I saw a lot of people who were just completely sold on the ridiculous amount of Russian propaganda that somehow colors their understanding of this conflict. But the other group that really bothered me was I received a lot of negative comments from Jews who were deeply disturbed with the concept that there might be something redeeming, even partially, about the Ukrainian people. And they held on to what I would characterize really racist views, understanding in an essentialist manner that all Jews are always good and they never do anything wrong, and all Ukrainians are the opposite. I was very sorry to hear that, and I even received some personal emails from people with whom I had had a relationship for a very long time. And when I suggested that their views were actually racist, you know, then I got such tremendous flack, and I think some friendships are irreparably damaged. But what we're going to look at today is a much more sophisticated period in which we will have to challenge that very rigid and self-affirming notion, both for Jews and for Ukrainians, and by the way, also Poles and so on. The history is far more complicated. If you are concerned about this and you are not prepared to have some of your presumptions challenged, I suggest that you stop watching this video right now. If you're on YouTube, type into the search bar cute puppy videos or kitten videos, and I'm sure you'll find things that are far more appealing. But if you are willing to continue with me as we look at this from a more sophisticated historical perspective, please do. So let us go straight to the history. Sorry for that rather longish introduction. So as we discussed in the previous lectures in this series, the Ashkenazi population is based primarily in the Rhineland, and they're settled there from about the 9th century onward. And as we move through the next 5 centuries, there's a rather large swelling of anti-Semitic pressures that drives them to the east. These pressures are expressed in terms of economic competition, with money lending falling under increasing challenge. There are religious pressures, or anti-Semitic pressures that have roots in the religious conflict. You see the rise of the ridiculous blood libel that caused so much violence, the host desecration charges, and so on. And there are a number of expulsions as well. France expels the Jews several times in the 14th century, as we discussed. So there's like anti-Semitic pressures which are driving Jews out of the Rhineland. And at the same time, there's kind of an invitation, literally invitation, I should say, an economic opportunity vacuum that opens up in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth that draws many Jews into new settlements there. They're still living under the corporate structure that we described for the Rhineland, and they will set up similar communities with charters and privileges and so on, as we discussed. but it is going to take on a somewhat different character economically, as we shall see. Here is the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at its greatest extent. This was a political union, really a dynastic union of the Lithuanians and the Poles that lasted for several hundred years. And as you can see, with the modern boundaries that are sort of overlaid on this Commonwealth, is a massive political entity stretching from the Baltic Sea almost all the way down to the Black Sea and encompassing several modern European boundaries. Where Jews settled, where it was in Poland and Lithuania and in parts of Belarus. And for our purposes, quite a few settled in this region of Ukraine known as Right Bank Ukraine. The term Right Bank refers to the Dnipro River, which more or less bisects Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory. And since it flows to the south, when you're watching it flow and you stand on the right-hand bank, that's why it's primarily Western Ukraine. How many Jews were living here on the eve of the Khmelnytsky Rebellion, which was in 1648? The most solid demographic analysis based on the sources that we have, some of which are actually quite accurate, tax records and things like that, is about 40,000 Jews living in the region. The most important pioneering research that I'm going to be relying on for much of this presentation is the work of Shaul Stamfer of Hebrew University. He's a senior scholar, very well respected. He's done a lot of work in Eastern Europe, and you may recall his name from our discussion of the Khazar hypothesis way back in the first lecture of this series. Here is another map that comes from Dr. Stamfer's work, and you can see much more clearly the specific locations where many Jews inhabited Right Bank Ukraine. So what exactly is going on with the Jewish communities there? What was the cause of the uprising and so on? Let us understand that the Jews actually continued their development in Right Bank Ukraine in a very, very positive manner, primarily through an institution which they called the Council of Lands, sometimes called the Council of Four Lands, the Vad Arba Aratzot, which essentially was, if you recall our discussion a little while ago of the Kehila structure, it was a remarkable federation of local Jewish municipalities that aimed to regulate Jewish life throughout the entirety of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It was primitive by modern standards, but by early modern and certainly by medieval standards, it was a huge leap forward, and it allowed the Jews who were a non-territorial minority, meaning they did not inhabit a single contiguous territory where they were the dominant population. They were always a minority wherever they lived. Nevertheless, they were able to regulate their own affairs through Talmudic law and interpreted by rabbis in consonance with Talmudic law throughout the entirety of the state. Most of the activity of the Council of Lands was primarily with regards economic activity. For example, things like protecting copyright, trying to impose social legislation that would have beneficial economic implications. Like, for example, the Council of Lands had a lot of sumptuary legislation, which basically talks about the limits on how much Jews may spend on their social activities. Like, if you have a wedding, you can only invite so many guests, you can only serve so many kinds of food. The idea being that since Jews are a gregarious people and there is a natural kind of human desire to outdo one another and make a bigger party, a bigger simcha than someone else, that would have deleterious impact on people's home finances. So they were trying to tamp that down with sumptuary legislation. This is something, by the way, that happens in the present day as well. And also, of course, enforcing aspects of social activities, like if a husband were for example, to be estranged from his wife but refuse to give her a get, and bill of divorce, which has tremendous consequences. The wife cannot remarry under such circumstances. The husband also cannot remarry, but there are loopholes that make it, it's not for our discussion today, but make it a little bit more easy for him to nevertheless continue with his life. If he moves from one town to another, then the Council of Lands would be able to track him and to report to the town that he comes to that he should suffer ostracism and so on for what he failed to do or did in some other town. So the Council of Lands was actually a remarkable, almost a state within a state for this minority. Many historians, like Shimon Dubno in particular, looked at it as really a high point, as an ideal of Jewish self-government in the period. So in many ways, Jews had a remarkably safe and comfortable existence in the regions of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, including Ukraine, so much so that they used to refer to the land of Poland, in Yiddish, Poland, as a place where they would rest, which is actually what the word means in Hebrew. Polin means here we will rest. But finally, after the persecutions that they had endured in Western Europe, many Jews felt that Poland was this paradise for them. Poland writ large, meaning the entire region, including the Ukrainian area that was dominated by the Poles. And so for a certain period of time, some centuries really, Jews actually enjoyed their existence in Poland tremendously. The Khmelnytsky rebellion would be a dramatic turnaround for them, a period of phenomenal persecution and upheaval and disruption that would color their memory of Poland for centuries to come. Let's look at the economic status of Jews in the Council, in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which will be extremely important for understanding the basis of the uprising. Here is a remarkable early 20th century representation of a typical Ukrainian krechma, an inn, which was an institution that was actually dominated by Jews for a very pragmatic economic reason. Let us recall that in Ukraine, for most of its history, really up until the 20th century, the vast majority of the population were agrarian, living in the very rich farmlands, the black soil chernosem of the region. But Jews tended to live in the small villages where they tended to provide a whole variety of commercial services. To a certain degree, small money lending. We definitely were not nearly at the scope that we saw earlier in the medieval period in Ashkenaz. Lots of commerce, lots of small trade, like in spoons and forks and simple things like that. But one of the areas in which there was a certain popular demand was in the distillation and sale of alcohol. So let us understand what's going on in Ukraine in particular. The region was multi-ethnic. The vast majority of the population were basically Ukrainian farmers. Ukrainians are a Slavic people. Religiously, they are predominantly Orthodox in rite, although to the west of Ukraine, a uniate church was formed in which they kept the Orthodox rite, but they owed allegiance to the Pope in Rome, a Catholic hierarchy. This is particularly in the region of Halychina, Galicia, East Galicia in particular. Towns of Lviv, for example, are right in the heart of that Eastern Catholic region, whereas most Ukrainians were actually Orthodox. This will actually play into our discussion here. They were, however, basically landed serfs, and they were literally owned in that capacity by Polish landlords who largely lived far away to the north, in Poland in particular. The Polish landlords would own these huge tracts of lands called latifundia, and they would be the ones who would derive most of the profit from these lands. Now, the difficult aspect for the Poles was how do they manage these massive latifundia upon which many Ukrainians are essentially working the land. That's where the Jews come in. So the Jews are migrating to this region, and they are receiving charters from Polish noblemen and Polish kings to be involved in various activities. Some of the earliest activities involved their role as minters, meaning they're actually literally making money, like making coins. Some of the earliest coins that we have from Poland are actually written in Hebrew characters, referring to King Meshko and things like that. Rather remarkable, because the Jews brought with them a lot of economic expertise that they had developed in Western Europe. Jews were overwhelmingly literate, they were numerate, they tended to live in villages and towns, so they were engaged much more in kind of like information work and things that involved the mind as opposed to the back. Very few of them were involved in actually dealing with agriculture. They're much more involved in more urban types of economic activity. One of those was the distillation and sale of alcohol, which was frequently given to Jewish communities as an exclusive right called propinatia. So this is something that the Polish noblemen would grant to the Jews and give them the exclusive right to do so, the monopoly to do so, because then the Polish noblemen could tax that activity much more effectively. And they banned the production of moonshine, samahon, things like that, rather directing it through Jewish auspices, which were frequently conducted in these taverns, these inns, as you see in this particular picture here, where you have, very, typical types of activity. There's a Jew standing behind the bar who is, pouring a drink of vodka. You have another Jew involved in music, also very classic Jewish occupation. And then you have well-dressed Ukrainians who are coming to enjoy the environment of the tavern. Now, this becomes especially problematic for reasons that I'm going to describe right now. I described how the Ukrainians are living primarily on these big latifundia. There is, of course, a much smaller Ukrainian urban class that is literate and that is numerate and so on. This is a professional class, but it is really a small slice of the population. Overwhelmingly, they are agrarianists, agriculturalists. The Jews are brought in not only to engage in propinatia, as shown in this image, or as klezmer musicians, but they are brought in to be middlemen. They're brought in by the Poles to manage these large estates and to collect the income, which is then taxed by the noblemen. And this was done through a system called the arenda. The practitioners were called arrendators, and it's really basically something which is called in Western Europe tax farming, and it goes basically like this. You'll recall how we discussed this sort of feudal aspect of Jewish structure, of really social study structure in general, that people were grouped into their caste-like classes, like peasants as a whole, noblemen as a whole, and Jews had their own little box as well. Rather than being addressed as individuals, they were dealt with as a community. So the noblemen literally owned the entire town. Not only the fields and, in a technical sense, the serfs who worked them, but also the buildings, the flour mill, the church, all kinds of properties were actually owned by the noblemen, and the nobleman would essentially say to the Jews, "Listen, I don't want to live way out in right bank Ukraine. I want to live here in Warsaw, where I have a lot of my other Polish noble friends, and so I'm hiring you to act as my arrendators, my tax farmers, and I expect you to collect from these properties X amount of money, let's say 10,000 zloty. I expect you to collect over the next year 10,000 zloty from my latifundia. And this would be something that could be delivered as a demand to the entire community. They would have a representative of the kahal, the kahila, who would be negotiating with the nobleman, the poretz, and the nobleman would say, okay, I want 10,000 zloty from the territory. You can collect it any way you want. If necessary, I will back you up with my armed forces, but that's what you have to do. So the Jews would say, all right, fine, we'll negotiate that amount, 10,000. They would go back, and then they would have to find the way to collect 10,000 from the Ukrainian peasants. Obviously, a large portion of that would be in terms of agricultural output, in terms of grain, but they could collect it in all kinds of other ways. For example, by imposing tolls on transit, crossing bridges, traveling highways. They could impose taxes on hunting in particular regions, taxes on, collecting fruit in orchards, taxes on using the nobleman's flour mill, whatever creative ways they could tax the population was essentially something that the nobleman would encourage, so long as it was something that could be borne by the population as a whole. In some really notorious cases, which receive a lot of emphasis in the Ukrainian Ukrainian folk songs called Dumer, the Jews apparently even owned the keys to the churches. There's some debate about certainly the extent of this practice, but nevertheless the perception of it was very well known. And that if a Ukrainian wanted to, baptize a child, celebrate a wedding, whatever things you might need the church for, they would have to pay a tax to the Jewish arrendator in order to release the key to the church. Now you can imagine that this must have been a very difficult system to exist under for all parties, really. For the Poles, who are, according to many accounts, living an increasingly conspicuous consumption lifestyle, where they're enjoying many Western fashions and trying to, keep up with what is the latest style in Paris. They're going to be demanding ever more taxes every year. This is just, I think, a reality of life that when you can charge more, you will. The Ukrainians have to deal with a greater debt load, and the Jews, who are the tax collectors essentially, have the difficult situation of trying to exact that amount from the local population and then transmit it to the nobleman. And by the way, I should mention one fact about tax farming. The Jews have to be paid as well for their services, and the way they are paid is whatever above and beyond they are able to collect in taxes, that's what they can keep for themselves. So if the community, and this would involve a large number of people who are engaged in various forms of tax farming, if the community is supposed to transmit 10,000 zloty, and then they will strive to collect 12,000 zloty, and 2,000 of that would be preserved for the community as a whole. The arenda, in other words, was an exploitative economic system that was directed by the whims of the noblemen in Poland, but the Jews were the front-facing aspect of the entire enterprise, and a very difficult one it must have been. Shimon Dudno described this as being caught between hammer and anvil, which I think is a very apt metaphor. The hammer being, of course, the Polish demand, the anvil being the Ukrainian peasantry, and the Jews are sitting in this very difficult situation. Now, what ends up happening is there will be a massive peasant revolt in the middle of the 17th century. And that peasant revolt will be directed against three main targets. The rebellion was led by a man named Bohdan Khmelnytsky. You can see here that his followers were the so-called Kozake, or Cossacks. Who were these Cossacks? Cossacks, or Kozake, to use the Ukrainian pronunciation, were basically Ukrainian peasants who had, for one reason or another, abandoned their traditional lands and had migrated to places where they were out of reach of the Polish latifundia. Since they, as serfs, were technically owned by the noblemen, and their refusal to labor under this system was a type of rebellion, they were essentially a type of outlaws, and they engaged in a variety of freebooting and banditry-like activities. Some of them were directed at the Turks nearby, who were engaged in child trafficking. Slavery was still a well-known enterprise in the 17th century, and the kidnapping of children and then their sale on the market was something that was obviously hated by all, and the Kozaké were involved in sometimes attacking these Turkish settlements on the Black Sea coastline. But they're also involved in attacks on the Polish nobility. Let us understand that the three principal enemies of the Kozaké were the Polish noblemen far away in Poland, who were demanding so much of the peasantry, the Jews, who were their local representatives, their middlemen, and also the Catholics, specifically and in particular those Ukrainians in the Western region who had adopted this new Uniate Church affiliation, to some degree under Polish pressure, who were looked at the conversion of some of these Orthodox Ukrainians as a way of weaning them away from that cultural orientation, which was antagonistic to their way of thinking of dominating the entire population. And so what happened is this individual, Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who was one of the minor Ukrainian noblemen, he gathered around him a large number of followers from regions like the Zaporizhian Sich, which was one of the major locations where Kozaké were living, and he led them on a massive series of attacks against these Polish noblemen. The attacks, of course, had to make their way through right bank Ukraine up towards Poland in order to achieve their objective, and they actually ultimately achieved their objective, created their own state at the time. But of course, on the way, they are wreaking tremendous havoc against Jewish communities. This became what was known as, in Hebrew, the Gezerat Tach B'Tat, the decree of 1648-49, which was an absolutely horrific period of awful pogroms, which are recorded in a series of chronicles from the era, including most famously Nathan of Hanover's List of Despair, Yeven Metzulah, which was a terrible, highly evocative description of these pogroms, these attacks on local Jewish populations, which are described in such emotive and powerful language. And this was a period of tremendous Ukrainian violence directed against the Jewish population. But surprisingly, most people who have a passing familiarity with Ukrainian history will, look to this period as one of great devastation and of great anti-Semitic activity. But if you actually read Nathan of Hanover, you'll see that he describes much of the uprising as a reaction to the economic conditions under which Ukrainians were living. In other words, he hardly soft pedals the anti-Semitic attacks on Jews. In fact, his descriptions, the detailed, grisly descriptions of the violence are really heartrending, but he also, applies blame to the Jews who were engaged in exploitative economic practices, which Nathan of Hanover argues was a major cause of Ukrainian dissent to begin with. And let us recall that Jews are living in Ukraine by this time, certainly since the 13th and 14th century. So they've been there largely living in peace for 200-300 years before this uprising occurred. There will be more of these uprisings in the future, including the 1768 Haidamach uprising, which was similar in nature, and massacres in Uman, where Nachman of Rothschild would later choose to be buried because he wanted to be close to those Jews who were killed in similar uprisings. And it will become a trope in Ukrainian Jewish history of Ukrainian violence directed against Jews. But if you look at it from the perspective of the chroniclers, although they clearly have an interest in describing the pogroms with a tremendous amount of emotive value, they're similarly still discussing the economic roots of this particular uprising. Now, what about how many Jews died in this uprising led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky? If you recall Salo Baron's depiction of the lachrymose view of Jewish history, and particularly when you're viewing Jewish history from a post-Holocaust perspective, one tends to see an inflation of numbers beyond what is logically possible for Ukraine. The number 100,000 dead is frequently used by not only 17th, 18th century commentators, but even by 19th, 20th century historians. And it's largely based on sloppy scholarship. First of all, the 17th century commentators had no way of actually calculating the demographic numbers. They simply didn't have the tools at their disposal to actually figure out how many people were even living there to begin with. And later on, you see this 100,000 number, balloon to sometimes 250 and even 500,000 dead. Now, none of this is possible because, as Dr. Stamfer has clearly demonstrated, there were only 40,000 Jews living in right bank Ukraine by 1648. How is it possible that you could have multiple times that number killed in this terrible uprising? Furthermore, as Dr. Stamfer demonstrates, after 1648-49, when the situation begins to calm down again, the Jewish communities begin to bounce back fairly quickly. Tax returns, tax receipts indicate that the population has begun to stabilize within a very short period of time. So, taking these numbers all together and working town by town with the best data we have, Dr. Stamfer emphasizes that even if we look at 50% of the Jews being killed, which he thinks is kind of an outside number, 50% of a population is a huge loss. It's far worse than the Black Death, for example, in most areas, and it's hard to even imagine half of the population being wiped out in this manner. But nevertheless, that's still only about 18 or 20,000 dead. Now, how can I even say only 18 or 20,000 dead? That's a horrific number. I'm only saying it, though, to contrast with the hyperbolic numbers of 100,000 or 250 or 500,000 that really make no sense. This is, in other words, a period of tremendous anti-Semitic violence, largely of an economic character, but it does not reach the same levels that we would have later, and it cannot be compared in any way to the Holocaust in terms of its genocidal intent. So, if you recall my introductory words, this is a period in which, we definitely look Ukrainian anti-Semitism in the eye. This is a period of tremendous violence against Jews. But we also have to understand some of the economic background of that violence, and that's often difficult for historians of, this period. Let us go to the aftermath, because in many ways, the issue of the Khmelnytsky uprising continues to reverberate in Ukrainian Jewish history. This is a 5 hryvnia note from contemporary Ukraine, and as you can see, it features Bogdan Khmelnytsky on it. And this should not be surprising for anyone who has even a passing familiarity with contemporary Ukrainian culture. Bogdan Khmelnytsky is widely regarded as a major Ukrainian hero. This is because on a surface level, he was able to wrest Ukraine from Polish control and for a brief time actually create an independent state of Ukraine in the middle of the 17th century. The Cossack state was, of course, supported by these freebooting cowboy-like individuals called the Kosaké, and so Cossacks as a whole are kind of like a major heroic image in the Ukrainian mind. Jews, of course, look at Bogdan Khmelnytsky with fear, trepidation, and revulsion. I remember in my first trip to Ukraine, when I first met someone who was dressed, and this happens in contemporary Ukraine, he was dressed in contemporary Ukrainian costume with the traditional walrus mustache and, you know, the embroidered shirt and things like that. I felt real fear. I said, oh my gosh, a Cossack. But for Ukrainians, they look at a Cossack and they say, oh, that's our, you know, Barabaro man. That's our hero. There is a clash of perspectives on this 18th century, largely because both Jews and Ukrainians look at this same event from very, very different perspectives. Now, it's not uniform, but before I explain that, let me also illustrate this by showing you one of the most famous monuments in Kyiv today is a statue of Khmelnytsky, and he is famously pointing off, it's just behind his shoulder, famously pointing off to the north. And one of the reasons for this is because after a short while of independence, Bogdan Khmelnytsky decided to orient the Cossack state to Moscow. Rather than creating a peace treaty with Poland and recreating something like either independence within a Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth or even just a peace treaty with an independent Ukraine, he chose to sort of shift the balance of power towards Moscow. And ultimately, that would degrade the independence of the Ukrainians to a dramatic degree in which they would be absorbed within the Russian Empire, the Tsarist Empire. By the way, here is an earlier version of that statue, a bronze model, which had a couple of details that were not included because they were felt to be in poor taste. But among the figures at the bottom of the statue are some Jews and others, Poles, who were downtrodden literally by Khmelnytsky's horse. They felt that was just a little bit too graphic for the image. And you see it also, for example, in the Ukrainian national anthem. Here it is. It's got this interesting beginning, Ще не вмерла Україна. Ukraine is not yet dead, which may sound jarring to the Western ear. They translate it here as, nay, thou art not dead, Ukraine. A little bit of a kind of a poetic translation to say, but literally, Ukraine is not dead yet is what it begins with. The Poles have a similar kind of refrain, and even the Jews in Hatikva, we had Od lo avda tikvatenu, right? Our hope is not yet lost. So that's not an uncommon trope during the national uprising. But a look at the very end of the national anthem, which refers to Ukrainian as Bratia Kozatskohu Rodu. How they translate it? Okay, literally it's translated as brothers, the Cossack people. They've translated here poetically as ourselves, proud Cossacks are. The literal translation is that we're all Cossack brothers. I don't know how many Jews actually feel like Cossack brothers. That seems so foreign to them, but they're not alone. Here are the original lyrics of the poem that inspired the national anthem. And if you look at the last stanza that I've shown here, there's actually another stanza that I didn't squeeze on. There's this lament, Oy Bohdane, Bohdane. Oh, Bogdan, Bogdan, our great hetman, what for did you give Ukraine to the wretched Moscows? Meaning, why did you give us to Moscow? Why did you forfeit our sovereignty for the Russians? There is a strong thread among many intellectuals in the 18th, 19th century and later, including, some very, very harsh words from their great poet Taras Shevchenko regarding this decision of Khmelnytsky to orient Ukraine to Moscow. So it's a complex story altogether from the perspective of Ukrainians, from the perspective of Jews, and from global perspective as we meditate upon this 17th century in the 21st. Thank you very much for your endurance. Have a good day. Let us continue our discussion of the history of the Jews of Ashkenaz. We're looking at a really important movement of the 17th century that had remarkable repercussions really for the next 200 years easily, and then I'd say even to the present day in certain ways. Specifically speaking about the neo-messianic movement of Shabbatai Tzvi, shown here in this background image, and also to some degree of a successor movement of Jacob Frank that has some significant differences, but in many ways hews to the same path that Shabbatai Tzvi delineated. And just while we're on this image, have a look at the Shem upon him, the visage of Shabbatai Tzvi, and on the right you can see there are some strange sort of scratches. One of those words looks like the word Ezekiel, Yechezkel. Hard to make out the rest of them. I think what happens quite often in the Christian iconography of the Shabbatai Tzvi movement, I'm going to show you several examples of this, where his story was actually big news for the entirety of Europe, really, and the Eastern Mediterranean. And we have lots of examples of Christian publications talking about Shabbatai Tzvi because it was really quite a novel thing to suggest that the Jews had produced another Messiah and that he had gathered a large following. And so all of Europe really watched this with great interest. But let us try and understand first some of the intellectual, political, and technological background to this really important movement that reverberated throughout the 17th century. I think the most important thing for us to start with is the dramatic rise in Kabbalistic study that occurred in the city of Tzfat in northern Israel, Safed, northern Israel, in the 16th century, prior to the advent of Shabbatai Tzvi. To use perhaps the word advent inappropriately. There's, everything is connected. The great expulsion of Jews in 1492, the subsequent slow emigration of Portuguese Jews after the first conversion of 1497. This had a dramatic impact on all aspects of Jewish life in Europe, certainly on a demographic level, with the huge numbers of Jewish refugees fleeing the Iberian Peninsula, desperately seeking solace and refuge elsewhere in Europe and also in the New World. Ultimately, even where I'm sitting right now, New York City, with its great reserve of Jewish population, is directly related to the refugees from the Iberian Peninsula. It also represented a huge religious upheaval, a split in the earth theologically for many Jews who regarded Spain as such a major important center of the Jewish diaspora, and to see it turned upside down after having created so many phenomenal works of religious literature and other works that many Jews were convinced that the Messiah was right at hand, right, 1492. They convinced that something this devastating could not happen unless we were living the Knesset Mashiach, in the footsteps of the Messiah. And you can hear the footsteps of the Messiah approaching, but we're talking really about the being on the cusp of a brand new era. One of the focal points of this energy was undoubtedly this northern city of Tzfat in Israel, which had recently been opened up to Jewish migration by the Ottomans, who controlled the land of Israel at the time. And they instituted some favorable tax policies that attracted Jewish merchants, particularly textile merchants. And it was a site of significant attraction to a lot of these refugees from the Iberian Peninsula, including the family of Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, one of the early Kabbalists who ultimately settled here in Tzfat. There was also kind of like a specifically spiritual attraction to Tzfat as well, because the graves of many of the righteous individuals of the distant Talmudic past had been identified in the environs of Tzfat, and so many Jews moved there to be close to those holy sites. It's a little bit like what we talked about in the very first lecture, or perhaps it was the second, the centrality of a cemetery as being kind of like a centrifugal center where Jews are drawn to it, not a real centripetal center for Jewish migration. That's certainly true of the holy graves of Tzfat. And of course, once a lot of these Kabbalists in particular moved to Tzfat, creating cemeteries like this famous one with their characteristic blue stone, or blue painted stone, blue being a color associated with warding off the evil eye. Not quite the shade of the background behind me, but you sort of get the idea. These graves in turn also attracted tremendous pilgrims and so on. The men standing in front of the grave there of the famous Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Arizal, the Holy Lion, who was originally from Egypt, but who had migrated to the area. Just below him, in front of him, is the grave of the Ramak, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who I mentioned earlier. Up on the top right, you see the marker for Rabbi Shlomo Alkabetz, the father-in-law and teacher of the Ramak, and also the composer, among other things, of the famous Lechat Dodi hymn that is read every Friday night in synagogue. And there are many, many other really important people buried here who are all associated with this remarkable explosion of activity that occurred in the 16th century in Tzfat. It ended fairly abruptly towards the end of that century. There were a series of earthquakes that do affect northern Israel from time to time. There was a cholera epidemic that laid waste to much of the population. And Tzfat, while always retaining its reputation as a great spiritual center and as a Kabbalistic center, never quite got to the same levels that it did in the 16th century. Now, what was really going on there spiritually? There was many different activities. By the way, I forgot to mention that the greatest figure was the elderly Rabbi Yosef Karo, who went to Tzfat towards the end of his life. Rabbi Yosef Karo, a tremendous Kabbalist himself, but principally known as the author of the great Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law. As I mentioned to you when we were talking about religious history, he's kind of like a transitional figure between the Rishonim and the Acharonim. And he was also someone who fled the Iberian Peninsula to eventually seek his home in Tzfat. So what's going on here? Well, one of the major energies of activity is the research of Jewish mysticism, the Kabbalah. And Rabbi Moshe Cordovero was especially famous because he was the first individual to produce what we could call sort of like a scientific systemization of Kabbalistic wisdom. Much of Kabbalistic doctrine is, of course, very hidden, arcane, and buried in elusive language. It's associated with heavy reliance on deep oral tradition and so on. Really trying to follow some of the main Kabbalistic texts like the Zohar can be extremely difficult. Even if you are fluent in Aramaic, it can still be really hard to do. You've got to have a teacher there to walk you through it. One of the major contributions of the Ramak Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, was he said, okay, let's explain all this from A to Z, working from general to particular, and he produced a book which was published in his lifetime. We are now talking about a period where publishing is a reality for Jews, like actual printing. That will become very important, and we're going to return to it in just a minute. And this initial sort of like introduction to Kabbalah, called Pardes Rimonim, the Orchard of Pomegranates, was incredibly popular, cemented his reputation even during his brief life, and he went on to create many other great works, including Tomer Devorah. One of the things that he describes in the Pardes Rimonim is this chart that I've set up here, which is essentially a chart of what they call the spherot in Kabbalistic language, the spheres, which is sort of like a metaphor for how God communicates reality to the universe. To take just a moment to explain it, and then we're going, well, actually, I have to tell you, you can't understand it otherwise. You can't understand the rest of the lecture otherwise. The basic question that Kabbalah deals with, and the Ramak explains, is that how do you have an infinite being communicate existence to a finite universe? Right? How is it possible if God suffuses the entire world and has no limits, that we live in a world that has limits? How does the infinite and finite, how do they breach that formal abyss? So the idea in Kabbalah is that God, first of all, shrunk himself, a process called tzimtzum, shrinking, limited his influence over the universe, creating kind of like a vacuum of godness in the universe. These are very difficult concepts. I'm not a rabbi, by the way. I'm just going to walk you through them as best I understand them. But God created kind of like a space within himself that was empty of himself, sort of like, I remember when I studied chemistry or biology in high school, like an amoeba, I imagine like a hole opening in an amoeba. That's not a very good metaphor, but it's what I'm going for in my mind. And then he slowly reinserted godliness into that vacuum through a multi-stage process, which we'll call the spirit. One of the most important metaphors is the idea of like hot oil poured into clay vessels. Like you've ever seen those kind of like dessert fountains at big weddings or something, where they have like the punch flowing out of a faucet, and it goes into one container, and then it overflows into the next containers, and it overflows into the last containers, and you can take a container for yourself to drink if you like. So that's kind of like the idea of the hot oil pours into one of these containers, called a keli, which is essentially a model for the spherot, and then it overflows into the next keli, into the next keli, and so on, until you get to our world at the bottom, which is the repository of all of these emanations. Another way to look at it is, you can't look at the sun with the unaided eye. It's dangerous. It burns out your retinas. But what you can do is you can take a mirror and look at the reflected light of the sun. And even that's kind of strong. So you might set up a second mirror where you would look at the second mirror, which reflects the first mirror, which reflects the light of the sun. And if you add up 10 mirrors like that, that would be like a model of the spherot that all represent a slight diminution. Each time it goes through the mirror itself absorbs some of the radiant energy of the sun, until finally in the 10th mirror, you can actually look at the sun's light unaided. Now, why I'm explaining this to you is I gave you kind of like the Ramak's depiction, but the Arizal's depiction, this was his student. The Arizal traveled from Egypt to study with the Ramak, and they only studied together for less than a year before the Ramak passed away. The Arizal, who also only lived a very short lifetime, managed a tremendous amount of teachings, which were then propagated by his great student, Rabbi Chaim Vital. And the Arizal had a rather different take on how the Ramak described the Sfirot. The Arizal writes that the oil, the hot oil, as it enters the kalim, overpowered each of those kalim because it was simply too hot, too intense, and each of those kalim, those containers, shattered. So as it were in the Arizal's conception, the oil came into the first keli and then it exploded, and the mixture of oil and the destroyed keli fell into the next one, and then it shattered as well. And this happened all the way down until finally you get to the 10th keli, and the heat of the oil is sufficiently reduced, and it's also mixed with the actual material of the broken vessels that it's able to exist in this world. So that's the doctrine known as Shvirat HaKelim, the destruction of the vessels. And in the Urianic vision of Kabbalah, the task of the Jew is to try to repair this fundamental destruction by separating out the gross material elements that are present in this universe and freeing the trapped sparks of holiness that represents like the hot oil, the radiance of God that are buried within the physical universe. One of the most important aspects of the Arizal's approach, which is going to directly connect us to Shabbat Tzvi, don't worry, is that the Arizal injected a tremendous note of urgency into the role of Jews in the world. That Jews are tasked with this crucial activity of finding those sparks, elevating them from their material prisons, and as these sparks, as it were, fly upward, we get closer to the moment where the Messiah can be truly revealed, and we enter into an entirely different period of history altogether. The Kalim and the model of the Sfirot, as the Ramak presented it, was much more kind of like a description of the theological view of creation, but the Arizals added a verb to it, an imperative. Get out there and start doing this. But the Arizal's Kabbalah proved to be far more popular, had a remarkable degree of influence, for example, on the Hasidic movement that we will discuss, God willing, tomorrow, and gave it that impetus of, you can't just sit around studying things. You've got to get out there and be active in the world, because that is the task of the Jew. This body of ideas, which were circulated initially in the late 1500s, really the second half of the 1500s, with the advent of publication, began to make their way throughout the entire Mediterranean basin and into Europe as a whole. And it is in this context of the increasing popularity of the thought of the Arizal, particularly through the work of scholars like the Shalar, Rabbi Levi Horowitz, and his very important publication, the 2 tablets of the law that gained great currency. Jews were like energized by this, and the Sabbatean movement was one of the kind of bizarre offshoots that was directly intellectually related to this new note of urgency sounded by the Arizal. So what's the basic story? So Shabtai Tzvi is shown here in a rather interesting German depiction on horseback. He was an individual of great potential as a young man. He was very highly regarded. He was suggested for many different marriage prospects with important people, with important young women. And he showed great talent, not only as someone who could lead prayers. He apparently had a very beautiful voice, very charismatic, good-looking, tall, those kinds of attributes, and also quite learned, quite adept in the Kabbalistic study. He ultimately got involved in these group of ideas that, in the end, suggested to him that he was, in fact, the Messiah. Now, for a long time, Jewish historiography viewed his delusion of grandeur as a type of criminal activity, that he had intentionally, wickedly deluded the large number of followers that he garnered throughout Europe. More modern scholarship, in particular since the work of Gershom Sholem has been widely circulated. He was one of the principal biographers of Shabtai Tzvi within the movement of Kabbalah as a whole. there's been growth in the more sympathetic view to Shabtai Tzvi, understanding him as someone who is subject to some kind of mental illness, perhaps something like bipolar disorder, because he would have like these manic phases which we call illuminations, and then you have these depressive phases as well. Obviously, I'm not a psychiatrist, I can't speak to these things, but he definitely was somewhat eccentric, to put it mildly. So let's look at the political context and the technological context, and we're going to look at his life and activity in particular. The political context should be broadly familiar with us now that we just spent an hour in the last lecture looking at the Khmelnytsky rebellion. This is a period of tremendous political upheaval. According to Dr. Stapfer, possibly 50% of the Jewish population of Ukraine was destroyed by the Cossacks in that period. The overall number, he estimates, is much smaller than earlier, rather inflated estimates, maybe 18,000 or 20,000 people. It's a huge tragedy, but nowhere near the scale of what some other historians have opined without sufficient research. But nevertheless, losing half of the population is incredible devastation. A large number of displaced populations were dispersed through Europe. Rickel of Hamel, the famous memoirist that we mentioned several weeks ago, what actually describes how her family, like many others in Germany, took in refugees from these upheavals in the middle of the 17th century. And Shabtai Tzvi's main activity really occurred in the 2 decades following the this tremendous peasant upheaval in the 17th century that had such havoc wreaked on the Jewish world. But let us not forget the really important element of publication, which is something that the Jews, once they discovered it, they really loved it. Jews had been publishing from the very early period of print. In fact, there are some possibility that it was actually Jews in Provençal who even invented movable type, which was a key element of the technology necessary of efficient printing. But although that particular thread has not been completely developed, we do know that by the late 15th century, Jews were already publishing many titles, including the Talmud. And in the 16th century, in Venice in particular, publishing just exploded for Jews. Jews rushed to it because it was great, right? It meant that all of a sudden, all of these works which had previously only existed in manuscript and could only be copied laboriously and expensively by professional scribes, and then they were very fragile, easy to lose, and if they were seized by the church, as happened several times, they could easily be burnt and hard to replace. But with publication, with printing, all of a sudden the price drops out the bottom. That no longer are we talking about, like to use contemporary terms, a Torah scroll I think costs about $50,000 to produce because of all the man hours that go into actually writing the scroll out. Whereas you can go to a Judaica bookstore and buy the same information for $10, $15. I mean, it's a tiny fraction of the overall cost. And Jews love the idea of being able to read so much more. So over the next few centuries, Jews become passionate purchasers of books. They really become the al-kitab, the people of the book at that point. Previously, before that, they were the people of the scroll, I guess, the people of the manuscript. And works like this one here, the Schneider Brit, become extremely popular. And ideas circulate with accelerating rapidity throughout the 17th century and onward. This also has tremendous impact on the democratization of knowledge. Once information can be distributed at a much lower cost, it becomes accessible both in terms of an expanded range of classes of people, but also to women as well. Women who, were typically much more literate than non-Jews historically, but generally not as literate as their menfolk. They certainly would be literate in the vernacular, like Yiddish, but less so in the language of the state, and less so in the religious languages of Hebrew or Aramaic. Only very exceptional women could make out more than, let's say, perhaps the prayer book. In fact, in Ashkenazi synagogues, it was very common to have one educated woman sitting in the women's section of synagogue and repeating the Torah reading, or if there was a sermon in Hebrew or something like that, repeating it to the less educated women who had no access to Hebrew whatsoever. So with printing, all of a sudden you begin to open up the possibility of, hey, we can afford to teach this stuff to our daughters as well, and that will play a great role in Shabbatai Tzvi's movement, which was actually very, very sensitive to both printing and to women, as we shall see. So what exactly happened with the movement? So the basic story is that you have this individual, Shabbatai Tzvi. He was born in Smyrna. Here's a quick map where you can see where he wanders around the Eastern Mediterranean. He begins in his late teens to experience these emotionally unstable moments, where, as I mentioned, he describes periods of great euphoria, followed later by some depressive episodes. And although he is very highly regarded as a youth, he begins a period of wandering. And while he is engaged in these wanderings, and is also quite an educated young man, studying Kabbalah, very conversant with Kabbalistic ideas, he ultimately runs into an individual known as Nathan of Gaza. Nathan of Gaza recognizes the potential inherent in Shabbatai Tzvi, and he becomes not only his sidekick, but also his major propagandist, his publicist, who ultimately would reveal his friend as the Messiah, as the long-awaited Redeemer of the Jews. And amazingly, this idea gains tremendous popularity in Europe. Now, we can certainly opine as to the basis for this fact. You can certainly point to the desperation that Jews felt after the 17th century Chmielnicki uprising. You can point also to the influence of the Kabbalah of the Arizal. Certainly Jews have been at this now for 100 years since the Arizal, and maybe it's time already that since the Arizal's teachings have been revealed to the world, another century has passed, and now it's actually coming to fruition. You can point to the rapid change in society that's happening all over Europe. Non-Jewish society in particular is going through many changes in the 17th century, and this all comes together, and Shabbatai Tzvi actually attains a significant following